This audiobook edition of Jawaharlal Nehru's The Discovery of India is brought to you by Giribala Joshi. Please subscribe to the channel and like and share the videos. This audiobook is created with the help of advanced text-to-speech AI technology.
Chapter 6, New Problems. Part 1, The Arabs and the Mongols. While Shah was reigning over a powerful kingdom in North India, and Sun Song, the Chinese scholar pilgrim, was studying at Nalanda University, Islam was taking shape in Arabia. Islam was to come to India both as a religious and a political force, and create many new problems, but it is well to remember that it took a long time before it made much difference to the Indian scene. It was nearly 600 years before it reached the heart of India, and when it came to the accompaniment of political conquest, it had already changed much, and its standard-bearers were different. The Arabs who, in a fine frenzy of enthusiasm, and with a dynamic energy, had spread out and conquered from Spain to the borders of Mongolia, carrying with them a brilliant culture, did not come to India proper. They stopped at its northwestern fringe, and remained there. Arab civilization gradually decayed, and various Turkish tribes came into prominence in Central and Western Asia. It was these Turkish and Afghans from the Indian borderland who brought Islam as a political force to India. Some dates might help to bring these facts home to us. Islam may be said to begin with the Hijrat, the departure of the Prophet Muhammad from Mecca to Medina, in 622 AC. Muhammad died 10 years later. Some time was spent in consolidating the position in Arabia, and then those astounding series of events took place, which carried the Arabs, with the banner of Islam, right across Central Asia in the east, and across the whole North African continent to Spain and France in the west. In the 7th century, and by the beginning of the 8th, they had spread over Iraq, Iran, and Central Asia. In 712 AC, they reached and occupied Sindh in the northwest of India, and stopped there. A great desert separated this area from the more fertile parts of India. In the west, the Arabs crossed the narrow straits between Africa and Europe, since called the Straits of Gibraltar, and entered Spain in 711 AC. They occupied the whole of Spain, and crossed the Pyrenees into France. In 732 they were defeated, and checked by Charles Martel at Tours in France. This triumphant career of a people, whose homelands were the deserts of Arabia, and who had thus far played no notable part in history, is most remarkable. They must have derived their vast energy from the dynamic and revolutionary character of their prophet, and his message of human brotherhood. And yet it is wrong to imagine that Arab civilization suddenly rose out of oblivion, and took shape after the advent of Islam. There has been a tendency on the part of Islamic scholars to decry the pre-Islamic past of the Arab people, and to refer to it as the period of Jahiliyat, a kind of dark age of ignorance and superstition. Arab civilization, like others, had a long past, intimately connected with the development of the Semitic race, the Phoenicians, Cretans, Chaldeans, Hebrews. The Israelites became more exclusive, and separated themselves from the more Catholic Chaldeans and others. Between them and other Semitic races, there were conflicts. Nevertheless, all over the Semitic area there were contacts and interchanges, and to some extent a common background. Pre-Islamic Arab civilization grew up especially in Yemen. Arabic was a highly developed language at the time of the Prophet, with a mixture of Persian, and even some Indian words. Like the Phoenicians, the Arabs went far across the seas in search of trade. There was an Arab colony in South China, near Canton, in pre-Islamic days. Nevertheless, it is true that the Prophet of Islam vitalized his people, and filled them with faith and enthusiasm. Considering themselves the standard-bearers of a new cause, they developed the zeal and self-confidence, which sometimes fills a whole people, and changes history. Their success was also undoubtedly due to the decay of the states in Western and Central Asia, and in North Africa. North Africa was torn by internecine conflicts between rival Christian factions, leading often to bloody struggles for mastery. The Christianity that was practiced there at the time was narrow and intolerant, and the contrast between this and the general toleration of the Muslim Arabs with their message of human brotherhood was marked. It was this that brought whole peoples, weary of Christian strife, to their side. The culture that the Arabs carried with them to distant countries was itself continuously changing and developing. It bore the strong impress of the new ideas of Islam, and yet to call it Islamic civilization is confusing, and probably incorrect. With their capital at Damascus, they soon left their simple ways of living, and developed a more sophisticated culture. That period might be called one of Arab-Syrian civilization. Byzantine influences came to them, but most of all, when they moved to Baghdad, the traditions of old Iran affected them, and they developed the Arab-Persian civilization, which became dominant over all the vast areas they controlled. Widespread, and apparently easy, as the Arab conquests were, they did not go far beyond Sind in India, then, or later. Was this due to the fact that India was still strong enough to resist effectively the invader? Probably so, for it is difficult to explain otherwise, the lapse of several centuries before a real invasion took place. Partly, it may have been due to the internal troubles of the Arabs. Sind fell away from the central authority at Baghdad, and became a small independent Muslim state. But though there was no invasion, contacts between India and the Arab world grew, travelers came to and from, embassies were exchanged, Indian books, especially on mathematics and astronomy, were taken to Baghdad, and were translated into Arabic. Many Indian physicians went to Baghdad. These trade and cultural relations were not confined to North India. The southern states of India also participated in them, especially the Rashtrakutas, on the west coast of India, for purposes of trade. This frequent intercourse inevitably led to Indians getting to know the new religion, Islam. Missionaries also came to spread this new faith, and they were welcomed. Mosques were built. There was no objection raised either by the state or the people, nor were there any religious conflicts. It was the old tradition of India to be tolerant to all faiths and forms of worship. Thus, Islam came as a religion to India several centuries before it came as a political force. The new Arab Empire under the Umayyad Umayyad Caliphs, had its seat and capital at Damascus, where a splendid city grew up. But soon, about 750 AC, the Abbasid Caliphs took the capital to Baghdad. Internal conflicts followed, and Spain fell away from the Central Empire, but continued for long as an independent Arab state. Gradually the Baghdad Empire also weakened, and split up into several states, and the Seljuk Turks came from Central Asia, and became politically all-powerful at Baghdad, though the Caliphs still functioned at their pleasure. Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni, a Turk, arose in Afghanistan, a great warrior and a brilliant captain, and he ignored and even taunted the Khalifa. But still Baghdad continued as the cultural center of the Islamic world, and even faraway Spain looked to it for inspiration. Europe was backward then in learning and science, and art and the amenities of life. It was Arab Spain, and especially the University of Córdoba, that kept the lamp of learning and intellectual curiosity burning throughout those dark ages of Europe, and some of its light pierced the European gloom. The Crusades beginning in 1095 AC, went on for over a century and a half. These did not merely represent a struggle between two aggressive religions, a conflict between the cross and the crescent. The Crusades, says Professor G. M. Trevelyan, the eminent historian, were the military and religious aspect of a general urge towards the East on the part of the reviving energies of Europe. The prize that Europe brought back from the Crusades was not the permanent liberation of the Holy Sepulchre, or the potential unity of Christendom, of which the story of the Crusades was one long negation. She brought back instead the finer arts and crafts, luxury, science, and intellectual curiosity, everything that Peter the Hermit would most have despised. Before the last of the Crusades had ingloriously petered out, something cyclonic and cataclysmic had taken place in the heart of Asia. Chengiz, or Genghis, Khan had begun his devastating march westward. Born in Mongolia in 1155 AC, he started on this great march, which was to convert Central Asia into a heap of smoking ruins in 1219. He was no youngster then. Bukhara, Samarkand, Herat, and Balkh, all great cities, each having more than 1 million inhabitants, were reduced to ashes. Chengiz went on to Kiev in Russia, and then returned. Baghdad somehow escaped as it did not lie on his route. He died in 1227 at the age of 72. His successors went further into Europe, and in 1258, Hulagu captured Baghdad and put an end to that famous center of art and learning, where for over 500 years treasures from all parts of the world had come and accumulated. That gave a great shock to the distinctive Arab-Persian civilization in Asia. Though this survived even under the Mongols, it continued especially in parts of North Africa and especially in Spain. Crowds of scholars with their books fled from Baghdad to Cairo and Spain, and a renaissance of art and learning took place there. But Spain itself was slipping from the Arab grasp, and Córdoba had fallen in 1236 AC. For another 2 centuries and a half the kingdom of Granada continued as a bright center of Arab culture. In 1492 AC, Granada also fell to Ferdinand and Isabella, and Arab dominion in Spain ended. Thenceforward Cairo became the chief Arab center, though it came under Turkish domination. The Ottoman Turks had captured Constantinople in 1453, thereby releasing those forces, which gave birth to the European Renaissance. The Mongol conquests in Asia and Europe represented something new in the art of warfare. In scale and in quality, says Little Hart, in surprise and in mobility, in the strategic and in the tactical indirect approach, there, the Mongols' campaigns surpass any in history. Chengiz Khan was undoubtedly one of the greatest, if not the greatest, military leaders that the world has produced. The chivalry of Asia and Europe was matchwood before him and his brilliant successors, and it was pure chance that Central and Western Europe escaped conquest. From these Mongols, Europe learnt new lessons in strategy and the art of warfare. The use of gunpowder also came to Europe, through these Mongols, from China. The Mongols did not come to India. They stopped at the Indus River, and pursued their conquests elsewhere. When their great empires faded away, a number of smaller states rose in Asia, and then in 1369 Timur, a Turk, claiming to be a descendant of Chengiz Khan through his mother, tried to repeat the exploits of Chengiz. Samarkand, his capital, again became a seat of empire, brief-lived though this was. After Timur's death, his successors were more interested in a quiet life, and in cultivating the arts than in military exploits. A Timurid Renaissance, as it is called, took place in Central Asia, and it was in this environment that Babar, a descendant of Timur, was born and grew up. Babar was the founder of the Mughal dynasty in India. He was the first of the Grand Mughals. He captured Delhi in 1526. Chengiz Khan was not a Muslim, as some people seem to imagine because of his name, which is now associated with Islam. He is said to have believed in shamanism, a religion of the sky. What this was, I do not know, but the word inevitably makes one think of the Arab word for Buddhists, samani, which was derived from the Sanskrit shravan. Debased forms of Buddhism flourished then in various parts of Asia, including Mongolia, and it is probable that Chengiz grew up under their influence. It is odd to think that the greatest military conqueror in history was probably some kind of a Buddhist. Footnote: a kind of shamanism or shamaism still lingers in Arctic Siberia, Mongolia, and in Tana Tuva in Soviet Central Asia. This appears to be based entirely on a belief in spirits, and has apparently no connection whatever with Buddhism. Yet it may have been influenced long ago by some degraded forms of Buddhism, which were gradually submerged in local primitive superstitions. Tibet, which is patently a Buddhist country, has developed its own variety of Buddhism called Lamaism. Mongolia with its shamanism has also the living Buddha tradition. Thus there seem to be various gradations in northern and central Asia of Buddhism, fading off into primitive beliefs. End of footnote. In Central Asia, even today 4 legendary figures of great conquerors are remembered: Sikandar, Alexander, Sultan Mahmud, Chengiz Khan, and Timur. To these 4, must be added now a 5th, another type of person, not a warrior, but a conqueror in a different realm, round whose name legend has already gathered, Lenin. End of Part 1, titled, The Arabs and the Mongols, of Chapter 6. Part 2, The Flowering of Arab Culture and Contacts with India. Having rapidly conquered large parts of Asia, Africa, and a bit of Europe, the Arabs turned their minds to conquests in other fields. The empire was being consolidated, many new countries had come within their ken, and they were eager to find out about this world and its ways. The intellectual curiosity, the adventures in rationalist speculation, the spirit of scientific inquiry among the Arabs of the 8th and 9th centuries are very striking. Normally, in the early days of a religion based on fixed concepts and beliefs, faith is dominant, and variations are not approved or encouraged. That faith had carried the Arabs far, and that triumphant success itself must have deepened that faith. And yet, we find them going beyond the limits of dogma and creed, dabbling with agnosticism, and turning their zeal and energy towards adventures of the mind. Arab travelers, among the greatest of their kind, go to far countries to find out what other peoples were doing and thinking, to study and understand their philosophies and sciences and ways of life, and then to develop their own thought. Scholars and books from abroad were brought to Baghdad, and the Caliph, Mansud, in middle-8th century, established a research and translation bureau where translations were made from Greek, Syriac, Zend, Latin, and Sanskrit. Old monasteries in Syria, Asia Minor, and the Levant were ransacked for manuscripts. The old Alexandrian schools had been closed by Christian bishops and their scholars had been driven out. Many of these exiles had drifted to Persia and elsewhere. They now found a welcome and a safe haven in Baghdad, and they brought Greek philosophy and science and mathematics with them, Plato and Aristotle, Ptolemy and Euclid. There were Nestorian and Jewish scholars, and Indian physicians, philosophers and mathematicians. All this continued and developed during the reigns of the caliphs, Harun al-Rashid, and al-Mamun, in 8th and 9th centuries, and Baghdad became the biggest intellectual center of the civilized world. There were many contacts with India during this period, and the Arabs learnt much of Indian mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. And yet, it would appear that the initiative for all these contacts came chiefly from the Arabs, and though the Arabs learned much from India, the Indians did not learn much from the Arabs. The Indians remained aloof, wrapped up in their own conceits, and keeping as far as possible within their own shells. This was unfortunate, for the intellectual ferment of Baghdad and the Arab Renaissance movement would have shaken up the Indian mind, just when it was losing much of its creative vigor. In that spirit of intellectual inquiry, the Indians of an older days would have found kinship in thought. The study of Indian learning and science in Baghdad was greatly encouraged by the powerful Barmak family, the Barmecides, which gave viziers to Harun al-Rashid. This family had probably been converted from Buddhism. During an illness of Harun al-Rashid, a physician named Nanak was sent for from India. Nanak settled down in Baghdad, and was appointed the head of a large hospital there. Arab writers mention 6 other Indian physicians living in Baghdad at the time, besides Nanak. In astronomy, the Arabs improved on both the Indians and the Alexandrians, and 2 famous names stand out: Al-Khwarizmi, a mathematician and astronomer of the 9th century, and the poet-astronomer Omar Khayyam of the 12th century. In medicine, Arab physicians and surgeons were famous in Asia and Europe. Most famous of them was Ibn Sina, or Avicenna, of Bukhara, who was called the Prince of Physicians. He died in 1037 AC. One of the great Arab thinkers and philosophers was Abu Nasr Farabi. In philosophy, the influence of India does not seem to have been marked. Both for philosophy and science the Arabs looked to Greece and the old Alexandrian schools. Plato, and more especially, Aristotle exercised a powerful influence on the Arab mind, and since then, and up to the present day, they have become more in Arabic commentaries than in the original versions, standard subjects for study in Islamic schools. Neoplatonism from Alexandria also influenced the Arab mind. The materialist school of Greek philosophy reached the Arabs, and led to the rise of rationalism and materialism. The rationalists tried to interpret religious tenets and injunctions in terms of reason. The materialists almost rejected religion altogether. What is noteworthy is the full freedom of discussion allowed in Baghdad for all these rival and conflicting theories. This controversy and conflict between faith and reason spread from Baghdad all over the Arab world, and reached Spain. The nature of God was discussed, and it was stated that he cannot have any qualities, such as were commonly attributed to him. These qualities were human. To call God benevolent or righteous was, it was suggested, just as pagan and degraded as to say that he has a beard. Rationalism led to agnosticism and skepticism. Gradually, with the decline of Baghdad and the growth of the Turkish power, this spirit of rationalist inquiry lessened. But in Arab Spain, it still continued, and one of the most famous of Arab philosophers in Spain went to the limits of irreligion. This was Ibn Rushd, or Averroes, who lived in the 12th century. He is reported to have said of the various religions of his time that they were meant for children or for fools, or they could not be acted upon. Whether he actually said so or not is doubtful, but even the tradition shows the kind of man he was, and he suffered for his opinions. In many ways he was remarkable. He wrote strongly in favor of giving women a chance to play a part in public activities, and held that they were fully capable of justifying themselves. He also suggested that incurables, and such-like persons, should be liquidated as they were a burden on society. Spain was then far in advance of the other centers of European learning, and Arab and Jewish scholars from Córdoba were greatly respected in Paris and elsewhere. These Arabs evidently had no high opinion of the other Europeans. An Arab writer named Cid, of Toledo, described the Europeans living north of the Pyrenees thus: "They are of a cold temperament and never reach maturity. They are of a great stature and of a white color. But they lack all sharpness of wit and penetration of intellect." The flowering of Arab culture and civilization in Western and Central Asia derived its inspiration from 2 main sources, Arab and Iranian. The two mixed inextricably, producing a vigor of thought as well as a high standard of living conditions for the upper classes. From the Arabs came the vigor and the spirit of inquiry, from the Iranians, the graces of life, art, and luxury. As Baghdad waned under Turkish domination, the spirit of rationalism and inquiry also declined. Genghis Khan and the Mongols put an end to all this. 100 years later Central Asia woke up again, and Samarkand and Herat became centers for painting and architecture, reviving somewhat the old traditions of Arab-Persian civilization. But there was no revival of Arab rationalism and interest in science. Islam had become a more rigid faith suited more to military conquest rather than the conquests of the mind. Its chief representatives in Asia were no longer the Arabs, but the Turks and the Mongols, later called Mughals in India, and to some extent the Afghans. Footnote: I have often used the word Turk or Turkey. This may confuse, as Turk is associated now with the people of Turkey, who are descended from the Osmanli, or Ottoman Turks. But there were other kinds of Turks also, Seljuks, etc. All the Turanian races of Central Asia, Chinese Turkestan, etc., may be called Turks or Turkis. End of footnote. These Mongols in Western Asia had become Muslims. In the Far East and in the Middle regions many took to Buddhism. End of Part 2, titled, The Flowering of Arab Culture and Contacts with India, of Chapter 6. Part 3, Mahmud of Ghazni, and the Afghans. Early in the 8th century, in 712, the Arabs had reached Sind and occupied it. They stopped there. Even Sind fell away from the Arab Empire within half a century or so, though it continued as a small independent Muslim state. For nearly 300 years, there was no further invasion of or incursion into India. About 1000 AC, Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni, in Afghanistan, a Turk who had risen to power in Central Asia, began his raids into India. There were many such raids and they were bloody and ruthless, and on every occasion Mahmud carried away with him a vast quantity of treasure. A scholar contemporary, Al-Biruni, of Khiva, describes these raids. The Hindus became like the atoms of dust scattered in all directions, and like a tale of old in the mouths of people. Their scattered remains cherish of course the most inveterate aversion towards all Muslims. This poetic description gives us some idea of the devastation caused by Mahmud, and yet it is well to remember that Mahmud touched and despoiled only a part of North India, chiefly along the lines of his marches. The whole of Central, Eastern, and South India escaped from him completely. South India at that time and later was dominated by the powerful Chola Empire, which controlled the sea routes, and had reached as far as Srivijaya in Java and Sumatra. The Indian colonies in the eastern seas were also flourishing and strong. Sea power was shared between them and South India. But this did not save North India from a land invasion. Mahmud annexed the Punjab and Sindh to his dominions, and returned to Ghazni after each raid. He was unable to conquer Kashmir. This mountain country succeeded in checking and repulsing him. He met with a severe defeat also in the Rajputana desert regions on his way back from Somnath and Kathiawar. Footnote: there is a curious passage relating to this defeat in an old chronicle in Persian, the Tarikh-e-Surat, translated by Rancho Giamargi, Bombay, 1882, page 112. Shah Mahmud took to his heels in dismay and saved his life, but many of his followers of both sexes were captured. Turk, Afghan, and Mughal female prisoners, if they happened to be virgins, were accepted as wives by the Indian soldiers. The bowels of the others, however, were cleaned by means of emetics and purgatives, and thereafter the captives were married to men of similar rank. Low females were joined to low men. Respectable men were compelled to shave off their beards, and were enrolled among the Shekhawat and the Wadal tribes of Rajputs, whilst the lower kinds were allotted to the castes of Kolis, Kantas, Babriyas, and Mers. I am not myself acquainted with the Tarikh-e-Surat, and do not know how far it can be considered as reliable. I have taken this quotation from K.M. Munshi's The Glory That Was Gurjar Days, page 140. What is especially interesting is the way foreigners are said to have been absorbed into the Rajput clans and even marriages having taken place. The cleansing process mentioned is novel. End of footnote. This was his last raid, and he did not return. Mahmud was far more a warrior than a man of faith, and like many other conquerors he used and exploited the name of religion for his conquests. India was to him just a place from which he could carry off treasure and material to his homeland. He enrolled an army in India, and placed it under one of his noted generals, Tilak by name, who was an Indian and a Hindu. This army he used against his own co-religionists in Central Asia. Mahmud was anxious to make his own city of Ghazni rival the great cities of Central and Western Asia, and he carried off from India large numbers of artisans and master builders. Building interested him, and he was much impressed by the city of Mathura, modern Mathura, near Delhi. About this he wrote, "There are here 1,000 edifices as firm as the faith of the faithful, nor is it likely that this city has attained its present condition, but at the expense of many millions of dinars, nor could such another be constructed under a period of 200 years. In the intervals of his fighting, Mahmud was interested in encouraging cultural activities in his own homeland, and he gathered together a number of eminent men. Among these was the famous Persian poet Ferdowsi, author of the Shahnameh, who later fell out with Mahmud. Al-Biruni, a scholar and traveler, was a contemporary, and in his books he gives us a glimpse into other aspects of life in Central Asia then. Born near Khiva, but of Persian descent, he came to India and traveled a great deal. He tells us of the great irrigation works in the Chola kingdom in the south, though it is doubtful if he visited them himself or went to South India. He learnt Sanskrit in Kashmir and studied the religion, philosophy, science, and arts of India. He had previously learnt Greek in order to study Greek philosophy. His books are not only a storehouse of information, but tell us how, behind war and pillage and massacre, patient scholarship continued, and how the people of one country tried to understand those of another even when passion and anger had embittered their relations. That passion and anger no doubt clouded judgments on either side, and each considered his own people superior to the other. Of the Indians, Al-Biruni says that they are haughty, foolishly vain, self-contained, and stolid, and that they believe that there is no country like theirs, no nation like theirs, no kings like theirs, no science like theirs. Probably a correct enough description of the temper of the people. Mahmud's raids are a big event in Indian history, though politically India as a whole was not greatly affected by them, and the heart of India remained untouched. They demonstrated the weakness and decay of North India, and Al-Biruni's accounts throw further light on the political disintegration of the North and West. These repeated incursions from the Northwest brought many new elements into India's closed thought and economy. Above all, they brought Islam, for the first time, to the accompaniment of ruthless military conquest. So far, for over 300 years, Islam had come peacefully as a religion and taken its place among the many religions of India without trouble or conflict. The new approach produced powerful psychological reactions among the people and filled them with bitterness. There was no objection to a new religion, but there was strong objection to anything which forcibly interfered with and upset their way of life. India was, it must be remembered, a country of many religions, in spite of the dominance of the Hindu faith in its various shapes and forms. Apart from Jainism and Buddhism, which had largely faded away and been absorbed by Hinduism, there were Christianity and the Hebrew religion. Both of these had reached India probably during the 1st century after Christ, and both had found a place in the country. There were large numbers of Syrian Christians and Nestorians in South India, and they were as much part of the country as anyone else. So were the Jews. And so too was the small community of the Zoroastrians who had come to India from Iran in the 7th century. So also were many Muslims on the west coast and in the northwest. Mahmud came as a conqueror, and the Punjab became just an outlying province of his dominions. Yet when he had established himself as a ruler there, an attempt was made to tone down his previous methods in order to win over the people of the province to some extent. There was less of interference with their ways, and Hindus were appointed to high office in the army and the administration. Only the beginnings of this process are noticeable in Mahmud's time. It was to grow later. Mahmud died in 1030. More than 160 years passed after his death without any other invasion of India or an extension of Turkish rule beyond the Punjab. Then an Afghan, Shahabuddin Ghori, captured Ghazni and put an end to the Ghaznavite Empire. He marched to Lahore and then to Delhi. But the king of Delhi, Prithvi Raj Chauhan, defeated him utterly. Shahabuddin retired to Afghanistan and came back next year with another army. This time he triumphed, and in 1192 he sat on the throne of Delhi. Prithvi Raj is a popular hero, still famous in song and legend, for reckless lovers are always popular. He had carried away the girl he loved and who loved him, from the very palace of her father, Jayachandra, king of Kannauj, defying an assembled host of princelings who had come to offer court to her. He won his bride for a brief while, but at the cost of a bitter feud with a powerful ruler and the lives of the bravest on both sides. The chivalry of Delhi and central India engaged in internecine conflict, and there was much mutual slaughter. And so, all for the love of a woman, Prithvi Raj lost his life and throne, and Delhi, that seat of empire, passed into the hands of an invader from outside. But his love story is sung still and he is a hero, while Jayachandra is looked upon almost as a traitor. This conquest of Delhi did not mean the subjugation of the rest of India. The Cholas were still powerful in the south, and there were other independent states. It took another century and a half for Afghan rule to spread over the greater part of the south. But Delhi was significant and symbolic of the new order. End of Part 3, titled, Mahmud of Ghazni and the Afghans, of Chapter 6. Part 4, the Indo-Afghans, South India, Vijayanagar, Babar, Sea Power. Indian history has usually been divided by English as well as some Indian historians into three major periods, ancient or Hindu, Muslim, and the British period. This division is neither intelligent nor correct, it is deceptive, and gives a wrong perspective. It deals more with the superficial changes at the top than with the essential changes in the political, economic, and cultural development of the Indian people. The so-called ancient period is vast and full of change, of growth and decay, and then growth again. What is called the Muslim or medieval period brought another change, and an important one, and yet it was more or less confined to the top, and did not vitally affect the essential continuity of Indian life. The invaders who came to India from the northwest, like so many of their predecessors in more ancient times, became absorbed into India and part of her life. Their dynasties became Indian dynasties, and there was a great deal of racial fusion by intermarriage. A deliberate effort was made, apart from a few exceptions, not to interfere with the ways and customs of the people. They looked to India as their home country and had no other affiliations. India continued to be an independent country. The coming of the British made a vital difference, and the old system was uprooted in many ways. They brought an entirely different impulse from the West, which had slowly developed in Europe from the times of the Renaissance, Reformation, and political revolution in England, and was taking shape in the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. The American and French revolutions were to carry this further. The British remained outsiders, aliens and misfits in India, and made no attempt to be otherwise. Above all, for the first time in India's history, her political control was exercised from outside, and her economy was centered in a distant place. They made India a typical colony of the modern age, a subject country for the first time in her long history. Mahmud of Ghazni's invasion of India was certainly a foreign Turkish invasion, and resulted in the Punjab being separated from the rest of India for a while. The Afghans who came at the end of the 12th century were different. They were an Indo-Aryan race closely allied to the people of India. Indeed, for long stretches of time Afghanistan had been, and was destined to be, a part of India. Their language, Pashto, was basically derived from Sanskrit. There are few places in India or outside, which are so full of ancient monuments and remains of Indian culture, chiefly of the Buddhist period, as Afghanistan. More correctly, the Afghans should be called the Indo-Afghans. They differed in many ways from the people of the Indian plains, just as the people of the mountain valleys of Kashmir differed from the dwellers of the warmer and flatter regions below. But in spite of this difference, Kashmir had always been and continued to be an important seat of Indian learning and culture. The Afghans differed also from the more highly cultured and sophisticated Arabs and Persians. They were hard and fierce like their mountain fastnesses, rigid in their faith, warriors not inclined towards intellectual pursuits or adventures of the mind. They behaved to begin with as conquerors over a rebellious people and were cruel and harsh. But soon they toned down. India became their home, and Delhi was their capital, not distant Ghazni, as in Mahmud's time. Afghanistan, where they came from, was just an outlying part of their kingdom. The process of Indianization was rapid, and many of them married women of the country. One of their great rulers, Alauddin Khilji, himself married a Hindu lady, and so did his son. Some of the subsequent rulers were racially Turks, such as Qutbuddin Aibak, the Sultana Razia, and Iltutmish, but the nobility and army continued to be mainly Afghan. Delhi flourished as an imperial capital. Ibn Battuta, a famous Arab traveler from Morocco, who visited many countries and saw many cities from Cairo and Constantinople to China, described it in the 14th century, perhaps with some exaggeration, as one of the greatest cities in the universe. The Delhi Sultanate spread southwards. The Chola kingdom was declining, but in its place, a new seafaring power had grown. This was the Pandya kingdom, with its capital at Madura, and its port at Kayal on the east coast. It was a small kingdom, but a great center of trade. Marco Polo twice visited this port on his way from China, in 1288 and 1293, and described it as a great and noble city, full of ships from Arabia and China. He also mentions the very fine muslins, which look like tissues of a spider's web and which were made on the east coast of India. Marco Polo tells us also an interesting fact. Large numbers of horses were imported by sea from Arabia and Persia into South India. The climate of South India was not suited to horse breeding, and horses, apart from their other uses, were necessary for military purposes. The best breeding grounds for horses were in Central and Western Asia, and this may well explain, to some extent, the superiority of the Central Asian races in warfare. Genghis Khan's Mongols were magnificent horsemen, and were devoted to their horses. The Turks were also fine horsemen, and the love of the Arab for his horse is well known. In North and West India, there are some good breeding grounds for horses, especially in Cote d'Ivoire, and the Rajputs are very fond of their horses. Many a petty war was waged for a famous charger. There is a story of a Delhi sultan admiring the charger of a Rajput chief and asking him for it. The Hara chief replied to the Lodi king, "There are 3 things you must not ask of a Rajput: his horse, his mistress, or his sword," and he galloped away. There was trouble afterwards. Late in the 14th century, Timur, the Turk or Turco-Mongol, came down from the north and smashed up the Delhi Sultanate. He was only a few months in India, he came to Delhi and went back. But all along his route he created a wilderness adorned with pyramids of skulls of those he had slain, and Delhi itself became a city of the dead. Fortunately, he did not go far, and only some parts of the Punjab and Delhi had to suffer this terrible affliction. It took many years for Delhi to wake up from this sleep of death, and even when it woke up it was no longer the capital of a great empire. Timur's visit had broken that empire, and out of it had arisen a number of states in the south. Long before this, early in the 14th century, 2 great states had risen, Gulbarga, called the Bahmani Kingdom, and the Hindu Kingdom of Vijayanagar. Footnote: the name and origin of the Bahmani Kingdom of the south is interesting. The founder of this state was an Afghan Muslim who had a Hindu patron in his early days, Gungu Brahman. In gratitude to him he even took his name, and his dynasty was called the Bahmani, from Brahman, dynasty. End of footnote. Gulbarga, now split up into 5 states, one of these being Ahmednagar. Ahmad Nizam Shah, the founder of Ahmednagar in 1490, was the son of Nizam ul-Mulk Bairi, a minister of the Bahmani kings. This Nizam ul-Mulk was the son of a Brahmin accountant named Bairu, from which his name Bairi. Thus the Ahmednagar dynasty was of indigenous origin, and Chand Bibi, the heroine of Ahmednagar, had mixed blood. All the Muslim states in the south were indigenous and Indianized. After Timur's sack of Delhi, North India remained weak and divided up. South India was better off, and the largest and most powerful of the southern kingdoms was Vijayanagar. This state and city attracted many of the Hindu refugees from the north. From contemporary accounts it appears that the city was rich and very beautiful. The city is such that I has not seen, nor heard of any place resembling it upon the whole earth, says Abdur Razak, from Central Asia. There were arcades and magnificent galleries for the bazaars, and rising above them all was the palace of the king, surrounded by many rivulets and streams flowing through channels of cut stone, polished and even. The whole city was full of gardens, and because of them, as an Italian visitor in 1420, Nicola Conti, writes, the circumference of the city was 60 miles. A later visitor was Paes, a Portuguese who came in 1522 after having visited the Italian cities of the Renaissance. The city of Vijayanagar, he says, is as large as Rome and very beautiful to the sight. It is full of charm and wonder with its innumerable lakes and waterways and fruit gardens. It is the best provided city in the world, and everything abounds. The chambers of the palace were a mass of ivory, with roses and lotuses carved in ivory at the top. It is so rich and beautiful that you would hardly find anywhere another such. Of the ruler, Krishna Dev Rai, Paes writes, he is the most feared and perfect king that could possibly be, cheerful of disposition and very merry. He is one that seeks to honor foreigners, and receives them kindly, asking about all their affairs whatever their condition may be. While Vijayanagar was flourishing in the south, the petty Sultanate of Delhi had to meet a new foe. Yet another invader came down from the northern mountains, and on the famous battlefield of Panipat, near Delhi, where so often India's fate has been decided, he won the throne of Delhi in 1526. This was Babar, a Turco-Mongol and a prince of the Timurid line in Central Asia. With him begins the Mughal Empire of India. Babur's success was probably due not only to the weakness of the Delhi Sultanate, but to his possessing a new and improved type of artillery, which was not in use in India then. From this period onwards, India seems to lag behind in the developing science of warfare. It would be more correct to say that the whole of Asia remained where it was while Europe was advancing in this science. The great Mughal Empire, powerful as it was in India for 200 years, probably could not compete on equal terms with European armies from the 17th century onwards. But no European army could come to India unless it had control over the sea routes. The major change that was taking place during these centuries was the development of European sea power. With the fall of the Chola kingdom in the south in the 13th century, Indian sea power declined rapidly. The small Pandya state, though intimately connected with the sea, was not strong enough. The Indian colonies, however, still continued to hold command over the Indian Ocean till the 15th century, when they were ousted by the Arabs, who were soon to be followed by the Portuguese. End of Part 4, titled, The Indo-Afghans, South India, Vijayanagar, Babar, Sea Power, of Chapter 6. Part 5, Synthesis and Growth of Mixed Culture, Purdah, Kabir, Guru Nanak, Amir Khusrau. It is thus wrong and misleading to talk of a Muslim invasion of India or of the Muslim period in India, just as it would be wrong to refer to the coming of the British to India as a Christian invasion, or to call the British period in India a Christian period. Islam did not invade India, it had come to India some centuries earlier. There was a Turkish invasion, Mahmud's, and an Afghan invasion, and then a Turco-Mongol or Mughal invasion, and of these the two latter were important. The Afghans might well be considered a border Indian group, hardly strangers to India, and the period of their political dominance should be called the Indo-Afghan period. The Mughals were outsiders and strangers to India, and yet, they fitted into the Indian structure with remarkable speed and began the Indo-Mughal period. Through choice or circumstances or both, the Afghan rulers and those who had come with them, merged into India. Their dynasties became completely Indianized with their roots in India, looking upon India as their homeland, and the rest of the world as foreign. In spite of political conflict, they were generally considered as such, and many even of the Rajput princes accepted them as their overlords. But there were other Rajput chiefs who refused to submit, and there were fierce conflicts. Firoz Shah, one of the well-known sultans of Delhi, had a Hindu mother, so had Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. Such marriages between the Afghans, Turkish, and the Hindu nobility were not frequent, but they did take place. In the south, the Muslim ruler of Gulbarga married a Hindu princess of Vijayanagar with great pomp and ceremony. It appears that in the Muslim countries of Central and Western Asia, Indians had a good reputation. As early as the 11th century, that is, before the Afghan conquest, a Muslim geographer, Idrisi, wrote, "The Indians are naturally inclined to justice, and never depart from it in their actions. Their good faith, honesty, and fidelity to their engagements are well known, and they are so famous for these qualities that people flock to their country from every side." Footnote, from Sir H. M. Eliot's History of India, Volume 1, page 88. End of footnote. An efficient administration grew up, and communications were especially improved, chiefly for military reasons. Government was more centralized now, though it took care not to interfere with local customs. Sher Shah, who intervened during the early Mughal period, was the ablest among the Afghan rulers. He laid the foundations of a revenue system which was later to be expanded, by Akbar. Raja Todermal, Akbar's famous revenue minister, was first employed by Sher Shah. Hindu talent was increasingly used by the Afghan rulers. The effect of the Afghan conquest on India and Hinduism was twofold, each development contradicting the other. The immediate reaction was an exodus of people to the south, away from the areas under Afghan rule. Those who remained became more rigid and exclusive, retired into their shells, and tried to protect themselves from foreign ways and influences by hardening the caste system. On the other hand, there was a gradual and hardly conscious approach towards these foreign ways both in thought and life. A synthesis worked itself out, new styles of architecture arose, food and clothing changed, and life was affected and varied in many other ways. This synthesis was especially marked in music, which, following its old Indian classical pattern, developed in many directions. The Persian language became the official court language and many Persian words crept into popular use. At the same time the popular languages were developed. Among the unfortunate developments that took place in India was the growth of Purdah, or the seclusion of women. Why this should have been so is not clear, but somehow, it did result from the interaction of the new elements on the old. In India there had been previously some segregation of the sexes among the aristocracy, as in many other countries and notably in ancient Greece. Some such segregation existed in ancient Iran also, and to some extent all over Western Asia. But nowhere was there any strict seclusion of women. Probably this started in the Byzantine court circles where eunuchs were employed to guard the women's apartments. Byzantine influence traveled to Russia where there was a fairly strict seclusion of women right up to Peter the Great's time. This had nothing to do with the Tartars who, it is well established, did not segregate their womenfolk. The mixed Arab-Persian civilization was affected in many ways by Byzantine customs and possibly the segregation of upper-class women grew to some extent. Yet, even so, there was no strict seclusion of women in Arabia or in other parts of Western or Central Asia. The Afghans, who crowded into northern India after the capture of Delhi, had no strict purdah. Turkish and Afghan princesses and ladies of the court often went riding, hunting, and paying visits. It is an old Islamic custom, still to be observed, that women must keep their laces unveiled during the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. Purdah seems to have grown in India during Mughal times, when it became a mark of status and prestige among both Hindus and Muslims. This custom of seclusion of women spread especially among the upper classes of those areas where Muslim influence had been most marked, in the great central and eastern bloc comprising Delhi, the United Provinces, Rajputana, Bihar, and Bengal. And yet it is odd that Purdah has not been very strict in the Punjab and in the frontier province, which are predominantly Muslim. In the south and west of India there has been no such seclusion of women, except to some extent among the Muslims. I have no doubt at all that among the causes of India's decay in recent centuries, Purdah, or the seclusion of women, holds an important place. I am even more convinced that the complete ending of this barbarous custom is essential before India can have a progressive social life. That it injures women is obvious enough, but the injury to man, to the growing child who has to spend much of its time among women in Purdah, and to social life generally is equally great. Fortunately, this evil practice is fast disappearing among the Hindus, more slowly among the Muslims. The strongest factor in this liquidation of Purdah has been the Congress political and social movements, which have drawn tens of thousands of middle-class women into some kind of public activity. Gandhiji has been, and is, a fierce opponent of Purdah, and has called it a vicious and brutal custom, which has kept women backward and undeveloped. I thought of the wrong being done by men to the women of India by clinging to a barbarous custom which, whatever use it might have had when it was first introduced, had now become totally useless and was doing incalculable harm to the country. Gandhiji urged that woman should have the same liberty and opportunity of self-development as man. Good sense must govern the relations between the two sexes. There should be no barrier erected between them. Their mutual behavior should be natural and spontaneous. Gandhiji has indeed written and spoken with passion in favor of women's equality and freedom, and has bitterly condemned their domestic slavery. I have digressed and made a sudden jump to modern times, and must go back to the medieval period after the Afghans had established themselves in Delhi, and a synthesis was working itself out between old ways and new. Most of these changes took place at the top, among the nobility and upper classes, and did not affect the mass of the population, especially the rural masses. They originated in court circles and spread in the cities and urban areas. Thus began a process which was to continue for several centuries, of developing a mixed culture in North India. Delhi, and what are known now as the United Provinces, became the center of this, just as they had been, and still continued to be, the center of the old Aryan culture. But much of this Aryan culture drifted to the south, which became a stronghold of Hindu orthodoxy. After the Delhi Sultanate had weakened owing to Timur's incursion, a small Muslim state grew up in Jaunpur, in the United Provinces. Right through the 15th century this was a center of art and culture and toleration in religion. The growing popular language, Hindi, was encouraged, and an attempt was even made to bring about a synthesis between the religious faiths of the Hindus and the Muslims. About this time in far Kashmir in the north an independent Muslim king, Jainal-Abdin, also became famous for his toleration and his encouragement of Sanskrit learning and the old culture. All over India this new ferment was working and new ideas were troubling people's minds. As of old, India was subconsciously reacting to the new situation, trying to absorb the foreign element and herself changing somewhat in the process. Out of this ferment arose new types of reformers, who deliberately preached this synthesis and often condemned or ignored the caste system. There was the Hindu, Ramanand, in the south, in the 15th century, and his still more famous disciple Kabir, a Muslim weaver of Benares. Kabir's poems and songs became, and still are, very popular. In the north there was Guru Nanak, who is considered the founder of Sikhism. The influence of these reformers went far beyond the limits of the particular sects that grew up after them. Hinduism as a whole felt the impact of the new ideas, and Islam in India also became somewhat different from what it was elsewhere. The fierce monotheism of Islam influenced Hinduism, and the vague pantheistic attitude of the Hindu had its effect on the Indian Muslim. Most of these Indian Muslims were converts bred up in and surrounded by the old traditions, only a comparatively small number of them had come from outside. Muslim mysticism, and Sufism, which probably had its beginnings in Neoplatonism, grew. Perhaps the most significant indication of the growing absorption of the foreign element in India was its use of the popular language of the country, even though Persian continued to be the court language. There are many notable books written by the early Muslims in Hindi. The most famous of these writers was Amir Khusrau, a Turk whose family had settled in the United Provinces for 2 or 3 generations and who lived in the 14th century during the reigns of several Afghan sultans. He was a poet of the first rank in Persian, and he knew Sanskrit also. He was a great musician, and introduced many innovations in Indian music. He is also said to have invented the sitar, the popular stringed instrument of India. He wrote on many subjects, and in particular, in praise of India, enumerating the various things in which India excelled. Among these were religion, philosophy, logic, language, and grammar, Sanskrit, music, mathematics, science, and the mango fruit. But his fame in India rests, above all, on his popular songs, written in the ordinary spoken dialect of Hindi. Wisely he did not choose the literary medium which would have been understood by a small coterie only. He went to the villager not only for his language, but for his customs and ways of living. He sang of the different seasons, and each season, according to the old classical style of India, had its own appropriate tune and words. He sang of life in its various phases, of the coming of the bride, of separation from the beloved, of the rains when life springs anew from the parched earth. Those songs are still widely sung, and may be heard in any village or town in northern or central India. Especially when the rainy season begins, and in every village big swings are hung from the branches of the mango or the peepal trees, and all the village girls and boys gather together to celebrate the occasion. Amir Khusrau was the author also of innumerable riddles and conundrums which are very popular with children as well as grown-ups. Even during his long life Khusrau's songs and riddles had made him famous. That reputation has continued and grown. I do not know if there is any other instance anywhere of songs written 600 years ago maintaining their popularity and their mass appeal and being still sung without any change of words. End of Part 5, titled, Synthesis and Growth of Mixed Culture, Purdah, Kabir, Guru Nanak, Amir Khusrau, of Chapter 6. Part 6, The Indian Social Structure, Importance of the Group. Almost everyone, who knows anything at all about India, has heard of the caste system. Almost every outsider, and many people in India condemn it, or criticize it as a whole. Probably there is hardly anyone left even in India, who approves of it in all its present ramifications and developments, though there are undoubtedly many still who accept its basic theory, and large numbers of Hindus adhere to it in their lives. Some confusion arises in the use of the word caste, for different people attach different meanings to it. The average European, or an Indian who is allied to him in thought and approach, thinks of it as just a petrification of classes, an ingenious method to preserve a certain hierarchy of classes, to keep the upper classes permanently at the top, and the lower ones permanently at the bottom of the scale. There is truth in that, and in its origin it was probably a device to keep the Aryan conquerors apart from, and above, the conquered peoples. Undoubtedly, in its growth it has acted in that way, though originally there may have been a good deal of flexibility about it. Yet that is only a part of the truth, and it does not explain its power, and cohesiveness, and the way it has lasted down to our present day. It survived not only the powerful impact of Buddhism and many centuries of Afghan and Mughal rule and the spread of Islam, but also the strenuous efforts of innumerable Hindu reformers, who raised their voices against it. It is only today that it is seriously threatened, and its very basis has been attacked. That is not chiefly because of some powerful urge to reform itself, which has arisen in Hindu society, though such urge is undoubtedly present, nor is it because of ideas from the West, though such ideas have certainly exerted their influence. The change that is taking place before our eyes is due essentially to basic economic changes, which have shaken up the whole fabric of Indian society, and are likely to upset it completely. Conditions of life have changed, and thought patterns are changing so much that it seems impossible for the caste system to endure. What will take its place is more than I can say, for something much more than the caste system is at stake. The conflict is between two approaches to the problem of social organization, which are diametrically opposed to each other, the old Hindu conception of the group being the basic unit of organization, and the excessive individualism of the West, emphasizing the individual above the group. That conflict is not of India only, it is of the West also, and of the entire world, though it takes different forms there. The 19th-century civilization of Europe, taking shape in democratic liberalism and its extensions in the economic and social fields, represented the high-water mark of that individualism. That 19th-century ideology with its social and political organization has extended itself and flowed into the 20th century, but it seems wholly out of date now, and is cracking under stress of crisis and war. The importance of the group and the community is emphasized more now, and the problem is to reconcile the respective claims of the individual and the group. The solution of that problem may take different forms in different countries, yet there will be an ever-increasing tendency for one basic solution to apply to all. The caste system does not stand by itself, it is a part, and an integral part, of a much larger scheme of social organization. It may be possible to remove some of its obvious abuses and to lessen its rigidity, and yet to leave the system intact. But that is highly unlikely, as the social and economic forces at play are not much concerned with this superstructure, they are attacking it at the base and undermining the other supports, which held it up. Indeed, great parts of these are already gone, or are rapidly going, and more the caste system is left stranded by itself. It has ceased to be a question of whether we like caste or dislike it. Changes are taking place in spite of our likes and dislikes. But it is certainly in our power to mold those changes and direct them, so that we can take full advantage of the character and genius of the Indian people as a whole, which have been so evident in the cohesiveness and stability of the social organization they built up. Sir George Birdwood has said somewhere, so long as the Hindus hold to the caste system, India will be India, but from the day they break from it, there will be no more India. That glorious peninsula will be degraded to the position of a bitter east end of the Anglo-Saxon Empire. With caste or without it, we have long been degraded to that position in the British Empire, and, in any event, whatever our future position is likely to be, it will not be confined within the bounds of that empire. But there is some truth in what Sir George Birdwood said, though probably he did not look at it from this point of view. The breakup of a huge and long-standing social organization may well lead to a complete disruption of social life, resulting in absence of cohesion, mass suffering and the development on a vast scale of abnormalities in individual behavior, unless some other social structure, more suited to the times and to the genius of the people, takes its place. Perhaps disruption is inevitable during the transition period. There is enough of this disruption all over the world today. Perhaps it is only through the pain and suffering that accompany such disruption that a people grow and learn the lessons of life, and adapt themselves anew to changing conditions. Nevertheless, we cannot just disrupt and hope for something better, without having some vision of the future we are working for, however vague that vision may be. We cannot just create a vacuum, or else that vacuum will fill itself up in a way that we may have to deplore. In the constructive schemes that we may make, we have to pay attention to the human material we have to deal with, to the background of its thought and urges, and to the environment in which we have to function. To ignore all this and to fashion some idealistic scheme in the air, or merely to think in terms of imitating what others have done elsewhere, would be folly. It becomes desirable therefore to examine and understand the old Indian social structure, which has so powerfully influenced our people. This structure was based on three concepts: the autonomous village community, caste, and the joint family system. In all these three it is the group that counts, the individual has a secondary place. There is nothing very unique about all this separately, and it is easy to find something equivalent to any of these three in other countries, especially in medieval times. Like the old Indian republics, there were primitive republics elsewhere. There was also a kind of primitive communism. The old Russian mir might be comparable in some way to the Indian village community. Caste has been essentially functional and similar to the medieval trade guilds of Europe. The Chinese family system bears a strong resemblance to the Hindu joint family. I do not know enough of all these to carry the comparison far, and, in any case, it is not important for my purpose. Taken as a whole, the entire Indian structure was certainly unique, and as it developed, it became more so. End of Part 6, titled, The Indian Social Structure, Importance of the Group, of Chapter 6. Part 7, Village Self-Government, the Shukra Nitisara. There is an old book of the 10th century, which gives us some idea of Indian polity as it was conceived prior to the Turkish and Afghan invasions. This is the Nitisara, the Science of Polity, by Shukra. It deals with the organization of the central government, as well as of town and village life, of the King's Council of State, and various departments of government. The village panchayat or elected council has large powers, both executive and judicial, and its members were treated with the greatest respect by the king's officers. Land was distributed by this panchayat, which also collected taxes out of the produce, and paid the government's share on behalf of the village. Over a number of these village councils there was a larger panchayat or council to supervise and interfere if necessary. Some old inscriptions further tell us how the members of the village councils were elected, and what their qualifications and disqualifications were. Various committees were formed, elected annually, and women could serve on them. In case of misbehavior, a member could be removed. A member could be disqualified if he failed to render accounts of public funds. An interesting rule to prevent nepotism is mentioned: near relatives of members were not to be appointed to public office. These village councils were very jealous of their liberties, and it was laid down that no soldier could enter the village unless he had a royal permit. If the people complained of an official, the Nitisara says that the king should take the side, not of his officers, but of his subjects. If many complained, then the official was to be dismissed, for who does not get intoxicated by drinking of the vanity of office? The king was to act in accordance with the opinion of the majority of the people. Public opinion is more powerful than the king, as the rope made of many fibers is strong enough to drag a lion. In making official appointments work, character and merit are to be regarded, neither caste nor family, and neither through color, nor through ancestors can the spirit worthy of a Brahmin be generated. In the larger towns, there were many artisans and merchants, and craft guilds, mercantile associations, and banking corporations were formed. Each of these controlled its own domestic affairs. All this information is very fragmentary, but it does appear from this and many other sources that there was a widespread system of self-government in towns and villages, and the central government seldom interfered, so long as its quota of taxes was paid. Customary law was strong, and the political or military power seldom interfered with rights based on custom. Originally, the agrarian system was based on a cooperative or collective village. Individuals and families had certain rights as well as certain obligations, both of which were determined and protected by customary law. There was no theocratic monarchy in India. In Indian polity, if the king is unjust or tyrannical, the right to rebel against him is admitted. What the Chinese philosopher, Mencius, said 2,000 years ago, might apply to India: when a ruler treats his subjects like grass and dirt, then subjects should treat him as a bandit and an enemy. The whole conception of monarchical power differed from that of European feudalism, where the king had authority over all persons and things in his domain. This authority he delegated to lords and barons, who vowed allegiance to him. Thus a hierarchy of authority was built up. Both the land and the people connected with it belonged to the feudal lord, and through him, to the king. This was the development of the Roman conception of dominium. In India, there was nothing of this kind. The king had the right to collect certain taxes from the land, and this revenue-collecting power was all he could delegate to others. The peasant in India was not the lord's serf. There was plenty of land available, and there was no advantage in dispossessing the peasant. Thus, in India, there was no landlord system, as known in the West, nor was the individual peasant the full owner of his patch of land. Both these concepts were introduced much later by the British with disastrous results. Foreign conquests brought war and destruction, revolts and their ruthless suppression, and new ruling classes relying chiefly on armed force. This ruling class could often ignore the numerous constitutional restraints, which had always been part of the customary law of the country. Important consequences followed, and the power of the self-governing village communities decreased, and later various changes were introduced in the land revenue system. Nevertheless, the Afghan and Mughal rulers took special care not to interfere with old customs and conventions, and no fundamental changes were introduced, and the economic and social structure of Indian life continued as before. Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq issued definite instructions to his officials to preserve customary law, and to keep the affairs of the state apart from religion, which was a personal matter of individual preference. But changing times and conflicts, as well as the increasing centralization of government, slowly but progressively lessened the respect given to customary law. The village self-governing community, however, continued. Its breakup began only under British rule. End of Part 7, titled, Village Self-Government, the Shukra Nitisara, of Chapter 6. Part 8, The Theory and Practice of Caste, the Joint Family. In India, says Havel, religion is hardly a dogma, but a working hypothesis of human conduct adapted to different stages of spiritual development and different conditions of life. In the ancient days, when Indo-Aryan culture first took shape, religion had to provide for the needs of men, who were as far removed from each other in civilization and intellectual and spiritual development as it is possible to conceive. There were primitive forest dwellers, fetishists, totem worshippers, and believers in every kind of superstition, and there were those who had attained the highest flights of spiritual thought. In between, there was every shade and gradation of belief and practice. While the highest forms of thought were pursued by some, these were wholly beyond the reach of many. As social life grew, certain uniformities of belief spread, but, even so, many differences, cultural and temperamental, remained. The Indo-Aryan approach was to avoid the forcible suppression of any belief, or the destruction of any claim. Each group was left free to work out its ideals along the plane of its mental development and understanding. Assimilation was attempted, but there was no denial or suppression. A similar and even more difficult problem had to be faced in social organization. How to combine these utterly different groups in one social system, each group cooperating with the whole and yet retaining its own freedom to live its own life and develop itself. In a sense, though the comparison is far-fetched, this may be compared to the numerous minority problems of today, which afflict so many countries and are still far from solution. The United States of America solve their minority problems, more or less, by trying to make every citizen a 100% American. They make everyone conform to a certain type. Other countries, with a longer and more complicated past, are not so favorably situated. Even Canada has its strong race, religion, and language-conscious French group. In Europe the barriers are higher and deeper. And yet all this applies to Europeans, or those who have spread from Europe, people who have a certain common background and similarity of culture. Where non-Europeans come in, they do not fit this pattern. In the United States, Negroes, though they may be 100% American, are a race apart, deprived of many opportunities and privileges, which others have as a matter of course. There are innumerable worse examples elsewhere. Only Soviet Russia is said to have solved its problem of nationalities and minorities by creating what is called a multinational state. If these difficulties and problems pursue us even today with all our knowledge and progress, how much harder they must have been in the ancient days when the Indo-Aryans were evolving their civilization and social structure in a land full of variety and different types of human beings. The normal way to deal with these problems then, and later, was to exterminate or enslave the conquered populations. This way was not followed in India, but it is clear that every precaution was taken to perpetuate the superior position of the upper groups. Having ensured that superiority, a kind of multiple community state was built up, in which, within certain limits and subject to some general rules, freedom was given to each group to follow its avocation, and live its own life in accordance with its own customs or desires. The only real restriction was that it must not interfere or come into conflict with another group. This was a flexible and expanding system, for new groups could always be formed either by newcomers or by dissident members of an old group, provided they were numerous enough to do so. Within each group there was equality and democracy, and the elected leaders guided it, and frequently consulted the entire group whenever any important question arose. These groups were almost always functional, each specializing in a particular trade or craft. They became thus, some kind of trade unions or craft guilds. There was a strong sense of solidarity within each, which not only protected the group, but sheltered and helped an individual member who got into trouble or was in economic distress. The functions of each group or caste were related to the functions of other castes, and the idea was that if each group functioned successfully within its own framework, then society as a whole worked harmoniously. Over and above this, a strong and fairly successful attempt was made to create a common national bond, which would hold all these groups together, the sense of a common culture, common traditions, common heroes and saints, and a common land to the four corners of which people went on pilgrimage. This national bond was of course very different from present-day nationalism. It was weak politically but, socially and culturally, it was strong. Because of its political lack of cohesiveness, it facilitated foreign conquest. Because of its social strength, it made recovery easy, as well as assimilation of new elements. It had so many heads that they could not be cut off, and they survived conquest and disaster. Thus caste was a group system based on services and functions. It was meant to be an all-inclusive order without any common dogma, and allowing the fullest latitude to each group. Within its wide fold there was monogamy, polygamy, and celibacy. They were all tolerated, just as other customs, beliefs, and practices were tolerated. Life was to be maintained at all levels. No minority need submit to a majority, for it could always form a separate autonomous group, the only test being, is it a distinctive group large enough to function as such? Between two groups there could be any amount of variation of race, religion, color, culture, and intellectual development. An individual was only considered as a member of a group. He could do anything he liked, so long as he did not interfere with the functioning of the group. He had no right to upset that functioning, but if he was strong enough and could gather enough supporters, it was open to him to form another group. If he could not fit in with any group, that meant that he was out of joint so far as the social activities of the world were concerned. He could then become a sannyasi who had renounced caste, every group and the world of activity, and could wander about and do what he liked. It must be remembered that while the Indian social tendency was to subordinate the individual to the claims of the group and society, religious thought and spiritual seeking have always emphasized the individual. Salvation and knowledge of the ultimate truth were open to all, to the members of every caste, high or low. This salvation or enlightenment could not be a group affair, it was highly individualistic. In the search for this salvation also there were no inflexible dogmas and all doors were supposed to lead to it. Though the group system was dominant in the organization of society, leading to caste, there has always been an individualistic tendency in India. A conflict between the two approaches is often in evidence. Partly, that individualism was the result of the religious doctrine, which laid emphasis on the individual. Social reformers who criticized or condemned the caste system were usually religious reformers, and their main argument was that the divisions of the caste system came in the way of spiritual development and that intense individualism to which religion pointed. Buddhism was a breakaway from the group caste ideal towards some kind of individualism as well as universalism. But this individualism became associated with a withdrawal from normal social activities. It offered no effective alternative social structure to caste, and so caste continued then and later. What were the main castes? If we leave out for a moment those who were considered outside the pale of caste, the untouchables, there were the Brahmins, the priests, teachers, intellectuals, the Kshatriyas or the rulers and warriors, the Vaishyas or merchants, traders, bankers, etc., and the Shudras, who were the agricultural and other workers. Probably the only closely knit and exclusive caste was that of the Brahmins. The Kshatriyas were frequently adding to their numbers both from foreign incoming elements and others in the country who rose to power and authority. The Vaishyas were chiefly traders and bankers and also engaged in a number of other professions. The main occupations of the Shudras were cultivation and domestic service. There was always a continuous process of new castes being formed as new occupations developed, and for other reasons the older castes were always trying to get up in the social scale. These processes have continued to our day. Some of the lower castes suddenly take to wearing the sacred thread, which is supposed to be reserved for the upper castes. All this really made little difference, as each caste continued to function in its own ambit and pursued its own trade or occupation. It was merely a question of prestige. Occasionally men of the lower classes, by sheer ability, attained to positions of power and authority in the state, but this was very exceptional. The organization of society being, generally speaking, non-competitive and non-acquisitive, these divisions into castes did not make as much difference as they might otherwise have done. The Brahmin at the top, proud of his intellect and learning and respected by others, seldom had much in the way of worldly possessions. The merchant, prosperous and rich, had no very high standing in society as a whole. The vast majority of the population consisted of the agriculturists. There was no landlord system, nor was there any peasant proprietorship. It is difficult to say who owned the land in law. There was nothing like the present doctrine of ownership. The cultivator had the right to till his land, and the only real question was as to the distribution of the produce of the land. The major share went to the cultivator, the king or the state took his share, usually 1/6, and every functional group in the village, which served the people in any way, had its share: the Brahmin priest and teacher, the merchant, the blacksmith, the carpenter, the cobbler, the potter, the builder, the barber, the scavenger, etc. Thus, in a sense, every group from the state to the scavenger was a shareholder in the produce. Who were the depressed classes and the untouchables? The depressed classes is a new designation applying rather vaguely to a number of castes near the bottom of the scale. There is no hard and fast line to separate them from the others. The untouchables are more definite. In North India only a very small number, engaged in scavenging or unclean work, are considered untouchable. Fa Shen tells us that when he came the persons who removed human feces were untouchable. In South India the numbers are much larger. How they began and grew to such numbers it is difficult to say. Probably those who were engaged in occupations considered unclean were so treated. Later landless agricultural labor may have been added. The idea of ceremonial purity has been extraordinarily strong among the Hindus. This has led to one good consequence and many bad ones. The good one is bodily cleanliness. A daily bath has always been an essential feature of a Hindu's life, including most of the depressed classes. It was from India that this habit spread to England and elsewhere. The average Hindu, and even the poorest peasant, takes some pride in his shining pots and pans. This sense of cleanliness is not scientific, and the man who bathes twice a day will unhesitatingly drink water that is unclean and full of germs. Nor is it corporate, at any rate now. The individual will keep his own hut fairly clean, but throw all the rubbish in the village street in front of his neighbor's house. The village is usually very dirty and full of garbage heaps. It is also noticeable that cleanliness is not thought of as such, but as a consequence of some religious sanction. When that religious sanction goes, there is marked deterioration in the standards of cleanliness. The evil consequence of ceremonial purity was a growth of exclusiveness, touch-me-notism, and of not eating and drinking with people of other castes. This grew to fantastic lengths unknown in any other part of the world. It led also to certain classes being considered untouchable because they had the misfortune to do some kinds of essential work, which were considered unclean. The practice of normally feeding with one's own caste people spread to all castes. It became a sign of social status, and the lower castes stuck to it even more rigidly than some of the higher ones. This practice is breaking up now among the higher castes, but it still continues among the lower castes, including the depressed classes. If interdining was taboo, much more so was intermarriage between castes. Some mixed marriages inevitably took place, but on the whole it is extraordinary how much each caste kept to itself and propagated its own kind. The continuation of racial identity through long ages is an illusion, and yet the caste system in India has to some extent managed to preserve distinctive types, especially among the higher castes. Some groups at the bottom of the scale are sometimes referred to as outside the caste groups. As a matter of fact, no group, not even the untouchables, are outside the framework of the caste system. The depressed classes and the untouchables form their own castes, and have their panchayats or caste councils for settling their own affairs. But many of them have been made to suffer cruelly by being excluded from the common life of the village. The autonomous village community and the caste system were thus two of the special features of the old Indian social structure. The third was the joint family, where all the members were joint sharers in the common property and inheritance went by survivorship. The father or some other elder was the head, but he functioned as a manager, and not as the old Roman paterfamilias. A division of property was permitted under certain circumstances, and if the parties concerned so desired. The joint property was supposed to provide for the needs of all the members of the family, workers or non-workers. Inevitably this meant a guaranteed minimum for all of them, rather than high rewards for some. It was a kind of insurance for all, including even the subnormal and the physically or mentally deficient. Thus, while there was security for all, there was a certain leveling down of the standard of service demanded as well as of the recompense given. Emphasis was not laid on personal advantage or ambition, but on that of the group, that is the family. The fact of growing up and living in a large family minimized the egocentric attitude of the child, and tended to develop an aptitude for socialization. All this is the very opposite of what happens in the highly individualistic civilization of the West and more especially of America, where personal ambition is encouraged and personal advantage is the almost universal aim, where all the plums go to the bright and pushing, and the weak, timid or second-rate go to the wall. The joint family system is rapidly breaking up in India, and individualistic attitudes are developing, leading not only to far-reaching changes in the economic background of life, but also to new problems of behavior. All the three pillars of the Indian social structure were thus based on the group, and not on the individual. The aim was social security, stability and continuance of the group, that is of society. Progress was not the aim, and progress therefore had to suffer. Within each group, whether this was the village community, the particular caste, or the large joint family, there was a communal life shared together, a sense of equality, and democratic methods. Even now caste panchayats function democratically. It surprised me at one time to see the eagerness of a villager, sometimes illiterate, to serve on elected committees for political or other purposes. He soon got into the way of it, and was a helpful member whenever any question relating to his life came up, and was not easily subdued. But there was an unfortunate tendency for small groups to split up and quarrel among themselves. The democratic way was not only well known, but was a common method of functioning in social life, in local government, trade guilds, religious assemblies, etc. Caste, with all its evils, kept up the democratic habit in each group. There used to be elaborate rules of procedure, election and debate. The Marquis of Zetland has referred to some of these in writing about the early Buddhist assemblies, and it may come as a surprise to many to learn that in the assemblies of the Buddhists in India 2000 or more years ago are to be found the rudiments of our own parliamentary practice of the present day. The dignity of the assembly was preserved by the appointment of a special officer, the embryo of Mr. Speaker in the House of Commons. A second officer was appointed whose duty it was to see that when necessary a quorum was secured, the prototype of the parliamentary chief whip in our own system. A member initiating business did so in the form of a motion, which was then open to discussion. In some cases this was done once only, in others 3 times, thus anticipating the practice of Parliament in requiring that a bill be read a 3rd time before it becomes law. If discussion disclosed a difference of opinion, the matter was decided by the vote of the majority, the voting being by ballot. Footnote, quoted by G. T. Garrett in The Legacy of India, 1937, page 11. End of footnote. The old Indian social structure had thus some virtues, and indeed it could not have lasted so long without them. Behind it lay the philosophical ideal of Indian culture, the integration of man, and the stress of goodness, beauty, and truth rather than acquisitiveness. An attempt was made to prevent the joining together and concentration of honor, power, and wealth. The duties of the individual and the group were emphasized, not their rights. The Smritis, Hindu religious books, give lists of dharmas, functions and duties of various castes, but none of them contains an inventory of rights. Self-sufficiency was aimed at in the group, especially in the village, and in a different sense, in the caste. It was a closed system, allowing a certain adaptability, change, and freedom within its outer framework, but inevitably growing more and more exclusive and rigid. Progressively it lost its power to expand and tap new sources of talent. Powerful vested interests prevented any radical change, and kept education from spreading to other classes. The old superstitions, known to be such by many among the upper classes, were preserved and new ones were added to them. Not only the national economy, but thought itself became stationary, traditional, rigid, unexpansive and unprogressive. The conception and practice of caste embodied the aristocratic ideal, and was obviously opposed to democratic conceptions. It had its strong sense of noblesse oblige, provided people kept to their hereditary stations and did not challenge the established order. India's success and achievements were on the whole confined to the upper classes. Those lower down in the scale had very few chances, and their opportunities were strictly limited. These upper classes were not small limited groups but large in numbers, and there was a diffusion of power, authority and influence. Hence they carried on successfully for a very long period. But the ultimate weakness and failing of the caste system and the Indian social structure were that they degraded a mass of human beings and gave them no opportunities to get out of that condition, educationally, culturally, or economically. That degradation brought deterioration, all along the line including in its scope even the upper classes. It led to the petrification, which became a dominant feature of India's economy and life. The contrasts between this social structure and those existing elsewhere in the past were not great, but with the changes that have taken place all over the world during the past few generations, they have become far more pronounced. In the context of society today, the caste system and much that goes with it are wholly incompatible, reactionary, restrictive, and barriers to progress. There can be no equality in status and opportunity within its framework, nor can there be political democracy and much less economic democracy. Between these two conceptions, conflict is inherent, and only one of them can survive. End of Part 8, titled, The Theory and Practice of Caste, the Joint Family, of Chapter 6. Part 9, Babar and Akbar, the Process of Indianization. To go back, the Afghans had settled down in India and had become Indianized. Their rulers had to face first the problem of lessening the hostility of the people, and then of winning them over. So, as a deliberate policy, they toned down their early ruthless methods, became more tolerant, invited cooperation, and tried to function not as conquerors from outside, but as Indians born and bred in the land. What was at first a policy gradually became an inevitable trend as the Indian environment influenced these people from the northwest and absorbed them. While the process continued at the top, more powerful currents arose spontaneously among the people, aiming at a synthesis of thought and ways of living. The beginnings of a mixed culture began to appear, and foundations were laid on which Akbar was to build. Akbar was the third of the Mughal dynasty in India, yet it was in effect by him that the empire was consolidated. His grandfather, Babar, had won the throne of Delhi in 1526, but he was a stranger to India, and continued to feel so. He had come from the north, where the Timurid Renaissance was flourishing in his homelands in Central Asia, and the influence of the art and culture of Iran was strong. He missed the friendly society he was used to, the delights of conversation, the amenities and refinements of life, which had spread from Baghdad and Iran. He longed for the snow and ice of the northern highlands, for the good flesh, and flowers, and fruits of Fergana. Yet, with all his disappointment at what he saw, he says that Hindustan is a remarkably fine country. Babar died within 4 years of his coming to India, and much of his time was spent in fighting, and in laying out a splendid capital at Agra, for which he obtained the services of a famous architect from Constantinople. Those were the days of Suleiman the Magnificent in Constantinople, when fine buildings were rising up in that city. Babar saw little of India, and surrounded as he was by a hostile people, missed much. Yet his account tells us of the cultural poverty that had descended on North India. Partly, this was due to Timur's destruction, partly to the exodus of many learned men and artists and noted craftsmen to the south. But it was also due to the drying up of the creative genius of the Indian people. Babar says that there was no lack of skilled workers and artisans, but there was no ingenuity or skill in mechanical invention. Also, it would appear that in the amenities and luxuries of life India was considerably behind Iran. Whether this was due to some inherent want of interest in this aspect of life in the Indian mind or to later developments, I do not know. Perhaps, as compared with the Iranians, the Indians of those days were not so much attracted to these refinements and luxuries. If they had cared for them sufficiently, they could have easily got them from Iran, as there was frequent intercourse between the two countries. But it is more likely that this was a later development, another sign of the cultural rigidity and decline of India. In earlier periods, as can be seen from classical literature and paintings, there was refinement enough, and for those times, a high and complicated standard of living. Even when Babar came to North India, Vijayanagar in the south had been spoken of by many European travelers as representing a very high standard of art and culture, refinement and luxury. But in North India, cultural decay was very evident. Fixed beliefs and a rigid social structure prevented social effort and advance. The coming of Islam and of a considerable number of people from outside, with different ways of living and thought, affected existing beliefs and structure. A foreign conquest, with all its evils, has one advantage: it widens the mental horizon of the people, and compels them to look out of their shells. They realize that the world is a much bigger and more variegated place than they had imagined. So the Afghan conquest had affected India and many changes had taken place. Even more so, the Mughals, who were far more cultured and advanced in ways of living than the Afghans, brought changes to India. In particular, they introduced the refinements for which Iran was famous, even to the extent of the highly artificial and strictly prescribed court life, which influenced the ways of living of the nobility. The Bahmani kingdom in the south had direct contacts with Iran via Calicut. There were many changes in India, and new impulses brought freshness and life to art and architecture and other cultural patterns. And yet, all this was the result of two old world patterns coming into contact, both of which had lost their initial vitality and creative vigor, and were set in rigid frames. Indian culture was very old and tired, the Arab-Persian culture had long passed its zenith, and the old curiosity and sense of mental adventure, which distinguished the Arabs, were no more in evidence. Babar is an attractive person, a typical Renaissance prince, bold and adventurous, fond of art and literature and good living. His grandson, Akbar, is even more attractive and has greater qualities. Daring and reckless, an able general, and yet, gentle and full of compassion, an idealist and a dreamer, but also a man of action, and a leader of men who roused the passionate loyalty of his followers. As a warrior he conquered large parts of India, but his eyes were set on another and more enduring conquest, the conquest of the minds and hearts of the people. Those compelling eyes of his were vibrant like the sea and sunshine, as Portuguese Jesuits of his court have told us. In him, the old dream of a united India again took shape, united not only politically in one state, but organically fused into one people. Throughout his long reign of nearly 50 years from 1556 onwards, he labored to this end. Many a proud Rajput chief, who would not have submitted to any other person, he won over to his side. He married a Rajput princess, and his son and successor, Jahangir, was thus a half Mughal and half Rajput Hindu. Jahangir's son, Shah Jahan, was also the son of a Rajput mother. Thus racially, this Turco-Mongol dynasty became far more Indian than Turk or Mongol. Akbar was an admirer of and felt a kinship with the Rajputs, and by his matrimonial and other policy he formed an alliance with the Rajput ruling classes, which strengthened his empire greatly. This Mughal-Rajput cooperation, which continued in subsequent reigns, affected not only government and the administration and army, but also art, culture, and ways of living. The Mughal nobility became progressively Indianized, and the Rajputs and others were influenced by Persian culture. Akbar won many people to his side, and kept them there, but he failed to subdue the proud and indomitable spirit of Rana Pratap of Mewad and Rajputana, who preferred to lead a hunted life in the jungle, rather than give even formal allegiance to one he considered a foreign conqueror. Round himself Akbar collected a brilliant group of men, devoted to him and to his ideals. Among these were the two famous brothers Fezi and Abul Fazl, Birbal, Raja Man Singh, and Abdul Rahim Kankana. His court became a meeting place for men of all faiths, and all who had some new idea or new invention. His toleration of views and his encouragement of all kinds of beliefs and opinions went so far as to anger some of the more orthodox Muslims. He even tried to start a new synthetic faith to suit everybody. It was in his reign that the cultural amalgamation of Hindu and Muslim in North India took a long step forward. Akbar himself was certainly as popular with the Hindus as with the Muslims. The Mughal dynasty became firmly established as India's own. End of Part 9, titled, Babar and Akbar, The Process of Indianization, of Chapter 6. Part 10, The Contrast Between Asia and Europe in Mechanical Advance and Creative Energy. Akbar was full of curiosity, ever seeking to find out about things, both spiritual and temporal. He was interested in mechanical contrivances, and in the science of war. He prized war elephants especially, and they formed an important part of his army. The Portuguese Jesuits of his court tell us that he was interested in and curious to learn about many things, and possessed an intimate knowledge not only of military and political matters, but many of the mechanical arts. In his eagerness for knowledge he tried to learn everything at once, like a hungry man trying to swallow his food at a single gulp. And yet it is very odd how his curiosity stopped at a point and did not lead him to explore certain obvious avenues, which lay open before him. With all his great prestige as the great Mughal and the strength of his empire as a land power, he was powerless at sea. Vasco da Gama had reached Calicut, via the Cape, in 1498, Albuquerque had seized Malacca in 1511, and established Portuguese sea power in the Indian Ocean. Goa on the western coast of India had become a Portuguese possession. All this did not bring the Portuguese into direct conflict with Akbar. But Indian pilgrims going to Mecca by sea, and these sometimes included members of the imperial family, or of the nobility, were often held up for ransom by the Portuguese. It was obvious that however powerful Akbar might be on land, the Portuguese were masters of the sea. It is not difficult to understand that a continental power did not attach much importance to sea power, although, as a matter of fact, India's greatness and importance in the past had been partly due to her control of the sea routes. Akbar had a vast continent to conquer and had little time to spare for the Portuguese, to whom he attached no importance even though they stung him occasionally. He did think of building ships once, but this was looked upon more as a pastime than a serious naval development. Again, in the matter of artillery, the Mughal armies, as well as those of other states in India at the time, chiefly relied on foreign experts, who were usually Turks from the Ottoman dominions. The master of the artillery came to be known by the title of Rumi Khan, Rum being Eastern Rome, that is, Constantinople. These foreign experts trained local men, but why did not Akbar or anyone else send his own men abroad for training or interest himself in improvement by encouraging research work? Yet another very significant thing. The Jesuits presented Akbar with a printed Bible and perhaps one or two other printed books. Why did he not get curious about printing, which would have been of tremendous advantage to him in his governmental activities as well as in his vast enterprises? Again, clocks. These were very popular with the Mughal nobility, and they were brought by the Portuguese, and later by the English from Europe. They were regarded as luxuries for the rich, the ordinary people being content with sundials and sand and water clocks. No attempt was made to understand how these spring clocks were made or to get them made in India. This lack of mechanical bent is remarkable, especially as there were very fine craftsmen and artisans in India. It is not in India alone that this paralysis of creative energy and inventive faculty is visible during this period. The whole of Western and Central Asia suffered from it even more. I do not know about China, but I imagine that some such stagnation affected her also. It must be remembered that both in India and China, during earlier periods, there was considerable progress in various departments of science. Shipbuilding and an extensive sea trade acted as a constant spur even to mechanical improvements. It is true that no major mechanical development took place in either of these countries or in any other country at the time. The world of the 15th century was, from this point of view, not very different from what it had been 1,000 or 2,000 years earlier. The Arabs, who had developed to some extent the early beginnings of practical science and had advanced knowledge in many ways during the dark period of the Middle Ages in Europe, became unimportant and backward. It is said that some of the earliest clocks were made by the Arabs in the 7th century. Damascus had a famous clock, and so did the Baghdad of Harun al-Rashid's day. But with the decline of the Arabs, the art of making clocks also disappeared from these countries, although it was progressing in some of the European countries where clocks were not rarities. Long before Caxton, the Moorish Arabs of Spain used to print from wooden blocks. Footnote: I do not know how this kind of printing reached the Arabs in Spain. Probably it came to them via the Mongols from China, long before it reached northern and western Europe. The Arab world from Córdoba to Cairo, Damascus, and Baghdad had frequent contacts with China even before the Mongols appeared upon the scene. End of footnote. This was done by the state for duplication of official orders. Printing there does not seem to have advanced beyond the block stage, and even that faded away later. The Ottoman Turks, who for long were the dominant Muslim power in Europe and Western Asia, completely ignored printing for many centuries, although printed books were being produced in large numbers in Europe, right at their very threshold. They must have known about them, but the incentive to utilize this great invention was totally lacking. Partly, also religious sentiment was opposed to it, as it was considered that it was sacrilegious to print their holy book, the Quran. The printed sheets might be put to improper use, or stepped upon, or thrown into the rubbish heap. It was Napoleon who first introduced the printing press into Egypt, and from there it spread very gradually and slowly into the other Arab countries. While Asia had become dormant, exhausted, as it were, by its past efforts, Europe, backward in many ways, was on the threshold of vast changes. A new spirit, a new ferment, was at work, sending her adventurers across the oceans, and turning the minds of her thinkers in novel directions. The Renaissance had done little for the advancement of science. To some extent it turned people away from science, and the humanistic conservative education, which it introduced in the universities, prevented the spread of even well-known scientific ideas. It is stated that the majority of educated English people, as late as the middle of the 18th century, declined to believe that the Earth rotated or that it revolved round the Sun, in spite of Copernicus, Galileo, and Newton, and the manufacture of good telescopes. Bred up in the Greek and Latin classics, they still clung to Ptolemy's Earth-centered universe. That eminent English statesman of the 19th century, Mr. W. E. Gladstone, in spite of his deep erudition, neither understood nor was attracted to science. Even today, probably there are many statesmen and public men, and not in India only, who know little of science or the scientific method, though they live in a world governed by the applications of science, and themselves use it for large-scale slaughter and destruction. The Renaissance had, however, released the mind of Europe from many of its old fetters, and destroyed many an idol that it had cherished. Whether it was partly and indirectly due to the Renaissance, or whether it was in spite of it, a new spirit of objective inquiry was making itself felt, a spirit which not only challenged old established authority, but also abstractions and vague speculations. Francis Bacon has written that the roads to human power and to human knowledge lie close together, and are nearly the same. Nevertheless, on account of the pernicious and inveterate habit of dwelling on abstractions, it is safer to begin and raise the sciences from those foundations, which have relation to practice, and let the active part be as a seal, which prints and determines the contemplative counterpart. And later in the 17th century, Sir Thomas Browne has said, "But the mortalist enemy unto knowledge, and that which hath done the greatest execution upon truth, hath been a peremptory adhesion to authority, and more especially, the establishing of our belief upon the dictates of antiquity." For, as every capacity may observe, most men, of ages present, so superstitiously do look upon ages past, that the authorities of the one exceed the reasons of the other. Whose persons indeed far removed from our times, their works, which seldom with us pass uncontrolled, either by contemporaries or immediate successors, are now become out of the distance of envies, and the further removed from present times, are conceived to approach the nearer unto truth itself. Now hereby methinks we manifestly delude ourselves, and widely walk out of the track of truth. Akbar's century was the 16th, which saw in Europe the birth of dynamics, a revolutionary advance in the life of humanity. With that discovery Europe forged ahead, slowly at first, but with an ever-increasing momentum, till in the 19th century it shot forward and built a new world. While Europe was taking advantage of, and exploiting the powers of nature, Asia, static and dormant, still carried on in the old traditional way, relying on man's toil and labor. Why was this so? Asia is too big and varied a place for a single answer. Each country, especially such vast countries as China and India, must be judged separately. China was certainly then and later more cultured, and her people led a more civilized life than any in Europe. India, to all outward seeming, also presented the spectacle, not only of a brilliant court, but of thriving trade, commerce, manufactures, and crafts. In many respects, the countries of Europe would have seemed backward, and rather crude to an Indian visitor then. And yet, the dynamic quality, which was becoming evident in Europe, was almost wholly absent in India. A civilization decays much more from inner failure than from an external attack. It may fail, because in a sense, it has worked itself out, and has nothing more to offer in a changing world, or because the people, who represent it, deteriorate in quality, and can no longer support the burden worthily. It may be that the social culture is such that it becomes a bar to advance beyond a certain point, and further advance can only take place after that bar has been removed or some essential qualitative variation in that culture has been introduced. The decay of Indian civilization is evident enough even before the Turkish and Afghan invasions. Did the impact of these invaders and their new ideas with the old India produce a new social context, thus unbinding the fetters of the intellect and releasing fresh energy? To some extent this happened, and art and architecture, painting, and music, and the ways of life were affected. But those consequences did not go deep enough, they were more or less superficial, and the social culture remained much the same as it used to be. In some respects indeed it became more rigid. The Afghans brought no new element of progress, they represented a backward feudal and tribal order. India was not feudal in the European sense, but the Rajput clans, who were the backbone of Indian defense, were organized in some kind of a feudal way. The Mughals were also semi-feudal, but with a strong monarchical center. This monarchy triumphed over the vague feudalism of Rajputana. Akbar might have laid the foundations of social change if his eager inquisitive mind had turned in that direction and sought to find out what was happening in other parts of the world. But he was too busy consolidating his empire, and the big problem that faced him was how to reconcile a proselytizing religion like Islam with the national religion and customs of the people, and thus to build up national unity. He tried to interpret religion in a rational spirit, and for the moment he appeared to have brought about a remarkable transformation of the Indian scene. But this direct approach did not succeed, as it has seldom succeeded elsewhere. So, not even Akbar made any basic difference to that social context of India, and after him, the air of change and mental adventure, which he had introduced subsided, and India resumed her static and unchanging life. Footnote: Abulfazl tells us that Akbar had heard of the discovery of America by Columbus. In the next reign, Jahangir's tobacco from America reached India, via Europe. It had an immediate and amazing vogue in spite of Jahangir's efforts to suppress it. Throughout the Mughal period, India had intimate contacts with Central Asia. These contacts extended to Russia, and there are references to diplomatic and trade missions. A Russian friend has drawn my attention to such references in Russian chronicles. In 1532, an envoy of the Emperor Babar, named Khoja Hussain, arrived in Moscow to conclude a treaty of friendship. During the reign of Tsar Michael Fedorovich, 1613–1645, Indian traders settled on the Volga. In 1625, an Indian saray was built in Astrakhan by order of the military governor. Indian craftsmen and especially weavers were invited to Moscow. In 1695, Samin Malenki, a Russian trade agent, visited Delhi and was received by Aurangzeb. In 1722, Peter the Great visited Astrakhan and granted interviews to Indian traders. In 1745, a party of Indian sadhus, described as hermits, arrived in Astrakhan. 2 of these sadhus settled in Russia and became Russian subjects. End of footnote. End of Part 10, titled, The Contrast Between Asia and Europe in Mechanical Advance and Creative Energy, of Chapter 6. Part 11, Development of a Common Culture. Akbar had built so well that the edifice he had erected lasted for another 100 years in spite of inadequate successors. After almost every Mughal reign there were wars between the princes for the throne, thus weakening the central power. But the court continued to be brilliant and the fame of the Grand Mughal spread all over Asia and Europe. Beautiful buildings, combining the old Indian ideals in architecture with a new simplicity and a nobility of line, grew up in Agra, in Delhi. This Indo-Mughal art was in marked contrast with the decadent, over-elaborate and heavily ornamented temples and other buildings of the north and south. Inspired architects and builders put up with loving hands the Taj Mahal at Agra. The last of the so-called Grand Mughals, Aurangzeb, tried to put back the clock, and in this attempt stopped it and broke it up. The Mughal rulers were strong, so long as they put themselves in line with the genius of the nation, and tried to work for a common nationality and a synthesis of the various elements in the country. When Aurangzeb began to oppose this movement and suppress it and to function more as a Muslim than an Indian ruler, the Mughal Empire began to break up. The work of Akbar, and to some extent his successors, was undone, and the various forces that had been kept in check by Akbar's policy broke loose and challenged that empire. New movements arose, narrow in outlook, but representing a resurgent nationalism, and though they were not strong enough to build permanently, and circumstances were against them, they were capable of destroying the empire of the Mughals. The impact of the invaders from the northwest, and of Islam on India, had been considerable. It had pointed out and shown up the abuses that had crept into Hindu society, the petrifaction of caste, untouchability, exclusiveness carried to fantastic lengths. The idea of the Brotherhood of Islam, and of the theoretical equality of its adherents, made a powerful appeal, especially to those in the Hindu fold who were denied any semblance of equal treatment. From this ideological impact grew up various movements aiming at a religious synthesis. Many conversions also took place, but the great majority of these were from the lower castes, especially in Bengal. Some individuals belonging to the higher castes also adopted the new faith, either because of a real change of belief, or, more often, for political and economic reasons. There were obvious advantages in accepting the religion of the ruling power. In spite of these widespread conversions, Hinduism, in all its varieties, continued as the dominant faith of the land, solid, exclusive, self-sufficient, and sure of itself. The upper castes had no doubt about their own superiority in the realm of ideas and thought, and considered Islam as a rather crude approach to the problems of philosophy and metaphysics. Even the monotheism of Islam they found in their own religion, together with monism, which was the basis of much of their philosophy. Each person could take his choice of these or of more popular and simpler forms of worship. He could be a Vaishnavite and believe in a personal God and pour out his faith to him. Or more philosophically inclined, he could wander in the tenuous realms of metaphysics and high philosophy. Though all their social structure was based on the group, in matters of religion they were highly individualistic, not believing in proselytization themselves, and caring little if some people were converted to another faith. What was objected to was interference with their own social structure and ways of living. If another group wanted to function in its own way, it was at liberty to do so. It is worth noting that, as a rule, conversions to Islam were group conversions, so powerful was the influence of the group. Among the upper castes, individuals might change their religion, but lower down the scale, a particular caste in a locality, or almost an entire village, would be converted. Thus, their group life as well as their functions continued as before, with only minor variations as regards worship, etc. Because of this, we find today particular occupations and crafts almost entirely monopolized by Muslims. Thus the class of weavers is predominantly, and in large areas, wholly Muslim. So also used to be shoe merchants and butchers. Tailors are almost always Muslims. Various kinds of artisans and craftsmen are Muslims. Owing to the breaking up of the group system, many individuals have taken to other occupations, and this has somewhat obliterated the line dividing the various occupational groups. The destruction of crafts and village industries, originally deliberately undertaken under early British rule and later resulting from the development of a new colonial economy, led to vast numbers of these artisans and craftsmen, more especially the weavers, being deprived of their occupations and livelihood. Those who survived this catastrophe drifted to the land, and became landless laborers or shared a tiny patch of land with their relations. Conversions to Islam in those days, whether individual or group, probably aroused no particular opposition, except when force or some kind of compulsion was used. Friends and relatives or neighbors might disapprove, but the Hindu community as such apparently attached little importance to this. In contrast with this indifferent attitude, conversions today attract widespread attention and are resented, whether they are to Islam or Christianity. This is largely due to political factors, and especially to the introduction of separate religious electorates. Each convert is supposed to be a gain to the communal group, leading ultimately to greater representation and more political power. Attempts are even made to manipulate the census to this end. Apart from political reasons, there has also been a growth in Hinduism of a tendency to proselytize and convert non-Hindus to Hinduism. This is one of the direct effects of Islam on Hinduism, though in practice it brings it into conflict with Islam in India. Orthodox Hindus still do not approve of it. In Kashmir, a long-continued process of conversion to Islam had resulted in 95% of the population becoming Muslims, though they retained many of their old Hindu customs. In the middle 19th century, the Hindu ruler of the state found that very large numbers of these people were anxious or willing to return en bloc to Hinduism. He sent a deputation to the Pundits of Benares, inquiring if this could be done. The Pundits refused to countenance any such change of faith, and there the matter ended. The Muslims who came to India from outside brought no new technique, or political and economic structure. In spite of a religious belief in the Brotherhood of Islam, they were class-bound and feudal in outlook. In technique, and in the methods of production, and industrial organization, they were inferior to what prevailed then in India. Thus, their influence on the economic life of India and the social structure was very little. This life continued as of old, and all the people, Hindu or Muslim or others, fitted into it. The position of women deteriorated. Even the ancient laws had been unfair to them in regard to inheritance and their position in the household, though even so they were fairer than 19th century English law. Those laws of inheritance derived from the Hindu joint family system, and sought to protect joint property from transfer to another family. A woman by marriage changed her family. In an economic sense, she was looked upon as a dependent of her father or husband or son, but she could and did hold property in her own right. In many ways she was honored and respected, and had a fair measure of freedom, taking part in social and cultural activities. Indian history is full of the names of famous women, including thinkers and philosophers, rulers and warriors. This freedom grew progressively less. Islam had a fair law of inheritance, but this did not affect Hindu women. What did affect many of them to their great disadvantage, as it affected Muslim women to a much greater degree, was the intensification of the custom of seclusion of women. This spread among the upper classes all over the north and in Bengal, but the south and west of India escaped this degrading custom. Even in the north, only the upper classes indulged in it, and the masses were happily free from it. Women now had less chances of education, and their activities were largely confined to the household. Footnote, and yet many instances of notable women, scholars as well as rulers, occur even during this period and later. In the 18th century, Lakshmi Devi wrote a great legal commentary on the Mitakshara, a famous law book of the medieval period. End of footnote. Lacking most other ways of distinguishing themselves, living a confined and restricted life, they were told that their supreme virtue lay in chastity, and the supreme sin in a loss of it. Such was the man-made doctrine, but man did not apply it to himself. Tulsidas in his deservedly famous poems, the Hindi Ramayana, written during Jahangir's time, painted a picture of woman which is grossly unfair and prejudiced. Partly because the great majority of Muslims in India were converts from Hinduism, partly because of long contact, Hindus and Muslims in India developed numerous common traits, habits, ways of living and artistic tastes, especially in northern India, in music, painting, architecture, food, clothes, and common traditions. They lived together peacefully as one people, joined each other's festivals and celebrations, spoke the same language, lived in more or less the same way, and faced identical economic problems. The nobility and the landed gentry, and their numerous hangers-on, took their cue from the court. These people were not landlords or owners of the land. They did not take rent, but were allowed to collect and retain the state revenue for a particular area. These grants were usually for life. They developed a highly intricate and sophisticated common culture. They wore the same kind of clothes, ate the same type of food, had common artistic pursuits, military pastimes, hunting, chivalry, and games. Polo was a favorite game, and elephant fights were popular. All this intercourse and common living took place in spite of the caste system, which prevented fusion. There were no intermarriages, except in rare instances, and even then it was not fusion, but usually the transfer of a Hindu woman to the Muslim fold. Nor was there interdining, but this was not so strict. The seclusion of women prevented the development of social life. This applied even more to Muslims in terse, for Purdah, among them, was stricter. Though Hindu and Muslim men met each other frequently, such opportunities were lacking to the women of both groups. These women of the nobility and upper classes were thus far more cut off from each other, and developed much more marked separate ideological groups, each largely ignorant of the other. Among the common people in the villages, and that means the vast majority of the population, life had a much more corporate and joint basis. Within the limited circle of the village there was an intimate relationship between the Hindus and Muslims. Caste did not come in the way, and the Hindus looked upon the Muslims as belonging to another caste. Most of the Muslims were converts who were still full of their old traditions. They were well acquainted with the Hindu background, mythology, and epic stories. They did the same kind of work, lived similar lives, wore the same kind of clothes, spoke the same language. They joined each other's festivals, and some semi-religious festivals were common to both. They had common folk songs. Mostly these people were peasants and artisans and craftsmen. The third large group, in between the nobility and the peasantry and artisans, was the merchant and trader class. This was predominantly Hindu, and though it had no political power, the economic structure was largely under its control. This class had fewer intimate contacts with the Muslims than any other class, above it or below. The Muslims, who had come from outside India, were feudal in outlook and did not take kindly to trade. The Islamic prohibition against the taking of interest also came in the way of trade. They considered themselves the ruling class, the nobility, and functioned as state officials, holders of grants of land, or as officers in the army. There were also many scholars attached to the court or in charge of theological and other academies. During the Mughal period large numbers of Hindus wrote books in Persian, which was the official court language. Some of these books have become classics of their kind. At the same time, Muslim scholars translated Sanskrit books into Persian and wrote in Hindi. Two of the best-known Hindi poets are Malik Muhammad Jaisi, who wrote the Padmavat, and Abdul Rahim Khankana, one of the premier nobles of Akbar's court and son of his guardian. Khankana was a scholar in Arabic, Persian, and Sanskrit, and his Hindi poetry is of a high quality. For some time he was the commander-in-chief of the imperial army, and yet he has written in praise and admiration of Rana Pratap of Mewat, who was continually fighting Akbar and never submitted to him. Khankana admires and commends the patriotism and high sense of honor and chivalry of his enemy on the battlefield. It was this chivalrous and friendly approach on which Akbar based his policy, and which many of his counselors and ministers learned from him. He was particularly attached to the Rajputs, for he admired in them qualities which he himself possessed: reckless courage, a sense of honor and chivalry, and an adherence to the pledged word. He won over the Rajputs, but the Rajputs, for all their admirable qualities, represented a medieval type of society, which was already becoming out of date as new forces were arising. Akbar was not conscious of these new forces, for he himself was a prisoner of his own social inheritance. Akbar's success is astonishing, for he created a sense of oneness among the diverse elements of North and Central India. There was the barrier of a ruling class, mainly of foreign origin, and there were the barriers of religion and caste, a proselytizing religion opposed to the static, but highly resistant system. These barriers did not disappear, but in spite of them that feeling of oneness grew. It was not merely an attachment to his person, it was an attachment to the structure he had built. His son and grandson, Jahangir and Shah Jahan, accepted that structure and functioned within its framework. They were men of no outstanding ability, but their reigns were successful because they continued on the lines so firmly laid down by Akbar. The next comer, Aurangzeb, much abler, but of a different mold, swerved and left that beaten track, undoing Akbar's work. Yet not entirely, for it is extraordinary how, in spite of him and his feeble and pitiful successors, the feeling of reverence for that structure continued. That feeling was largely confined to the north and center, it did not extend to the south or west. And it was from western India, therefore, that the challenge to it came. End of Part 11, titled, Development of a Common Culture, of Chapter 6. Part 12, Aurangzeb puts the clock back, Growth of Hindu Nationalism, Shivaji. Shah Jahan was a contemporary of Louis XIV of France, Le Grand Monarch, and the 30 Years' War was then ravaging Central Europe. As Versailles took shape, the Taj Mahal and the Pearl Mosque grew up in Agra, and the Jama Masjid of Delhi, and the Divan-e-Am and the Divan-e-Khas in the Imperial Palace. These lovely buildings with a fairy-like beauty represent the height of Mughal splendor. The Delhi court, with its peacock throne, was more magnificent and luxurious than Versailles, but, like Versailles, it rested on a poverty-stricken and exploited people. There was a terrible famine in Gujarat and the Deccan. Meanwhile, the naval power of England was rising and spreading. The only Europeans that Akbar knew were the Portuguese. During his son Jahangir's time, the British Navy defeated the Portuguese in Indian seas, and Sir Thomas Roe, an ambassador of James I of England, presented himself at Jahangir's court in 1615. He succeeded in getting permission to start factories. The Surat factory was started, and Madras was founded in 1639. For over 100 years no one in India attached any importance to the British. The fact that the British now controlled the sea routes and had practically driven away the Portuguese had no significance for the Mughal rulers or their advisors. When the Mughal Empire was visibly weakening during Aurangzeb's reign, the British made an organized attempt to increase their possessions in India by war. This was in 1685. Aurangzeb, weak as he was growing and beset by enemies, succeeded in defeating the British. Even before this, the French had established footholds in India. The overflowing energies of Europe were spreading out in India and the East just when India's political and economic condition was rapidly declining. In France, Louis XIV was still continuing his long reign, laying the seeds of future revolution. In England, the rising middle classes had cut off the head of their king, Cromwell's brief-lived republic had flourished, Charles II had come and gone, and James II had run away. Parliament, representing to a large extent a new mercantile class, had curbed the king and established its supremacy. It was during this period that Aurangzeb succeeded to the throne of the Mughals after a civil war, having imprisoned his own father, Shah Jahan. Only an Akbar might have understood the situation and controlled the new forces that were rising. Perhaps even he could have only postponed the dissolution of his empire unless his curiosity and thirst for knowledge led him to understand the significance of the new techniques that were arising, and of the shift in economic conditions that was taking place. Aurangzeb, far from understanding the present, failed even to appreciate the immediate past. He was a throwback, and for all his ability and earnestness, he tried to undo what his predecessors had done. A bigot and an austere Puritan, he was no lover of art or literature. He infuriated the great majority of his subjects by imposing the old-hated jizya poll tax on the Hindus and destroying many of their temples. He offended the proud Rajputs who had been the props and pillars of the Mughal Empire. In the north he roused the Sikhs, who, from being a peaceful sect representing some kind of synthesis of Hindu and Islamic ideas, were converted by repression and persecution into a military brotherhood. Near the west coast of India, he angered the warlike Marathas, descendants of the ancient Rashtrakutas, just when a brilliant captain had risen amongst them. All over the widespread domains of the Mughal Empire there was a ferment and a growth of revivalist sentiment, which was a mixture of religion and nationalism. That nationalism was certainly not of the modern secular type, nor did it, as a rule, embrace the whole of India in its scope. It was colored by feudalism, by local sentiment and sectarian feeling. The Rajputs, more feudal than the rest, thought of their clan loyalties. The Sikhs, a comparatively small group in the Punjab, were absorbed in their own self-defense and could hardly look beyond the Punjab. Yet the religion itself had a strong national background and all its traditions were connected with India. The Indians, writes Professor MacDonald, are the only division of the Indo-European family, which has created a great national religion, Brahmanism, and a great world religion, Buddhism, while all the rest far from displaying originality in this sphere have long since adopted a foreign faith. That combination of religion and nationalism gained strength and cohesiveness from both elements, and yet its ultimate weakness and insufficiency were also derived from that mixture. For it could only be an exclusive and partial nationalism, not including the many elements in India that lay outside that religious sphere. Hindu nationalism was a natural growth from the soil of India, but inevitably it comes in the way of the larger nationalism, which rises above differences of religion or creed. It is true that during this period of disruption, when a great empire was breaking up and many adventurers, Indian and foreign, were trying to carve out principalities for themselves, nationalism, in its present sense, was hardly in evidence at all. Each individual adventurer sought to augment his own power, each group fended for itself. Such history as we have only tells us of these adventurers, attaching more importance to them than to more significant happenings below the surface of events. Yet there are glimpses to show that it was not all adventurism, though many adventurers held the field. The Marathas, especially, had a wider conception, and as they grew in power this conception also grew. Warren Hastings wrote in 1784, "The Marathas possess, alone of all the people of Hindustan and Deccan, a principle of national attachment, which is strongly impressed on the minds of all individuals of the nation, and would probably unite their chiefs, as in one common cause, if any great danger were to threaten the general state." Probably this national sentiment of theirs was largely confined to the Marathi-speaking area. Nevertheless, the Marathas were Catholic in their political and military system as well as their habits, and there was a certain internal democracy among them. All this gave strength to them. Shivaji, though he fought Aurangzeb, freely employed Muslims. An equally important factor in the breakup of the Mughal Empire was the cracking up of the economic structure. There were repeated peasant risings, some of them on a big scale. From 1669 onwards the Jat peasantry, not far from the capital itself, rose again and again against the Delhi government. Yet another revolt of poor people was that of the Satnamis, who were described by a Mughal noble as a gang of bloody miserable rebels, goldsmiths, carpenters, sweepers, tanners, and other ignoble beings. Thus far, revolts had been confined to princes and nobles and others of high degree. Quite another class was now experimenting with them. While the empire was rent by strife and revolt, the new Maratha power was growing and consolidating itself in western India. Shivaji, born in 1627, was the ideal guerrilla leader of hardened mountaineers, and his cavalry went far and wide, sacking the city of Surat, where the English had their factory, and enforcing the chauth tax payment over distant parts of the Mughal dominions. Shivaji was the symbol of a resurgent Hindu nationalism, drawing inspiration from the old classics, courageous, and possessing high qualities of leadership. He built up the Marathas as a strong unified fighting group, gave them a nationalist background, and made them a formidable power which broke up the Mughal Empire. He died in 1680, but the Maratha power continued to grow till it dominated India. End of Part 12, titled, Aurangzeb Puts the Clock Back, Growth of Hindu Nationalism, Shivaji, of Chapter 6. Part 13, The Marathas and the British Struggle for Supremacy, Triumph of the British. The 100 years that followed the death of Aurangzeb in 1707 saw a complicated and many-sided struggle for mastery over India. The Mughal Empire rapidly fell to pieces, and the imperial viceroys and governors began to function as semi-independent rulers, though so great was the prestige of the descendant of the Mughals in Delhi that a formal allegiance was paid to him even when he was powerless and a prisoner of others. These satrapies had no real power or importance, except in so far as they helped or hindered the main protagonists for power. The Nizam of Hyderabad, by virtue of the strategic position of his state in the south, appeared to have a certain importance in the beginning. But it soon transpired that this importance was entirely fictitious and the state was straw-stuffed and held upright by external forces. It showed a peculiar capacity for duplicity and for profiting by the misfortunes of others while avoiding all risk and dangers. Sir John Shore described it as incorrigibly depraved, devoid of energy, consequently liable to sink into vassalage. The Marathas looked upon the Nizam as one of their subordinate chieftains paying tribute to them. An attempt by him to avoid this and to show independence met with swift retribution, and the Marathas put to flight his feeble and none too brave army. He took refuge under the protecting wings of the growing power of the British East India Company and survived as a state because of this vassalage. Indeed, the Hyderabad state enlarged its area considerably, without any remarkable effort on its part, by the British victory over Tipu Sultan of Mysore. Warren Hastings, writing in 1784, refers to the Nizam of Hyderabad. His dominions are of small extent and scanty revenue. His military strength is represented to be most contemptible, nor was he at any period of his life distinguished for personal courage or the spirit of enterprise. On the contrary, it seems to have been his constant and ruling maxim to foment the incentives of war among his neighbors, to profit by their weakness and embarrassments, but to avoid being a party himself in any of their contests, and to submit even to humiliating sacrifices rather than subject himself to the chances of war. Footnote, quoted in Edward Thompson's The Making of the Indian Princes, 1943, page 1. End of footnote. The real protagonists for power in India during the 18th century were four. Two of these were Indian and two foreign. The Indians were the Marathas and headed Ali and his son Tipu Sultan in the south. The foreigners were the British and the French. Of these, it appeared almost inevitable, during the first half of the century, that the Marathas were destined to establish their supremacy over India as a whole, and to be the successors of the Mughal Empire. Their troops appeared at the very gates of Delhi as early as 1737, and there was no power strong enough to oppose them. Just then, in 1739, a new eruption took place in the northwest, and Nadir Shah of Persia swept down to Delhi, killing and plundering, and carrying off enormous treasure, including the famous Peacock Throne. It was an easy raid for him, for the Delhi rulers were effete and effeminate, wholly unused to warfare, and Nadir Shah did not come into conflict with the Marathas. In a sense, his raid facilitated matters for the Marathas, who in subsequent years spread to the Punjab. Again, Maratha supremacy of India was in sight. Nadir Shah's raid had two consequences. He put an end completely to any pretensions that the Delhi Mughal rulers had to power and dominion. Henceforth, they became vague shadows enjoying a ghostly sovereignty, puppets in the hands of anyone who was strong enough to hold them. To a large extent, they had arrived at that stage even before Nadir Shah came. He completed the process. And yet, so strong is the hold of tradition and long-established custom, the British East India Company as well as others, continued to send humble presents to them in token of tribute right up to the eve of Plassey, and even afterwards. For a long time the company considered itself and functioned as the agent of the Delhi Emperor, in whose name money was coined till 1835. The second consequence of Nadir Shah's raid was the separation of Afghanistan from India. Afghanistan, which for long ages past had been part of India, was now cut off and became part of Nadir Shah's dominions. Sometime afterwards, a local rebellion resulted in the murder of Nadir Shah by a group of his own officers, and Afghanistan became an independent state. The Marathas had in no way been weakened by Nadir Shah, and they continued to spread in the Punjab. But in 1761, they met with a crushing defeat at Panipat from an Afghan invader, Ahmad Shah Durrani, who was ruling Afghanistan then. The flower of the Maratha forces perished in this disaster, and for a while, their dreams of empire faded away. They recovered gradually, and the Maratha dominions were divided into a number of independent states joined together in a confederacy under the leadership of the Peshwa at Pune. The chiefs of the bigger states were Scindia of Gwalior, Holkar of Indore, and the Gaikwar of Baroda. This confederacy still dominated a vast area in western and central India. But the Panipat defeat of the Marathas by Ahmad Shah had weakened them just when the English company was emerging as an important territorial power of India. In Bengal, Clive, by promoting treason and forgery and with very little fighting, had won the Battle of Plassey in 1757, a date which is sometimes said to mark the beginning of the British Empire in India. It was an unsavory beginning, and something of that bitter taste has clung to it ever since. Soon the British held the whole of Bengal and Bihar, and one of the early consequences of their rule was a terrible famine, which ravaged these two provinces in 1770, killing over a third of the population of this rich, vast, and densely populated area. In South India, the struggle between the English and the French, a part of the world struggle between the two, ended in the triumph of the English, and the French were almost eliminated from India. With the elimination of the French power from India, 3 contestants for supremacy remained: the Maratha Confederacy, Hyder Ali in the south, and the British. In spite of their victory at Plassey, and their spreading out over Bengal and Bihar, few, if any, people in India then looked upon the British as a dominant power, destined to rule over the whole of India. An observer would still have given the first place to the Marathas, who sprawled all over western and central India right up to Delhi, and whose courage and fighting qualities were well known. Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan were formidable adversaries who inflicted a severe defeat on the British and came near to breaking the power of the East India Company. But they were confined to the south and did not directly affect the fortunes of India as a whole. Hyder Ali was a remarkable man and one of the notable figures in Indian history. He had some kind of a national ideal and possessed the qualities of a leader with vision. Continually suffering from a painful disease, his self-discipline and capacity for hard work were astonishing. He realized, long before others did so, the importance of sea power and the growing menace of the British based on naval strength. He tried to organize a joint effort to drive them out, and for this purpose, sent envoys to the Marathas, the Nizam, and Shuja ad-Dawla of Avidh. But nothing came of this. He started building his own navy, and capturing the Maldive Islands, made them his headquarters for shipbuilding and naval activities. He died by the wayside as he was marching with his army. His son Tipu continued to strengthen his navy. Tipu also sent messages to Napoleon and to the Sultan in Constantinople. In the north, a Sikh state under Ranjit Singh was growing up in the Punjab, to spread later to Kashmir and the northwest frontier province, but that too was a marginal state not affecting the real struggle for supremacy. This struggle, it became clear as the 18th century approached its end, lay between the only 2 powers that counted, the Marathas and the British. All the other states and principalities were subordinate and subsidiary to these 2. Tipu Sultan of Mysore was finally defeated by the British in 1799, and that left the field clear for the final contest between the Marathas and the British East India Company. Charles Metcalfe, one of the ablest of the British officials in India, wrote in 1806, "India contains no more than 2 great powers, British and Maratha, and every other state acknowledges the influence of one or the other. Every inch that we recede will be occupied by them." But there was rivalry amongst the Maratha chieftains, and they fought and were defeated separately by the British. They won some notable victories, and especially inflicted a severe defeat on the British near Agra in 1804, but by 1818, the Maratha power was finally crushed and the great chiefs that represented it in central India submitted and accepted the overlordship of the East India Company. The British became then the unchallenged sovereigns of a great part of India, governing the country directly or through puppet and subsidiary princes. The Punjab and some outlying parts were still beyond their control, but the British Empire in India had become an established fact, and subsequent wars with the Sikhs and Gurkhas and in Burma merely rounded it off on the map. End of Part 13, titled, The Marathas and the British Struggle for Supremacy, Triumph of the British, of Chapter 6. Part 14, The Backwardness of India and the Superiority of the English in Organization and Technique. Looking back over this period, it almost seems that the British succeeded in dominating India by a succession of fortuitous circumstances and lucky flukes. With remarkably little effort, considering the glittering prize, they won a great empire and enormous wealth, which helped to make them the leading power in the world. It seems easy for a slight turn in events to have taken place, which would have dashed their hopes and ended their ambitions. They were defeated on many occasions, by Hyder Ali and Tipu, by the Marathas, by the Sikhs, and by the Gurkhas. A little less good fortune and they might have lost their foothold in India, or at the most held on to certain coastal territories only. And yet a closer scrutiny reveals, in the circumstances then existing, a certain inevitability in what happened. Good fortune there certainly was, but there must be an ability to profit by good fortune. India was then in a fluid and disorganized state, following the breakup of the Mughal Empire. For many centuries, it had not been so weak and helpless. Organized power having broken down, the field was left open to adventurers and new claimants for dominion. Among these adventurers and claimants, the British, and the British alone at the time, possessed many of the qualities necessary for success. Their major disadvantage was that they were foreigners coming from a far country. Yet that very disadvantage worked in their favor, for no one took them very seriously or considered them as possible contestants for the sovereignty of India. It is extraordinary how this delusion lasted till long after Plassey, and their functioning in formal matters as the agents of the Shadow Emperor at Delhi helped to further this false impression. The plunder that they carried away from Bengal and their peculiar methods of trade led to the belief that these foreigners were out for money and treasure and not so much for dominion, that they were a temporary though painful infliction, rather like Timur or Nadir Shah, who came and plundered and went back to his homeland. The East India Company had originally established itself for trading purposes, and its military establishment was meant to protect this trade. Gradually, and almost unnoticed by others, it had extended the territory under its control, chiefly by taking sides in local disputes, helping one rival against another. The company's troops were better trained and were an asset to any side, and the company extracted heavy payment for the help. So the company's power grew and its military establishment increased. People looked upon these troops as mercenaries to be hired. When it was realized that the British were playing nobody's game but their own, and were out for the political domination of India, they had already established themselves firmly in the country. Anti-foreign sentiment there undoubtedly was, and this grew in later years, but it was far removed from any general or widespread national feeling. The background was feudal and loyalty went to the local chief. Widespread distress, as in China during the days of the warlords, compelled people to join any military leader who offered regular pay or opportunities of loot. The East India Company's armies largely consisted of Indian sepoys. Only the Marathas had some national sentiment, something much more than loyalty to a leader, behind them, but even this was narrow and limited. They managed to irritate the brave Rajputs by their treatment of them. Instead of gaining them as allies, they had to deal with them as opponents or as grumbling and dissatisfied feudatories. Among the Maratha chiefs themselves there was bitter rivalry, and occasionally civil war, in spite of a vague alliance under the Peshwa's leadership. At critical moments they failed to support each other, and were separately defeated. Yet the Marathas produced a number of very able men, statesmen and warriors, among them being Nana Padnavis, the Peshwa Bazi Rao I, Mahadji Scindia, of Gwalior, and Yashwant Rao Holkar, of Indore, as also that remarkable woman, Princess Ahilya Bai, of Indore. Their rank and file was good, seldom deserting a post and often facing certain death unmoved, but behind all this courage, there was often an adventurism and amateurishness, both in peace and war, which were surprising. Their ignorance of the world was appalling, and even their knowledge of India's geography was strictly limited. What is worse, they did not take the trouble to find out what was happening elsewhere, and what their enemies were doing. There could be no far-sighted statesmanship or effective strategy with these limitations. Their speed of movement and mobility often surprised and unnerved the enemy, but essentially war was looked upon as a series of gallant charges and little more. They were ideal guerrilla fighters. Later, they reorganized their armies on more orthodox lines, with the result that what they gained in armor they lost in speed and mobility, and they could not adjust themselves easily to these new conditions. They considered themselves clever, and so they were, but it was not difficult to overreach them in peace or war, for their thought was imprisoned in an old and out-of-date framework and could not go beyond it. The superiority and discipline and technique of foreign-trained armies had, of course, been noticed at an early stage by Indian rulers. They employed French and English officers to train their own armies, and the rivalry between these two helped to build up Indian armies. Hyder Ali and Tipu also had some conception of the importance of sea power, and they tried, unsuccessfully and too late, to build up a fleet in order to challenge the British at sea. The Marathas also made a feeble attempt in this direction. India was then a shipbuilding country, but it was not easy to build up a navy within a short time, and in the face of constant opposition. With the elimination of the French, many of their officers in the armies of the Indian powers had to go. The foreign officers who remained, chiefly British, often deserted their employers at critical stages, and, on some occasions, betrayed them, surrendering and marching over to their enemies, the British, with their armies and treasure. This reliance on foreign officers not only indicates the backwardness of the army organization of the Indian powers, but was also a constant source of danger owing to their unreliability. The British often had a powerful fifth column both in the administration and in the armies of the Indian rulers. If the Marathas, with their homogeneity and group patriotism, were backward in civil and military organization, much more so were the other Indian powers. The Rajputs, for all their courage, functioned in the old feudal way, romantic but thoroughly inefficient, and were rent among themselves by tribal feuds. Many of them, from a sense of feudal loyalty to an overlord, and partly as a consequence of Akbar's policy in the past, sided with the vanishing power of Delhi. But Delhi was too feeble to profit by this, and the Rajputs deteriorated and became the playthings of others, ultimately falling into the orbit of Scindia, the Maratha. Some of their chiefs tried to play a careful balancing game in order to save themselves. The various Muslim rulers and chiefs in northern and central India were as feudal and backward in their ideas as the Rajput. They made no real difference, except to add to the confusion and the misery of the mass of the people. Some of them acknowledged the suzerainty of the Marathas. The Gurkhas of Nepal were splendid and disciplined soldiers, the equals, if not the superiors, of any troops that the East India Company could produce. Although completely feudal in organization, their attachment to their homelands was great, and this sentiment made them formidable fighters in its defense. They gave a fright to the British, but made no difference to the issue of the main struggle in India. The Marathas did not consolidate themselves in the vast areas in northern and central India where they had spread. They came and went, taking no root. Perhaps nobody could take root just then owing to the alternating fortunes of war, and indeed many territories under British control, or acknowledging British suzerainty were in a far worse condition, and the British or their administration had not taken root there. If the Marathas, and much more so the other Indian powers, were amateurish and adventurous in their methods, the British in India were thoroughly professional. Many of the British leaders were adventurous enough, but they were in no way adventurous in the policy for which they all worked in their separate spheres. The East India Company's Secretariat, writes Edward Thompson, was served in the courts of native India by a succession and galaxy of men, such as even the British Empire has hardly ever possessed together at any other time. One of the chief duties of the British residents at these courts was to bribe and corrupt the ministers and other officials. Their spy system was perfect, says a historian. They had complete information of the courts and armies of their adversaries, while those adversaries lived in ignorance of what the British were doing or were going to do. The fifth column of the British functioned continuously, and in moments of crisis and in the heat of war there would be defections in their favor, which made a great difference. They won most of their battles before the actual fighting took place. That had been so at Plassey and was repeated again and again right up to the Sikh Wars. A notable instance of desertion was that of a high officer in the service of Scindia, of Gwalior, who had secretly come to terms with the British and went over to them with his entire army at the moment of battle. He was awarded for this later by being made the ruler of a new Indian state carved out of the territories of Scindia, whom he had betrayed. That state still exists, but the man's name became a byword for treason and treachery, just as quislings in recent years. The British thus represented a higher political and military organization, well knit together and having very able leaders. They were far better informed than their adversaries, and they took full advantage of the disunity and rivalries of the Indian powers. Their command of the seas gave them safe bases and opportunities to add to their resources. Even when temporarily defeated, they could recuperate and assume the offensive again. Their possession of Bengal after Plassey gave them enormous wealth and resources to carry on their warfare with the Marathas and others, and each fresh conquest added to these resources. For the Indian powers, defeat often meant a disaster, which could not be remedied. This period of war and conquest and plunder converted central India and Rajputana and some parts of the south and west into derelict areas full of violence and unhappiness and misery. Armies marched across them, and in their train came highway robbers, and no one cared for the miserable human beings who lived there, except to despoil them of their money and goods. Parts of India became rather like Central Europe during the 30 Years' War. Conditions were bad almost everywhere, but they were worst of all in the areas under British control or suzerainty. Nothing could be more fantastic than the picture presented by Madras or by the vassal states of Awadh and Hyderabad, a seething delirium of misery. In comparison, the regions where the Nana, Padnavis, the Maratha statesmen, governed were an oasis of gentle security, so writes Edward Thompson. Just prior to this period, large parts of India were singularly free from disorder, in spite of the disruption of the Mughal Empire. In Bengal during the long reign of Alavardi, the semi-independent Mughal viceroy, peaceful and orderly government prevailed, and trade and business flourished, adding to the great wealth of the province. Some little time after Alavardi's death, the Battle of Plassey, 1757, took place, and the East India Company constituted themselves the agents of the Delhi Emperor, though in reality they were completely independent, and could do what they willed. Then began the pillage of Bengal on behalf of the company and their agents and factors. Some years after Plassey began the reign of Ahilya Bai, of Indore in central India, and it lasted for 30 years, 1765 to 1795. This has become almost legendary as a period during which perfect order and good government prevailed and the people prospered. She was a very able ruler and organizer, highly respected during her lifetime, and considered as a saint by a grateful people after her death. Thus, during the very period when Bengal and Bihar, under the new rule of the East India Company, deteriorated and there was organized plunder and political and economic chaos, leading to terrible famines, central India as well as many other parts of the country were in a prosperous condition. The British had power and wealth, but felt no responsibility for good government or any government. The merchants of the East India Company were interested in dividends and treasure and not in the improvement or even protection of those who had come under their sway. In particular, in the vassal states there was a perfect divorce between power and responsibility. When the British had finished with the Marathas and were secure in their conquests, they turned their minds towards civil government and some kind of order was evolved. In the subsidiary states, however, the change was very slow, for in those so-called protected areas there was a permanent divorce between responsibility and power. We are often reminded, lest we forget, that the British rescued India from chaos and anarchy. That is true insofar as they established orderly government after this period, which the Marathas have called the time of terror. But that chaos and anarchy were partly at least due to the policy of the East India Company and their representatives in India. It is also conceivable that even without the good offices of the British, so eagerly given, peace and orderly government might have been established in India after the conclusion of the struggle for supremacy. Such developments had been known to have taken place in India, as in other countries, in the course of her 5,000 years of history. End of Part 14, titled, The Backwardness of India and the Superiority of the English in Organization and Technique, of Chapter 6. Part 15, Ranjit Singh and Jai Singh. It seems clear that India became a prey to foreign conquest because of the inadequacy of her own people and because the British represented a higher and advancing social order. The contrast between the leaders on both sides is marked. The Indians, for all their ability, functioned in a narrow, limited sphere of thought and action, unaware of what was happening elsewhere and therefore unable to adapt themselves to changing conditions. Even if the curiosity of individuals was roused, they could not break the shell which held them and their people prisoners. The Englishmen, on the other hand, were much more worldly wise, shaken up and forced to think by events in their own country and in France and America. Two great revolutions had taken place. The campaigns of the French revolutionary armies and of Napoleon had changed the whole science of war. Even the most ignorant Englishman who came to India saw different parts of the world in the course of his journey. In England itself great discoveries were being made, heralding the Industrial Revolution, though perhaps few realized their far-reaching significance at the time. But the leaven of change was working powerfully, and influencing the people. Behind it all was the expansive energy, which sent the British to distant lands. Those who had recorded the history of India are so full of wars and tumults and the political and military leaders of the day, that they tell us very little of what was happening in the mind of India and how social and economic processes were at work. Only occasional and accidental glimpses emerge from this sordid record. It appears that during this period of terror the people generally were crushed and exhausted, passively submitting to the decrees of a malevolent fate, dazed and devoid of curiosity. There must have been many individuals, however, who were curious and who tried to understand the new forces at play, but they were overwhelmed by the tide of events, and could not influence them. One of the individuals who was full of curiosity was Maharaja Ranjit Singh, a Jat Sikh, who had built up a kingdom in the Punjab, which subsequently spread to Kashmir and the frontier province. He had failings and vices, nevertheless he was a remarkable man. The Frenchman, Jacquemont, calls him extremely brave and almost the first inquisitive Indian I have seen, but his curiosity makes up for the apathy of the whole nation. His conversation is like a nightmare. Footnote, quoted by Edward Thompson in The Making of Indian Princes, 1943, page 158. End of footnote. It must be remembered that Indians as a rule, are a reserved people, and more so the intellectuals amongst them. Very few of these would have cared to associate then with the foreign military leaders and adventurers in India, many of whose actions filled them with horror. So these intellectuals tried to preserve their dignity by keeping as far as possible from the foreign elements and met them only on formal occasions when circumstances compelled them to do so. The Indians whom Englishmen and other foreigners usually met were of the opportunist and servile class that surrounded them or the ministers, frequently corrupt and intriguing, of the Indian courts. Ranjit Singh was not only intellectually curious and inquisitive, he was remarkably humane at a time when India and the world seethed with callousness and inhumanity. He built up a kingdom and a powerful army, and yet he disliked bloodshed. Never was so large an empire founded by one man with so little criminality, says Prinsep. He abolished the death sentence for every crime, however heinous it might be, when in England even petty pilferers had to face death. Except in actual warfare, writes Osborne, who visited him, he has never been known to take life, though his own has been attempted more than once, and his reign will be found freer from any striking acts of cruelty and oppression than those of many more civilized monarchs. Footnote, quotations taken from Edward Thompson, The Making of Indian Princes, 1943, page 157, 158. End of footnote. Another, but a different type of Indian statesman was Savai Jai Singh, of Jaipur in Rajputana. He belongs to a somewhat earlier period and he died in 1743. He lived during the period of disruption following Aurangzeb's death. He was clever and opportunist enough to survive the many shocks and changes that followed each other in quick succession. He acknowledged the suzerainty of the Delhi emperor. When he found that the advancing Marathas were too strong to be checked, he came to terms with them on behalf of the emperor. But it is not his political or military career that interests me. He was a brave warrior and an accomplished diplomat, but he was something much more than this. He was a mathematician and an astronomer, a scientist and a town planner, and he was interested in the study of history. Jai Singh built big observatories at Jaipur, Delhi, Ujjain, Benares, and Mathura. Learning through Portuguese missionaries of the progress of astronomy in Portugal, he sent his own men, with one of the missionaries, to the court of the Portuguese king Emmanuel. Emmanuel sent his envoy, Xavier de Silva, with the Lahires tables to Jai Singh. On comparing these with his own tables, Jai Singh came to the conclusion that the Portuguese tables were less exact and had several errors. He attributed these to the inferior diameters of the instruments used. Jai Singh was of course fully acquainted with Indian mathematics. He had studied the old Greek treatises and also knew of recent European developments in mathematics. He had some of the Greek books, Euclid, etc., as well as European works on plane and spherical trigonometry, and the construction and use of logarithms translated into Sanskrit. He also had Arabic books on astronomy translated. He founded the city of Jaipur. Interested in town planning, he collected the plans of many European cities of the time, and then drew up his own plan. Many of these plans of the old European cities of the time are preserved in the Jaipur Museum. The city of Jaipur was so well and wisely planned, that it is still considered a model of town planning. Jai Singh did all this and much more in the course of a comparatively brief life, and in the midst of perpetual wars and court intrigues, on which he was himself often involved. Nadir Shah's invasion took place just 4 years before Jai Singh's death. Jai Singh would have been a remarkable man anywhere and at any time. The fact that he rose and functioned as a scientist in the typically feudal milieu of Rajputana, and during one of the darkest periods of Indian history, when disruption and war and tumults filled the scene, is very significant. It shows that the spirit of scientific inquiry was not dead in India and that there was some ferment at work, which might have yielded rich results if only an opportunity had been given to it to fructify. Jai Singh was no anachronism or solitary thinker in an unfriendly and uncomprehending environment. He was a product of his age and he collected a number of scientific workers to work with him. Out of these, he sent some in the embassy to Portugal, and social custom or taboo did not deter him from doing so. It seems probable that there was plenty of good material for scientific work in the country, both theoretical and technical, if only it was given a chance to function. That opportunity did not come for a long time. Even when the troubles and disorders were over, there was no encouragement of scientific work by those in authority. End of Part 15, titled, Ranjit Singh and Jai Singh, of Chapter 6. Part 16, The Economic Background of India, The Two Englands. What was the economic background of India when all these far-reaching political changes were taking place? Viansti has written that right up to the 18th century, Indian methods of production and of industrial and commercial organization could stand comparison with those in vogue in any other part of the world. India was a highly developed manufacturing country, exporting her manufactured products to Europe and other countries. Her banking system was efficient and well organized throughout the country, and the hundis, or bills of exchange, issued by the great business or financial houses were honored everywhere in India, as well as in Iran, and Kabul and Herat and Tashkent and other places in Central Asia. Merchant capital had emerged and there was an elaborate network of agents, jobbers, brokers, and middlemen. The shipbuilding industry was flourishing, and one of the flagships of an English admiral during the Napoleonic Wars had been built by an Indian firm in India. India was, in fact, as advanced industrially, commercially, and financially as any country prior to the Industrial Revolution. No such development could have taken place unless the country had enjoyed long periods of stable and peaceful government, and the highways were safe for traffic and trade. Foreign adventurers originally came to India because of the excellence of her manufacturers, which had a big market in Europe. The chief business of the British East India Company in its early days was to trade with Indian goods in Europe, and very profitable trading it was, yielding enormous dividends. So efficient and highly organized were Indian methods of production, and such was the skill of India's artisans and craftsmen, that they could compete successfully even with the higher techniques of production, which were being established in England. When the big machine age began in England, Indian goods continued to pour in and had to be stopped by very heavy duties, and in some cases, by outright prohibitions. Clive described Murshidabad, in Bengal, in 1757, the very year of Plassey, as a city as extensive, populous, and rich as the city of London, with the difference that there are individuals in the first possessing infinitely greater property than in the last. The city of Dhaka, in eastern Bengal, was famous for its fine muslins. These two cities, important as they were near the periphery of Hindustan. All over the vast land there were greater cities and large numbers of big manufacturing and trading centers, and a very rapid and ingenious system of communicating news and market prices had been evolved. The great business houses often received news, even of the wars that were going on, long before dispatches reached the officials of the East India Company. The economy of India had thus advanced to as high a stage as it could reach prior to the Industrial Revolution. Whether it had the seeds of further progress in it, or was too much bound up with the rigid social structure, it is difficult to say. It seems quite possible, however, that under normal conditions it would have undergone that change and begun to adapt itself, in its own way, to the new industrial conditions. And yet, though it was ripe for a change, that change itself required a revolution within its own framework. Perhaps some catalytic agent was necessary to bring about that change. It is clear that however highly organized and developed its pre-industrial economy was, it could not compete for long with the products of industrialized countries. It had to industrialize itself or submit to foreign economic penetration, which would have led to political interference. As it happened, foreign political domination came first, and this led to a rapid destruction of the economy India had built up, without anything positive or constructive taking its place. The East India Company represented both British political power and British vested interests and economic power. It was supreme, and being a company of merchants, it was intent on making money. Just when it was making money with amazing rapidity and in fantastic quantities, Adam Smith wrote about it in The Wealth of Nations in 1776, the government of an exclusive company of merchants is perhaps the worst of all governments for any country whatever. Though the Indian merchant and manufacturing classes were rich and spread out all over the country, and even controlled the economic structure, they had no political power. Government was despotic and still largely feudal. In fact, it was probably more feudal than it had been at some previous stages of Indian history. Hence there was no middle class strong enough, or even consciously thinking of seizing power, as in some Western countries. The people generally had grown apathetic and servile. There was thus a gap, which had to be filled before any revolutionary change could take place. Perhaps this gap had been produced by the static nature of Indian society, which refused to change in a changing world, for every civilization, which resists change declines. That society, as constituted, had no more creative part to play. A change was overdue. The British, at that time, were politically much more advanced. They had had their political revolution and had established the power of Parliament over that of the king. Their middle classes, conscious of their new power, were full of the impulse to expand. That vitality and energy, proof of a growing and progressive society, were indeed very evident in England. They showed themselves in many ways, and most of all in the inventions and discoveries, which heralded the Industrial Revolution. And yet, what was the British ruling class then? Charles and Mary Beard, The eminent American historians tell us how the success of the American Revolution removed suddenly from the royal provinces in America the British ruling class, a class accustomed to a barbarous criminal code, a narrow and intolerant university system, a government conceived as a huge aggregation of jobs and privileges, a contempt of men and women who toiled in field and shop, a denial of education to the masses, an established religion forced alike on dissenters and Catholics, a dominion of squire and parson in counties and villages, callous brutality in army and navy, a scheme of primogeniture buttressing the rule of the landed gentry, a swarm of hungry placemen offering sycophancy to the king in exchange for offices, sinecures, and pensions, and a constitution of church and state so ordered as to fasten upon the masses this immense pile of pride and plunder. From the weight of this mountain the American revolutionists delivered the colonial subjects of the British Crown. Within a decade or two after that emancipation they accomplished reforms in law and policy, which required 100 years or more of persistent agitation to effect in the mother country, reforms which gave to the statesmen who led in the agitation their title to immortality in English history. Footnote: The Rise of American Civilization, 1928, Volume 1, page 292. End of footnote. The American Declaration of Independence, that landmark in freedom's history, was signed in 1776, and 6 years later the colonies separated from England and began their real intellectual, economic, and social revolution. The land system, that had grown up under British inspiration and after the model of England, was completely transformed. Many privileges were abolished and the large estates confiscated and then distributed in small lots. A stirring period of awakening and intellectual and economic activity followed. Free America, rid of feudal relics and foreign control, marched ahead with giant strides. In France, the Great Revolution smashed the Bastille, symbol of the old order, and swept away the king and feudalism and declared the rights of man to the world. And in England then? Frightened by these revolutionary changes in America and France, England became even more reactionary, and her fierce and barbarous penal code became even more savage. When George III came to the English throne in 1760 there were about 160 offences for which men, women, and children were put to death. By the time his long reign ended in 1820, nearly 100 new offences, carrying the death penalty, were added to this terrible list. The ordinary soldier in the British Army was treated worse than a beast of the field, with a brutality and inhumanity that horrify. Death sentences were common and commoner still was flogging, inflicted in public, flogging up to several hundred lashes, till death sometimes intervened or the mangled body of the sufferer, just surviving, told the story to his dying day. In this matter as in many others involving humanity and respect for the individual and the group, India was far more advanced and had a higher civilization. There was more literacy in India than in England or the rest of Europe, though the education was strictly traditional. Probably there were more civic amenities also. The general condition of the masses in Europe was very backward and deplorable and compared unfavorably with the conditions prevailing in India. But there was this vital difference: new forces and living currents were working invisibly in Western Europe, bringing changes in their trains. In India, conditions were far more static. England came to India. When Queen Elizabeth gave a charter to the East India Company in 1600, Shakespeare was alive and writing. In 1611 the authorized English edition of the Bible was issued. In 1608 Milton was born. There followed Hampden and Cromwell and the political revolution. In 1660 the Royal Society of England, which was to advance the cause of science so much, was organized. 100 years later, in 1760, the flying shuttle was invented, and there followed in quick succession the spinning jenny, the steam engine, and the power loom. Which of these two Englands came to India? The England of Shakespeare and Milton, of noble speech and writing and brave deed, of political revolution and the struggle for freedom, of science and technical progress, or the England of the savage penal code and brutal behavior, of entrenched feudalism and reaction? For there were two Englands, just as in every country there are these two aspects of national character and civilization. The discrepancy in England, write Edward Thompson, between the highest and the ordinary levels of our civilization, has always been immense. I doubt if there is anything like it in any country with which we should wish to be compared, and it is a discrepancy that lessens so slowly, that it often seems hardly to lessen at all. Footnote: Making of Indian Princes, 1903, page 264. End of footnote. The two Englands live side by side, influencing each other, and cannot be separated, nor could one of them come to India forgetting completely the other. Yet in every major action one plays the leading role, dominating the other, and it was inevitable that the wrong England should play that role in India and should come in contact with and encourage the wrong India in the process. The independence of the United States of America is more or less contemporaneous with the loss of freedom by India. Surveying the past century and a half, an Indian looks somewhat wistfully and longingly at the vast progress made by the United States during this period, and compares it with what has been done and what has not been done in his own country. It is true, no doubt, that the Americans have many virtues and we have many failings, that America offered a virgin field and an almost clean slate to write upon while we were cluttered up with ancient memories and traditions. And yet perhaps it is not inconceivable that if Britain had not undertaken this great burden in India, and as she tells us, endeavored for so long to teach us the difficult art of self-government, of which we had been so ignorant, India might not only have been freer and more prosperous, but also far more advanced in science and art and all that makes life worth living. End of Part 16, titled, The Economic Background of India, The Two Englands, of Chapter 6. This concludes the 6th chapter, titled, New Problems, of the Discovery of India. Chapter 7, The Last Phase, 1. Part 1, Consolidation of British Rule and Rise of Nationalist Movement, The Ideology of Empire, The New Caste. Our writing of India's history is perhaps resented more than anything else we have done, so writes an Englishman well acquainted with India and her history. It is difficult to say what Indians have resented most in the record of British rule in India, the list is long and varied. But it is true that British accounts of India's history, more especially, of what is called the British period, are bitterly resented. History is almost always written by the victors and conquerors, and gives their viewpoint, or, at any rate, the victor's version is given prominence, and holds the field. Very probably, all the early records we have of the Aryans in India, their epics and traditions, glorify the Aryans, and are unfair to the people of the country whom they subdued. No individual can wholly rid himself of his racial outlook and cultural limitations, and when there is conflict between races and countries, even an attempt at impartiality is considered a betrayal of one's own people. War, which is an extreme example of this conflict, results in a deliberate throwing overboard of all fairness and impartiality. So far as the enemy nation is concerned, the mind coarsens, and becomes closed to almost all avenues of approach except one. The overpowering need of the moment is to justify one's own actions, and condemn and blacken those of the enemy. Truth hides somewhere at the bottom of the deepest well, and falsehood, naked and unashamed, reigns almost supreme. Even when actual war is not being waged, there is often potential war and conflicts between rival countries and interests. In a country dominated by an alien power, that conflict is inherent and continuous, and affects and perverts people's thoughts and actions. The war mentality is never wholly absent. In the old days, when war and its consequences, brutality and conquest and enslavement of a people, were accepted as belonging to the natural order of events, there was no particular need to cover them or justify them from some other point of view. With the growth of higher standards, the need for justification has arisen, and this leads to a perversion of facts, sometimes deliberate, often unconscious. Thus hypocrisy pays its tribute to virtue, and a false and sickening piety allies itself to evil deeds. In any country, and especially in a huge country like India, with its complicated history and mixed culture, it is always possible to find facts and trends to justify a particular thesis, and then this becomes the accepted basis for a new argument. America, it is said, is a land of contradictions, in spite of its standardization and uniformity. How much more then must India be full of contradictions and incongruities? We shall find there, as elsewhere, what we seek, and on this preconceived basis we can build up a structure of belief and opinion. And yet that structure will have untrue foundations and will give a false picture of reality. Recent Indian history, that is the history of the British period, is so connected with present-day happenings, that the passions and prejudices of today powerfully influence our interpretation of it. Englishmen and Indians are both likely to err, though their errors will lie in opposite directions. Far the greater part of the records and papers, out of which history takes shape, and is written comes from British sources, and inevitably represents the British point of view. The very circumstances of defeat and disruption prevented the Indian side of the story from being properly recorded, and many of the records that existed suffered destruction during the Great Revolt of 1857. The papers that survived were hidden away in family archives, and could not be published for fear of consequences. They remained dispersed, little known, and many perished in the manuscript stage from the incursion of termites and other insects, which abound in the country. At a later stage, when some of these papers were discovered, they threw a new light on many historical incidents. Even British-written Indian history had to be somewhat modified, and the Indian conception, often very different from the British, took shape. Behind this conception lay also a mass of tradition and memories, not of the remote past but of a period when our grandfathers and great-grandfathers were the living witnesses, and often the victims of events. As history, this tradition may have little value, but it is important as it enables us to understand the background of the Indian mind today. The villain of the British in India is often a hero to Indians, and those whom the British have delighted to honor and reward are often traitors and quislings in the eyes of the great majority of the Indian people. That taint clings to their descendants. The history of the American Revolution has been differently written by Englishmen and Americans, and even today when old passions have subsided, and there is friendship between the two peoples, each version is resented by the other party. In our own day, Lenin was a monster and a brigand to many English statesmen of high repute, yet millions have considered him as a savior, and the greatest man of the age. These comparisons will give us some faint idea of the resentment felt by Indians at being forced to study in their schools and colleges so-called histories which disparage India's past in every way, vilify those whose memory they cherish, and honor and glorify the achievements of British rule in India. Gopal Krishna Gokhale once wrote in his gently ironical way of the inscrutable wisdom of Providence, which had ordained the British connection for India. Whether it was due to this inscrutable wisdom, or to some process of historic destiny or just chance, the coming of the British to India brought two very different races together, or, at any rate, it should have brought them together, but as it happened, they seldom approached each other, and their contacts were indirect. English literature, and English political thought, influenced a tiny fringe of those who had learned English. But this political thought, though dynamic in its context, had no reality in India then. The British who came to India were not political or social revolutionaries, they were conservatives representing the most reactionary social class in England, and England was in some ways one of the most conservative countries in Europe. The impact of Western culture on India was the impact of a dynamic society, of a modern consciousness, on a static society wedded to medieval habits of thought which, however sophisticated and advanced in its own way, could not progress because of its inherent limitations. And, yet, curiously enough, the agents of this historic process were not only wholly unconscious of their mission in India but, as a class, actually represented no such process. In England, their class fought this historic process but the forces opposed to them were too strong, and could not be held back. In India they had a free field, and were successful in applying the brakes to that very change and progress, which, in the larger context, they represented. They encouraged and consolidated the position of the socially reactionary groups in India, and opposed all those who worked for political and social change. If change came, it was in spite of them, or as an incidental and unexpected consequence of their activities. The introduction of the steam engine and the railway was a big step towards a change of the medieval structure, but it was intended to consolidate their rule and facilitate the exploitation for their own benefit of the interior of the country. This contradiction between the deliberate policy of the British authorities in India and some of its unintended consequences produces a certain confusion and masks that policy itself. Change came to India because of this impact of the West, but it came almost in spite of the British in India. They succeeded in slowing down the pace of that change to such an extent that even today, the transition is very far from complete. The feudal landlords and their kind, who came from England to rule over India, had the landlord's view of the world. To them India was a vast estate, belonging to the East India Company, and the landlord was the best and the natural representative of his estate and his tenants. That view continued even after the East India Company handed over its estate of India to the British Crown, being paid very handsome compensation at India's cost. Thus began the public debt of India. It was India's purchase money, paid by India. The British government of India then became the landlords, or landlords' agents. For all practical purposes they considered themselves India, just as the Duke of Devonshire might be considered Devonshire by his peers. The millions of people who lived and functioned in India were just some kind of landlord's tenants, who had to pay their rents and cesses and to keep their place in the natural feudal order. For them, a challenge to that order was an offense against the very moral basis of the universe and a denial of a divine dispensation. This somewhat metaphysical conception of British rule in India has not changed fundamentally, though it is expressed differently now. The old method of obvious rack-renting gave place to more subtle and devious devices. It was admitted that the landlord should be benevolent towards his tenantry, and should seek to advance their interests. It was even agreed that some of the more loyal and faithful among the tenants should be promoted to the estate office and share in a subordinate way in the administration. But no challenge to the system of landlordism could be tolerated. The estate must continue to function, as it used to even when it changed hands. When pressure of events made some such change inevitable, it was stipulated that all the faithful employees in the estate office should continue, all the old and new friends, followers and dependents of the landlord should be provided for, the old age pensioners should continue to draw their pensions, the old landlord himself should now function as a benevolent patron and advisor of the estate, and thus all attempts to bring about essential changes should be frustrated. This sense of identifying India with their own interests was strongest in the higher administrative services, which were entirely British. In later years, these developed in that close and well-knit corporation called the Indian Civil Service, the world's most tenacious trade union, as it has been called by an English writer. They ran India, they were India, and anything that was harmful to their interests must of necessity be injurious to India. From the Indian civil service and the kind of history and record of current events that was placed before them, this conception spread in varying degrees to the different strata of the British people. The ruling class naturally shared it in full measure, but even the worker and the farmer were influenced by it to some slight extent, and felt, in spite of their own subordinate position in their own country, the pride of possession and empire. That same worker or farmer, if he came to India, inevitably belonged to the ruling class here. He was totally ignorant of India's history and culture, and he accepted the prevailing ideology of the British in India, for he had no other standards to judge by or apply. At the most a vague benevolence filled him, but that was strictly conditioned within that framework. For 100 years, this ideology permeated all sections of the British people, and became, as it were, a national heritage, a fixed and almost unalterable notion, which governed their outlook on India, and imperceptibly affected even their domestic outlook. In our own day, that curious group, which has no fixed standards or principles or much knowledge of the outside world, the leaders of the British Labour Party, have usually been the staunchest supporters of the existing order in India. Sometimes a vague sense of uneasiness fills them at a seeming contradiction between their domestic and colonial policy, between their professions and practice, but, considering themselves above all as practical men of common sense, they sternly repress all these stirrings of conscience. Practical men must necessarily base themselves on established and known practice, on existing conditions, and not take a leap into the dark unknown merely because of some principle or untested theory. Viceroys who come to India direct from England have to fit in with and rely upon the Indian civil service structure. Belonging to the possessing and ruling class in England, they have no difficulty whatever in accepting the prevailing ICS outlook, and their unique position of absolute authority, unparalleled elsewhere, leads to subtle changes in their ways and methods of expression. Authority corrupts, and absolute authority corrupts absolutely, and no man in the wide world today has had or has such absolute authority over such large number of people as the British Viceroy of India. The Viceroy speaks in a manner such as no Prime Minister of England or President of the United States can adopt. The only possible parallel would be that of Hitler. And not the Viceroy only, but the British members of his council, the governors, and even the smaller fry who function as secretaries of departments or magistrates. They speak from a noble and unattainable height, secure not only in the conviction that what they say and do is right, but that it will have to be accepted as right whatever lesser mortals may imagine, for theirs is the power and the glory. Some members of the Viceroy's Council are appointed direct from England and do not belong to the Indian Civil Service. There is usually a marked difference in their ways and utterances from those of the civil service. They function easily enough in that framework, but they cannot quite develop that superior and self-satisfied air of assured authority. Much less can the Indian members of the Council, a fairly recent addition, who are obvious supers, whatever their numbers or intelligence. Indians belonging to the civil service, whatever their rank in the official hierarchy, do not belong to the charmed circle. A few of them try to ape the manners of their colleagues without much success. They become rather pompous and ridiculous. The new generation of British members of the Indian Civil Service are, I believe, somewhat different in mind and texture from their predecessors. They do not easily fit into the old framework, but all authority and policy flow from the senior members, and the newcomers make no difference. They have either to accept the established order or, as has sometimes happened, resign and return to their homeland. I remember that when I was a boy, the British-owned newspapers in India were full of official news and utterances, of service news, transfers and promotions, of the doings of English society, of polo, races, dances, and amateur theatricals. There was hardly a word about the people of India, about their political, cultural, social, or economic life. Reading them, one would hardly suspect that they existed. In Bombay there used to be quadrangular cricket matches between 4 11s made up respectively of Hindus, Muslims, Parsis, and Europeans. The European 11 was called Bombay Presidency, the others were just Hindus, Muslims, Parsis. Bombay was thus, essentially represented by the Europeans, the others, one would imagine, were foreign elements who were recognized for this purpose. These quadrangular matches still take place, though there is much argument about them, and a demand that 11s should not be chosen on religious lines. I believe that the Bombay Presidency team is now called European. English clubs in India usually have territorial names, the Bengal Club, the Allahabad Club, etc. They are confined to Britishers, or rather to Europeans. There need be no objection to territorial designation, or even to a group of persons having a club for themselves, and not approving of outsiders joining it. But this designation is derived from the old British habit of considering that they are the real India that counts, the real Bengal, the real Allahabad. Others are just excrescences, useful in their own way, if they know their places, but otherwise a nuisance. The exclusion of non-Europeans is far more a racial affair than a justifiable means for people with cultural affinities to meet together in their leisure moments for play and social intercourse, without the intrusion of other elements. For my part, I have no objection to exclusive English or European clubs, and very few Indians would care to join them, but when this social exclusiveness is clearly based on racialism and on a ruling class always exhibiting its superiority and unapproachability, it bears another aspect. In Bombay, there is a well-known club which did not allow and so far as I know, does not allow, an Indian, except as a servant, even in its visitor's room, even though he might be a ruling prince or a captain of industry. Racialism in India is not so much English versus Indian, it is European as opposed to Asiatic. In India, every European, be he German, or Pole, or Romanian, is automatically a member of the ruling race. Railway carriages, station retiring rooms, benches in parks, etc., are marked for Europeans only. This is bad enough in South Africa or elsewhere, but to have to put up with it in one's own country is a humiliating and exasperating reminder of one's enslaved condition. It is true that a gradual change has been taking place in these external manifestations of racial superiority and imperial arrogance, but the process is slow and frequent instances occur to show how superficial it is. Political pressure, and the rise of a militant nationalism, enforce change and lead to a deliberate attempt to tone down the former racialism and aggressiveness, and yet that very political movement, when it reaches a stage of crisis and is sought to be crushed, leads to a resurgence of all the old imperialist and racial arrogance in its extremist form. The English are a sensitive people, and yet when they go to foreign countries there is a strange lack of awareness about them. In India, where the relation of ruler and ruled makes mutual understanding difficult, this lack of awareness is peculiarly evident. Almost one would think that it is deliberate, so that they may see only what they want to see, and be blind to all else, but facts do not vanish because they are ignored, and when they compel attention there is a feeling of displeasure and resentment at the unexpected happening, as of some trick having been played. In this land of caste, the British, and more especially the Indian civil service, have built up a caste which is rigid and exclusive. Even the Indian members of the service do not really belong to that caste, though they wear the insignia and conform to its rules. That caste has developed something in the nature of a religious faith in its own paramount importance, and round that faith has grown an appropriate mythology which helps to maintain it. A combination of faith and vested interests is a powerful one, and any challenge to it arouses the deepest passions and fierce indignation. End of Part 1, titled, Consolidation of British Rule and Rise of Nationalist Movement, The Ideology of Empire, The New Caste, of Chapter 7. Part 2, The Plunder of Bengal Helps the Industrial Revolution in England. The East India Company had received permission from the Mughal Emperor to start a factory at Surat, early in the 17th century. Some years later, they purchased a patch of land in the south and founded Madras. In 1662, the island of Bombay was presented to Charles II of England by way of dowry from Portugal, and he transferred it to the company. In 1690 the city of Calcutta was founded. Thus, by the end of the 17th century, the British had gained a number of footholds in India and established some bridgeheads on the Indian coastline. They spread inland slowly. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 for the first time brought a vast area under their control, and within a few years Bengal, Bihar, Orissa, and the east coast were subject to them. The next big step forward was taken about 40 years later, at the beginning of the 19th century. This brought them to the gates of Delhi. The third major advance took place after the last defeat of the Marathas in 1818, the fourth in 1849, after the Sikh Wars, completed the picture. Thus, the British have been in the city of Madras a little over 300 years, they have ruled Bengal, Bihar, etc., for 187 years, they extended their domination over the south 145 years ago, they established themselves in the United Provinces, as they are now called, central and western India about 125 years ago, and they spread to the Punjab 95 years ago. This is being written in June, 1944, leaving out the city of Madras as too small an area. There is a difference of nearly 100 years between their occupation of Bengal and that of the Punjab. During this period, British policy and administrative methods changed repeatedly. These changes were dictated by new developments in England, as well as the consolidation of British rule in India. The treatment of each newly acquired area varied according to these changes, and depended also on the character of the ruling group which had been defeated by the British. Thus, in Bengal, where the victory had been very easy, the Muslim landed gentry were looked upon as the ruling classes, and a policy was pursued to break their power. In the Punjab, on the other hand, power was seized from the Sikhs, and there was no initial antagonism between the British and the Muslims. In the greater part of India, the Marathas had been opponents of the British. A significant fact which stands out is that those parts of India which have been longest under British rule are the poorest today. Indeed, some kind of chart might be drawn up to indicate the close connection between length of British rule and progressive growth of poverty. A few large cities, and some new industrial areas, do not make any essential difference to this survey. What is noteworthy is the condition of the masses as a whole, and there can be no doubt that the poorest parts of India are Bengal, Bihar, Orissa, and parts of the Madras Presidency. The mass level and standards of living are highest in the Punjab. Bengal certainly was a very rich and prosperous province before the British came. There may be many reasons for these contrasts and differences. But it is difficult to get over the fact that Bengal, once so rich and flourishing, after 187 years of British rule, accompanied, as we are told, by strenuous attempts on the part of the British to improve its condition and to teach its people the art of self-government, is today a miserable mass of poverty-stricken, starving, and dying people. Bengal had the first full experience of British rule in India. That rule began with outright plunder, and a land revenue system which extracted the uttermost farthing not only from the living but also from the dead cultivators. The English historians of India, Edward Thompson and G.T. Garrett, tell us that a gold lust unequaled since the hysteria that took hold of the Spaniards of Cortes and Pizarro's age filled the English mind. Bengal in particular was not to know peace again, until she has been bled white. For the monstrous financial immorality of the English conduct in India for many a year after this, Clive was largely responsible. Footnote: Rise and Fulfillment of British Rule in India by Edward Thompson and G.T. Garrett, London, 1935. End of footnote. Clive, the great empire builder, whose statue faces the India Office in London today. It was pure loot. The pagoda tree was shaken again and again till the most terrible famines ravaged Bengal. This process was called trade later on, but that made little difference. Government was this so-called trade, and trade was plunder. There are few instances in history of anything like it. And it must be remembered that this lasted, under various names and under different forms, not for a few years but for generations. The outright plunder gradually took the shape of legalized exploitation, which, though not so obvious, was in reality worse. The corruption, venality, nepotism, violence, and greed of money of these early generations of British rule in India is something which passes comprehension. It is significant that one of the Hindustani words which has become part of the English language is loot. Says Edward Thompson, and this does not refer to Bengal only, one remembers the early history of British India, which is perhaps the world's high-water mark of graft. The result of all this, even in its early stages, was the famine of 1770, which swept away over a third of the population of Bengal and Bihar. But it was all in the cause of progress, and Bengal can take pride in the fact that she helped greatly in giving birth to the Industrial Revolution in England. The American writer, Brooke Adams, tells us exactly how this happened. The influx of Indian treasure, by adding considerably to the nation's cash capital, not only increased its stock of energy, but added much to its flexibility and the rapidity of its movement. Very soon after Plassey, the Bengal plunder began to arrive in London, and the effect appears to have been instantaneous, for all authorities agree that the Industrial Revolution began with the year 1770. Plassey was fought in 1757, and probably nothing has ever equaled the rapidity of the change that followed. In 1760 the flying shuttle appeared, and coal began to replace wood in smelting. In 1764 Hargreaves invented the spinning jenny, in 1776 Brompton contrived the mule, in 1785 Cartwright patented the power loom, and in 1768 Watt matured the steam engine. But though these machines served as outlets for the accelerating movements of the time, they did not cause the acceleration. In themselves inventions are passive, waiting for a sufficient store of force to have accumulated to set them working. That store must always take the shape of money, and money not hoarded but in motion. Before the influx of the Indian treasure, and the expansion of credit which followed, no force sufficient for this purpose existed. Possibly since the world began, no investment has ever yielded the profit reaped from the Indian plunder, because for nearly 50 years Great Britain stood without a competitor. Footnote: Brooke Adams, The Law of Civilization in Decay, 1928, pages 259 to 260, quoted by Kate Mitchell in India, 1943. End of footnote. End of Part 2, titled, The Plunder of Bengal Helps the Industrial Revolution in England, of Chapter 7. Part 3, The Destruction of India's Industry and the Decay of her Agriculture. The chief business of the East India Company in its early period, the very object for which it was started, was to carry Indian manufactured goods, textiles, etc., as well as spices and the like from the East to Europe, where there was a great demand for these articles. With the developments in industrial techniques in England, a new class of industrial capitalists rose there, demanding a change in this policy. The British market was to be closed to Indian products, and the Indian market open to British manufactures. The British Parliament, influenced by this new class, began to take a greater interest in India and the working of the East India Company. To begin with, Indian goods were excluded from Britain by legislation, and as the East India Company held a monopoly in the Indian export business, this exclusion influenced other foreign markets also. This was followed by vigorous attempts to restrict and crush Indian manufactures by various measures and internal duties which prevented the flow of Indian goods within the country itself. British goods meanwhile had free entry. The Indian textile industry collapsed, affecting vast numbers of weavers and artisans. The process was rapid in Bengal and Bihar. Elsewhere, it spread gradually with the expansion of British rule and the building of railways. It continued throughout the 19th century, breaking up other old industries also, shipbuilding, metalworking, glass, paper, and many crafts. To some extent, this was inevitable as the older manufacturing came into conflict with the new industrial technique. But it was hastened by political and economic pressure, and no attempt was made to apply the new techniques to India. Indeed, every attempt was made to prevent this happening, and thus the economic development of India was arrested, and the growth of the new industry prevented. Machinery could not be imported into India. A vacuum was created, which could only be filled by British goods, and which led to rapidly increasing unemployment and poverty. The classic type of modern colonial economy was built up, India becoming an agricultural colony of industrial England, supplying raw materials, and providing markets for England's industrial goods. The liquidation of the artisan class led to unemployment on a prodigious scale. What were all these scores of millions, who had so far been engaged in industry and manufacture, to do now? Where were they to go? Their old profession was no longer open to them, the way to a new one was barred. They could die, of course, that way of escape from an intolerable situation is always open. They did die in tens of millions. The English Governor-General of India, Lord Bentinck, reported in 1834 that the misery hardly finds a parallel in the history of commerce. The bones of the cotton weavers are bleaching the plains of India. But still vast numbers of them remained, and these increased from year to year, as British policy affected remoter areas of the country and created more unemployment. All these hordes of artisans and craftsmen had no job, no work, and all their ancient skill was useless. They drifted to the land, for the land was still there. But the land was fully occupied and could not possibly absorb them profitably. So they became a burden on the land, and the burden grew, and with it grew the poverty of the country, and the standard of living fell to incredibly low levels. This compulsory back to the land movement of artisans and craftsmen led to an ever-growing disproportion between agriculture and industry. Agriculture became more and more the sole business of the people because of the lack of occupations and wealth-producing activities. India became progressively ruralized. In every progressive country there has been, during the past century, a shift of population from agriculture to industry, from village to town. In India this process was reversed, as a result of British policy. The figures are instructive and significant. In the middle of the 19th century, about 55% of the population is said to have been dependent on agriculture. Recently this proportion was estimated to be 74%. This is a pre-war figure, though there has been greater industrial employment during the war. The number of those dependent on agriculture actually went up in the census of 1941, owing to increase of population. The growth of a few large cities, chiefly at the expense of the small town, is apt to mislead the superficial observer and give him a false idea of Indian conditions. This then is the real, the fundamental, cause of the appalling poverty of the Indian people, and it is of comparatively recent origin. Other causes that contribute to it are themselves the result of this poverty and chronic starvation and undernourishment, like disease and illiteracy. Excessive population is unfortunate, and steps should be taken to curb it wherever necessary, but it still compares favorably with the density of population of many industrialized countries. It is only excessive for a predominantly agricultural community, and under a proper economic system, the entire population can be made productive and should add to the wealth of the country. As a matter of fact, great density of population exists only in special areas, like Bengal and the Gangetic Valley, and vast areas are still sparsely populated. It is worth remembering that Great Britain is more than twice as densely populated as India. The crisis in industry spread rapidly to the land, and became a permanent crisis in agriculture. Holdings became smaller and smaller, and fragmentation proceeded to an absurd and fantastic degree. The burden of agricultural debt grew and ownership of the land often passed to moneylenders. The number of landless laborers increased by the million. India was under an industrial capitalist regime, but her economy was largely that of the pre-capitalist period, minus many of the wealth-producing elements of that pre-capitalist economy. She became a passive agent of modern industrial capitalism, suffering all its ills and with hardly any of its advantages. The transition from a pre-industrialist economy to an economy of capitalist industrialism involves great hardship and heavy cost and human suffering borne by masses of people. This was especially so in the early days when no efforts were made to plan such a transition or to lessen its evil results, and everything was left to individual initiative. There was this hardship in England during the period of transition, but taken as a whole, it was not great as the changeover was rapid and the unemployment caused was soon absorbed by the new industries. But that did not mean that the cost in human suffering was not paid. It was indeed paid, and paid in full by others, particularly by the people of India, by famine and death and vast unemployment. It may be said that a great part of the costs of transition to industrialism in Western Europe were paid for by India, China, and the other colonial countries, whose economy was dominated by the European powers. It is obvious that there has been all along abundant material in India for industrial development, managerial and technical ability, skilled workers, even some capital in spite of the continuous drain from India. The historian, Montgomery Martin, giving evidence before an inquiry committee of the British Parliament in 1840, said, "India is as much a manufacturing country as an agriculturist, and he who would seek to reduce her to the position of an agricultural country, seeks to lower her in the scale of civilization." That is exactly what the British, in India sought to do, continuously and persistently, and the measure of their success is the present condition of India, after they have held despotic sway there for a century and a half. Ever since the demand for the development of modern industry arose in India, and this, I imagine, is at least 100 years old, we have been told that India is preeminently an agricultural country and it is in her interest to stick to agriculture. Industrial development may upset the balance, and prove harmful to her main business, agriculture. The solicitude which British industrialists and economists have shown for the Indian peasant has been truly gratifying. In view of this, as well as of the tender care lavished upon him by the British government in India, one can only conclude that some all-powerful and malign fate, some supernatural agency, has countered their intentions and measures, and made that peasant one of the poorest and most miserable beings on earth. It is difficult now for anyone to oppose industrial development in India, but even now, when any extensive and far-reaching plan is drawn up, we are warned by our British friends, who continue to shower their advice upon us, that agriculture must not be neglected and must have first place. As if any Indian with an iota of intelligence can ignore or neglect agriculture or forget the peasant. The Indian peasant is India more than anyone else, and it is on his progress and betterment that India's progress will depend. But our crisis in agriculture, grave as it is interlinked with the crisis in industry, out of which it arose. The two cannot be disconnected and dealt with separately, and it is essential for the disproportion between the two to be remedied. India's ability to develop modern industry can be seen by her success in it whenever she has had the chance to build it up. Indeed, such success has been achieved in spite of the strenuous opposition of the British government in India and of vested interests in Britain. Her first real chance came during the War of 1914–18, when the inflow of British goods was interrupted. She profited by it, though only to a relatively small extent because of British policy. Ever since then, there has been continuous pressure on the government to facilitate the growth of Indian industry by removing the various barriers and special interests that come in the way. While apparently accepting this as its policy, the government has obstructed all real growth, especially of basic industries. Even in the Constitution Act of 1935 it was specifically laid down that Indian legislatures could not interfere with the vested interests of British industry in India. The pre-war years witnessed repeated and vigorous attempts to build up basic and heavy industries, all scotched by official policy. But the most amazing instances of official obstruction have been during the present war, when war needs for production were paramount. Even those vital needs were not sufficient to overcome British dislike of Indian industry. That industry has grown because of the force of events, but its growth is trivial compared to what it could have been or to the growth of industry in many other countries. The direct opposition of the earlier periods to the growth of Indian industry gave place to indirect methods, which have been equally effective, just as direct tribute gave place to manipulation of customs and excise duties and financial and currency policies, which benefited Britain at the expense of India. Long subjection of a people and the denial of freedom bring many evils, and perhaps the greatest of these lies in the spiritual sphere, demoralization and sapping of the spirit of the people. It is hard to measure this, though it may be obvious. It is easier to trace and measure the economic decay of a nation, and as we look back on British economic policy in India, it seems that the present poverty of the Indian people is the ineluctable consequence of it. There is no mystery about this poverty, we can see the causes and follow the processes which have led to the present condition. End of Part 3, titled, The Destruction of India's Industry and the Decay of Her Agriculture, of Chapter 7. Part 4, India becomes for the first time a political and economic appendage of another country. The establishment of British rule in India was an entirely novel phenomenon for her, not comparable with any other invasion or political or economic change. India had been conquered before, but by invaders who settled within her frontiers and made themselves part of her life. Like the Normans in England or the Manchus in China, she had never lost her independence, never been enslaved. That is to say, she had never been drawn into a political and economic system, whose center of gravity lay outside her soil, never been subjected to a ruling class, which was, and which remained, permanently alien in origin and character. Footnote, K.S. Shelvinkers, The Problem of India, published by Penguin Special, London, 1940. End of footnote. Every previous ruling class, whether it had originally come from outside, or was indigenous, had accepted the structural unity of India's social and economic life, and tried to fit into it. It had become Indianized, and had struck roots in the soil of the country. The new rulers were entirely different, with their base elsewhere, and between them and the average Indian there was a vast and unbridgeable gulf, a difference in tradition, in outlook, in income, and ways of living. The early Britishers in India, rather cut off from England, adopted many Indian ways of living. But it was a superficial approach, and even this was deliberately abandoned with the improvement in communications between India and England. It was felt that the British ruling class must maintain its prestige in India, by keeping aloof, exclusive, apart from Indians, living in a superior world of its own. There were two worlds, the world of British officials and the world of India's millions, and there was nothing in common between them except a common dislike for each other. Previously races had merged into one another, or at least fitted into an organically interdependent structure. Now racialism became the acknowledged creed, and this was intensified by the fact that the dominant race had both political and economic power, without check or hindrance. The world market, that the new capitalism was building up would have, in any event, affected India's economic system. The self-sufficient village community, with its traditional division of labor, could not have continued in its old form. But the change that took place was not a normal development, and it disintegrated the whole economic and structural basis of Indian society. A system which had social sanctions and controls behind it and was a part of the people's cultural heritage, was suddenly and forcibly changed, and another system, administered from outside the group, was imposed. India did not come into a world market but became a colonial and agricultural appendage of the British structure. The village community, which had so far been the basis of Indian economy, was disintegrated, losing both its economic and administrative functions. In 1830, Sir Charles Metcalfe, one of the ablest of British officials in India, described these communities in words which have often been quoted: "The village communities are little republics, having nearly everything they want within themselves, and almost independent of foreign relations. They seem to last where nothing else lasts." This union of the village communities, each one forming a separate little state in itself, is in a high degree conducive to their happiness, and to the enjoyment of a great portion of freedom and independence. The destruction of village industries was a powerful blow to these communities. The balance between industry and agriculture was upset, the traditional division of labor was broken up, and numerous stray individuals could not be easily fitted into any group activity. A more direct blow came from the introduction of the landlord system, changing the whole conception of ownership of land. This conception had been one of communal ownership, not so much of the land as of the produce of the land. Possibly not fully appreciating this, but more probably taking the step deliberately for reasons of their own, the British governors, themselves representing the English landlord class, introduced something resembling the English system in India. At first, they appointed revenue farmers for short terms, that is, persons who were made responsible for the collection of the revenue or land tax and payment of it to the government. Later, these revenue farmers developed into landlords. The village community was deprived of all control over the land and its produce. What had always been considered as the chief interest and concern of that community now became the private property of the newly created landowner. This led to the breakdown of the joint life and corporate character of the community, and the cooperative system of services and functions began to disappear gradually. The introduction of this type of property and land was not only a great economic change, but it went deeper and struck at the whole Indian conception of a cooperative group social structure. A new class, the owners of land, appeared, a class created by, and therefore to a large extent identified with, the British government. The breakup of the old system created new problems, and probably the beginnings of the new Hindu-Muslim problem can be traced to it. The landlord system was first introduced in Bengal and Bihar, where big landowners were created under the system, known as the permanent settlement. It was later realized that this was not advantageous to the state, as the land revenue had been fixed, and could not be enhanced. Fresh settlements in other parts of India were therefore made for a period only, and enhancements in revenue took place from time to time. In some provinces a kind of peasant proprietorship was established. The extreme rigor applied to the collection of revenue resulted, especially in Bengal, in the ruin of the old landed gentry, and new people from the moneyed and business classes took their place. Thus, Bengal became a province predominantly of Hindu landlords, while their tenants, though both Hindu and Muslim, were chiefly the latter. Big landowners were created by the British after their own English pattern, chiefly because it was far easier to deal with a few individuals than with a vast peasantry. The objective was to collect as much money in the shape of revenue, and as speedily as possible. If an owner failed at the stipulated time, he was immediately pushed out and another took his place. It was also considered necessary to create a class whose interests were identified with the British. The fear of revolt filled the minds of British officials in India, and they referred to this repeatedly in their papers. Governor-General Lord William Bentinck said in 1829, "If security was wanting against extensive popular tumult or revolution, I should say that the permanent settlement, though a failure in many other respects, has this great advantage at least, of having created a vast body of rich landed proprietors deeply interested in the continuance of British dominion and having complete command over the mass of the people." British rule thus consolidated itself by creating new classes and vested interests, which were tied up with that rule and privileges, which depended on its continuance. There were the landowners and the princes, and there was a large number of subordinate members of the services in various departments of government, from the patwari, the village headman, upwards. The two essential branches of government were the revenue system and the police. At the head of both of these in each district was the collector or district magistrate, who was the linchpin of the administration. He functioned as an autocrat in his district, combining in himself executive, judicial, revenue, and police functions. If there were any small Indian states adjoining the area under his control, he was also the British agent for them. Then there was the Indian Army, consisting of British and Indian troops, but officered entirely by Englishmen. This was reorganized repeatedly, especially after the Mutiny of 1857, and ultimately became organizationally linked up with the British Army. This was so arranged as to balance its different elements and keep the British troops in key positions. Next to the grand counterpoise of a sufficient European force comes the counterpoise of natives against natives, says the official report on reorganization in 1858. The primary function of these forces was to serve as an army of occupation, internal security troops they were called, and a majority of these was British. The frontier province served as a training ground for the British Army at India's expense. The field army, chiefly Indian, was meant for service abroad, and it took part in numerous British imperial wars and expeditions, India always bearing the cost. Steps were taken to segregate Indian troops from the rest of the population. Thus, India had to bear the cost of her own conquest, and then of her transfer, or sale, from the East India Company to the British Crown, for the extension of the British Empire to Burma and elsewhere, for expeditions to Africa, Persia, etc., and for her defense against Indians themselves. She was not only used as a base for imperial purposes, without any reimbursement for this, but she had further to pay for the training of part of the British Army in England, capitation charges, these were called. Indeed, India was charged for all manner of other expenses incurred by Britain, such as the maintenance of British diplomatic and consular establishments in China and Persia, the entire cost of the telegraph line from England to India, part of the expenses of the British Mediterranean fleet, and even the receptions given to the Sultan of Turkey in London. The building of railways in India, undoubtedly desirable and necessary, was done in an enormously wasteful way. The government of India guaranteed 5% interest on all capital invested, and there was no need to check or estimate what was necessary. All purchases were made in England. The civil establishment of government was also run on a lavish and extravagant scale, all the highly paid positions being reserved for Europeans. The process of Indianization of the administrative machine was very slow, and only became noticeable in the 20th century. This process, far from transferring any power to Indian hands, proved yet another method of strengthening British rule. The really key positions remained in British hands, and Indians in the administration could only function as the agents of British rule. To all these methods must be added the deliberate policy, pursued throughout the period of British rule, or creating divisions among Indians, of encouraging one group at the cost of another. This policy was openly admitted in the early days of their rule, and indeed it was a natural one for an imperial power. With the growth of the nationalist movement, that policy took subtler and more dangerous forms, and though denied, functioned more intensively than ever. Nearly all our major problems today have grown up during British rule and as a direct result of British policy: the princes, the minority problem, various vested interests, foreign and Indian, the lack of industry and the neglect of agriculture, the extreme backwardness in the social services, and, above all, the tragic poverty of the people. The attitude to education has been significant. In Kay's Life of Metcalfe, it is stated that this dread of the free diffusion of knowledge became a chronic disease, continually afflicting the members of government with all sorts of hypochondriacal daydreams and nightmares, in which visions of the printing press and the Bible were making their flesh creep, and their hair to stand erect with horror. It was our policy in those days to keep the natives of India in the profoundest state of barbarism and darkness, and every attempt to diffuse the light of knowledge among the people, either of our own or of the independent states, was vehemently opposed and resented. Footnote, quoted by Edward Thompson in The Life of Lord Metcalfe. End of footnote. Imperialism must function in this way, or else it ceases to be imperialism. The modern type of finance imperialism added new kinds of economic exploitation, which were unknown in earlier ages. The record of British rule in India during the 19th century must necessarily depress and anger an Indian, and yet it illustrates the superiority of the British in many fields, not least in their capacity to profit by our disunity and weaknesses. A people who are weak and who are left behind in the march of time invite trouble, and ultimately have only themselves to blame. If British imperialism with all its consequences was, in the circumstances, to be expected in the natural order of events, so also was the growth of opposition to it inevitable, and the final crisis between the two. End of Part 4, titled, India Becomes for the First Time a Political and Economic Appendage of Another Country, of Chapter 7. Part 5, The Growth of the Indian States System. One of our major problems in India today is that of the princes of the Indian states. These states are unique of their kind in the world, and they vary greatly in size and political and social conditions. Their number is 601. About 15 of these may be considered major states, the biggest of these being Hyderabad, Kashmir, Mysore, Travancore, Baroda, Gwalior, Indore, Cochin, Jaipur, Jodhpur, Bikaner, Bhopal, and Patiala. Then follow a number of middling states, and lastly, several hundreds of very small areas, some not bigger than a pin's point on the map. Most of these tiny states are in Kathiawar, western India, and the Punjab. These states not only vary in size from that of France to almost that of an average farmer's holding, but also differ in every other way. Mysore is industrially the most advanced. Mysore, Travancore, and Cochin are educationally far ahead of British India. Footnote, Travancore, Cochin, Mysore, and Baroda are, from the point of view of popular education, far in advance of British India. In Travancore, it is interesting to note that popular education began to be organized in 1801. Compare England where it started in 1870. The literacy percentage in Travancore is now 58 for men and 41 for women. This is over 4 times higher than the British India percentage. Public health is also better organized in Travancore. Women play an important part in public service and activities in Travancore. End of footnote. Most of the states are, however, very backward, and some are completely feudal. All of them are autocracies, though some have started elected councils whose powers are strictly limited. Hyderabad, the premier state, still carries on with the typical feudal regime, supported by an almost complete denial of civil liberties. So also most of the states in Rajputana and the Punjab. A lack of civil liberties is a common feature of the states. These states do not form compact blocks, they are spread out all over India, islands surrounded by non-state areas. The vast majority of them are totally unable to support even a semi-independent economy. Even the largest, situated as they are, can hardly hope to do so without the full cooperation of the surrounding areas. If there was any economic conflict between a state and non-state India, the former could be easily reduced to submission by tariff barriers and other economic sanctions. It is manifest that both politically and economically these states, even the largest of them, cannot be separated and treated as independent entities. As such, they would not survive, and the rest of India would also suffer greatly. They would become hostile enclaves all over India, and if they relied on some external power for protection, this in itself would be a continuous and serious menace to a free India. Indeed, they would not have survived till today, but for the fact that politically and economically the whole of India, including the states, is under one dominant power which protects them. Apart from the possible conflicts between a state and non-state India, it must be remembered that there is continuous pressure on the autocratic ruler of the state from his own people, who demand free institutions. Attempts to achieve this freedom are suppressed and kept back with the aid of the British power. Even in the 19th century, these states, as constituted, became anachronisms. Under modern conditions, it is impossible to conceive of India being split up into scores of separate independent entities. Not only would there be perpetual conflict, but all planned economic and cultural progress would become impossible. We must remember that when these states took shape and entered into treaties with the East India Company, at the beginning of the 19th century, Europe was divided up into numerous small principalities. Many wars and revolutions have changed the face of Europe since then, and are changing it today, but the face of India was set and petrified by external pressure imposed upon it, and not allowed to change. It seems absurd to hold up some treaty drawn up 140 years ago, usually on the field of battle or immediately afterwards, between two rival commanders or their chiefs, and to say that this temporary settlement must last forever. The people of the state of course had no say in that settlement, and the other party at the time was a commercial corporation concerned only with its own interests and profits. This commercial corporation, the East India Company, acted not as the agent of the British Crown or Parliament, but in theory, as the agent of the Delhi Emperor, from whom power and authority were supposed to flow, although he was himself quite powerless. The British Crown or Parliament had nothing whatever to do with these treaties. Parliament only considered Indian affairs when the charter of the East India Company came up for discussion from time to time. The fact that the East India Company was functioning in India under the authority conferred on it by the Divani grant of the Mughal Emperor made it independent of any direct interference by the British Crown or Parliament. Indirectly, Parliament could, if it so chose, cancel the charter or impose new conditions at the time of renewal. The idea that the English king or Parliament should even in theory function as agents and therefore as subordinates of the shadowy emperor at Delhi was not liked in England, and so they studiously kept aloof from the activities of the East India Company. The money spent in the Indian wars was Indian money raised and disposed of by the East India Company. Subsequently, as the territory under the control of the East India Company increased in area, and its rule was consolidated, the British Parliament began to take greater interest in Indian affairs. In 1858, after the shock of the Indian Mutiny and Revolt, the East India Company transferred its domain of India, for money paid by India, to the British Crown. That transfer did not involve a separate transfer of the Indian states apart from the rest of India. The whole of India was treated as a unit, and the British Parliament functioned in India through the Government of India, which exercised a suzerainty over the states. The states had no separate relations with the British Crown or Parliament. They were part and parcel of the system of government, direct and indirect, represented by the Government of India. This government, in later years, ignored those old treaties whenever it suited its changing policy to do so, and exercised a very effective suzerainty over the states. Thus, the British Crown was not in the picture at all so far as the Indian states were concerned. It is only in recent years that the claim to some kind of independence has been raised on behalf of the states, and it has been further claimed that they have some special relations with the British Crown, apart from the Government of India. These treaties, it should be noted, are with very few of the states. There are only 40 treaty states, the rest have engagements and synods. These 40 states have 3/4 of the total Indian state population, and 6 of them have considerably more than 1/3 of this population. Footnote: these 6 are Hyderabad, 12 to 13 million, Mysore, 7.5 million, Travancore, 6.25 million, Baroda, 4 million, Kashmir, 3 million, Gwalior, 3 million, totaling over 36 million. The total Indian states population is about 90 million. End of footnote. In the Government of India Act of 1935, for the first time, some distinction was made between the relations of the states and the rest of India with the British Parliament. The states were removed from the supervisory authority and direction of the Government of India and placed directly under the Viceroy who, for this purpose, was called the Crown Representative. The Viceroy continued to be, at the same time, the head of the Government of India. The political department of the Government of India, which used to be responsible for the states, was now placed directly under the Viceroy, and was no longer under his executive council. How did these states come into existence? Some are quite new, created by the British, others were the viceroyalties of the Mughal Emperor, and their rulers were permitted to continue as feudatory chiefs by the British, yet others, notably the Maratha chiefs, were defeated by British armies, and then made into feudatories. Nearly all these can be traced back to the beginnings of British rule, they have no earlier history. If some of them functioned independently for a while, that independence was of brief duration, and ended in defeat in war or threat of war. Only a few of the states, and these are chiefly in Rajputana, date back to pre-Mughal times. Travancore has an ancient, 1,000-year-old historical continuity. Some of the proud Rajput clans trace back their genealogy to prehistoric times. The Maharana of Udaipur, of the Suryavansh or race of the sun, has a family tree comparable to that of the Mikado of Japan. But these Rajput chiefs became Mughal feudatories, and then submitted to the Marathas, and finally to the British. The representatives of the East India Company, writes Edward Thompson, now set the princes in their positions, lifting them out of the chaos in which they were submerged. When thus picked up and re-established, the princes were as completely helpless and derelict as any powers since the beginning of the world. Had the British government not intervened, nothing but extinction lay before the Rajput states, and disintegration before the Maratha states. As for such states as Awadh and the Nizam's dominions, their very existence was bogus. They were kept in a semblance of life, only by means of the breath blown through them by the protecting power. Footnote: The Making of the Indian Princes, Edward Thompson, pages 270 to 271. In this book, as well as Thompson's Life of Lord Metcalfe, there are vivid pictures of Hyderabad and British control and graft there, also of Delhi and Ranjit Singh's Punjab. The Butler Committee, 1928-29, appointed by the British government to consider the problem of the Indian states, said in its report, "It is not in accordance with historical facts that when the Indian states came into contact with the British power, they were independent. Some were rescued, others were created by the British." End of footnote. Hyderabad, the premier state today, was small, in area to begin with. Its boundaries were extended twice, after Tipu Sultan's defeat by the British, and the Maratha Wars. These additions were at the instance of the British, and on the express stipulation that the Nizam was to function in a subordinate capacity to them. Indeed, on Tipu's defeat, the offer of part of his territory was first made to the Peshwa, the Maratha leader, but he refused to accept it on those conditions. Kashmir, the next largest state, was sold by the East India Company after the Sikh Wars to the great-grandfather of the present ruler. It was subsequently taken under direct British control on a plea of misgovernment. Later, the ruler's powers were restored to them. The present state of Mysore was created by the British after Tipu's wars. It was also under direct British rule for a lengthy period. The only truly independent kingdom in India is Nepal on the northeastern frontier, which occupies a position analogous to that of Afghanistan, though it is rather isolated. All the rest came within the scope of what was called the subsidiary system, under which all real power lay with the British government, exercised through a resident or agent. Often even the ministers of the ruler were British officials imposed upon him. But the entire responsibility for good government and reform lay with the ruler, who with the best will in the world, and he usually lacked that will as well as competence, could do little in the circumstances. Henry Lawrence wrote in 1846 about the Indian states system: "If there was a device for ensuring well government, it is that of a native ruler and minister both relying on foreign bayonets, and directed by a British resident. Even if all these were able, virtuous, and considerate, still the wheels of government could hardly move smoothly. If it be difficult to select one man, European or native, with all the requisites of a just administrator, where are three who can or will work together to be found? Each of the three may work incalculable mischief, but no one of them can do good if thwarted by the other." Earlier still, in 1817, Sir Thomas Munro wrote to the Governor-General, "There are many weighty objections to the employment of a subsidiary force. It has a natural tendency to render the government of every country in which it exists weak and oppressive, to extinguish all honorable spirit among the higher classes of society, and to degrade and impoverish the whole people. The usual remedy of a bad government in India is a quiet revolution in the palace, or a violent one by rebellion or foreign conquests. But the presence of a British force cuts off every chance of remedy, by supporting the prince on the throne against every foreign and domestic enemy. It renders him indolent, by teaching him to trust to strangers for his security, and cruel and avaricious, by showing him that he has nothing to fear from the hatred of his subjects. Wherever the subsidiary system is introduced, unless the reigning prince be a man of great abilities, the country will soon bear the marks of it in decaying villages and decreasing population. Even if the prince himself were disposed to adhere rigidly to the British alliance, there will always be some amongst his principal officers who will urge him to break it. As long as there remains in the country any high-minded independence, which seeks to throw off the control of strangers, such counsellors will be found. I have a better opinion of the natives of India than to think that this spirit will ever be completely extinguished, and I can therefore have no doubt that the subsidiary system must everywhere run its full course and destroy every government which it undertakes to protect." Footnote, quoted by Edward Thompson in The Making of the Indian Princes, 1943. End of footnote. In spite of such protests, the subsidiary Indian state system was built up, and it brought, inevitably, corruption and tyranny in its train. The governments of these states were often bad enough, but, in any event, they were almost powerless. A few of the British residents or agents in these states, like Metcalfe, were honest and conscientious, but more often they were neither, and they exercised the harlot's privilege of having power without responsibility. Private English adventurers, secure in the knowledge of their race and of official backing, played havoc with the funds of the state. Some of the accounts of what took place in these states during the first half of the 19th century, especially in Awadh and Hyderabad, are almost incredible. Awadh was annexed to British India a little before the Mutiny of 1857. British policy was then in favour of such annexations, and every pretext was taken advantage of for a lapse of the state to British authority. But the Mutiny and Great Revolt of 1857 demonstrated the value of the subsidiary state system to the British government. Except for some minor defections, the Indian princes not only remained aloof from the rising, but, in some instances, actually helped the British to crush it. This brought about a change in British policy towards them, and it was decided to keep them and even to strengthen them. The doctrine of British paramountcy was proclaimed, and in practice the control of the political department of the Government of India over the states has been strict and continuous. Rulers have been removed or deprived of their powers, ministers have been imposed upon them from the British services. Quite a large number of such ministers are functioning now in the states, and they consider themselves answerable far more to British authority than to their nominal head, the prince. Some of the princes are good, some are bad, even the good ones are thwarted and checked at every turn. As a class they are of necessity backward, feudal in outlook, and authoritarian in methods, except in their dealings with the British government, when they show a becoming subservience. Shale Kerr has rightly called the Indian states Britain's fifth column in India. End of Part 5, titled, The Growth of the Indian States System, of Chapter 7. Part 6, Contradictions of British Rule in India, Ram Mohan Roy, The Press, Sir William Jones, English Education in Bengal. One remarkable contradiction meets us at every turn in considering the record of British rule in India. The British became dominant in India, and the foremost power in the world, because they were the heralds of the new big machine industrial civilization. They represented a new historic force, which was going to change the world, and were thus, unknown to themselves, the forerunners and representatives of change and revolution, and yet they deliberately tried to prevent change, except in so far as this was necessary to consolidate their position, and help them in exploiting the country and its people to their own advantage. Their outlook and objectives were reactionary, partly because of the background of the social class that came here, but chiefly because of a deliberate desire to check changes in a progressive direction, as these might strengthen the Indian people, and thus, ultimately weaken the British hold on India. The fear of the people runs through all their thought and policy, for they did not want to and could not merge with them, and were destined to remain an isolated foreign ruling group, surrounded by an entirely different and hostile humanity. Changes, and some in a progressive direction, did come, but they came in spite of British policy, although their impetus was the impact of the New West through the British. Individual Englishmen, educationists, Orientalists, journalists, missionaries, and others played an important part in bringing Western culture to India, and in their attempts to do so often came into conflict with their own government. That government feared the effects of the spread of modern education, and put many obstacles in its way, and yet it was due to the pioneering efforts of able and earnest Englishmen, who gathered enthusiastic groups of Indian students around them, that English thought and literature and political tradition were introduced to India. When I say Englishmen, I include, of course, people from the whole of Great Britain and Ireland, though I know this is improper and incorrect. But I dislike the word Britisher, and even that probably does not include the Irish. My apologies to the Irish, the Scots, and the Welsh. In India they have all functioned alike and have been looked upon as one indistinguishable group. Even the British government, in spite of its dislike of education, was compelled by circumstances to arrange for the training and production of clerks for its growing establishment. It could not afford to bring out from England large numbers of people to serve in this subordinate capacity. So education grew slowly, and though it was a limited and perverted education, it opened the doors and windows of the mind to new ideas and dynamic thoughts. The printing press and indeed all machinery were also considered dangerous and explosive for the Indian mind, not to be encouraged in any way lest they led to the spread of sedition and industrial growth. There is a story that the Nizam of Hyderabad once expressed a desire to see European machinery, and thereupon, the British resident procured for him an air pump and a printing press. The Nizam's momentary curiosity having been satisfied, these were stored away with other gifts and curiosities. But when the government in Calcutta heard of this, they expressed their displeasure to their resident and rebuked him especially for introducing a printing press in an Indian state. The resident offered to get it broken up secretly if the government so desired. But while private printing presses were not encouraged, government could not carry on its work without printing, and official presses were therefore started in Calcutta and Madras and elsewhere. The first private printing press was started by the Baptist missionaries in Serampore, and the first newspaper was started by an Englishman in Calcutta in 1780. All these and other like changes crept in gradually, influencing the Indian mind and giving rise to the modern consciousness. Only a small group was directly influenced by the thought of Europe, for India clung to her own philosophic background, considering it superior to that of the West. The real impact and influence of the West were on the practical side of life, which was obviously superior to the Eastern. The new techniques, the railway train, the printing press, other machinery, more efficient ways of warfare, could not be ignored, and these came up against old methods of thought almost unawares, by indirect approaches, creating a conflict in the mind of India. The most obvious and far-reaching change was the breakup of the agrarian system and the introduction of conceptions of private property and landlordism. Money economy had crept in and land became a marketable commodity. What had once been held rigid by custom was dissolved by money. Bengal witnessed and experienced all these agrarian, technical, educational, and intellectual changes long before any other considerable part of India, for Bengal had a clear half-century of British rule before it spread over wider areas. During the second half of the 18th century and the first half of the 19th, Bengal therefore played a dominant role in British Indian life. Not only was Bengal the center and heart of the British administration, but it also produced the first groups of English-educated Indians who spread out to other parts of India under the shadow of the British power. A number of very remarkable men rose in Bengal in the 19th century, who gave the lead to the rest of India in cultural and political matters, and out of whose efforts the new nationalist movement ultimately took shape. Bengal not only had a much longer acquaintance with British rule, but it experienced it in its earliest phases when it was both harsher and more exuberant, more fluid and less set in rigid frames. It had accepted that rule, adapted itself to it, long before northern and central India submitted. The Great Revolt of 1857 had little effect on Bengal, although the first spark appeared accidentally at Barrackpore near Calcutta. Previous to British rule, Bengal had been an outlying province of the Mughal Empire, important but still rather cut off from the center. During the early medieval period, many debased forms of worship and of tantric philosophy and practices had flourished among the Hindus there. Then came many Hindu reform movements, affecting social customs and laws, and even changing somewhat the well-recognized rules of inheritance elsewhere. Chaitanya, a great scholar who became a man of faith and emotion, established a form of Vaishnavism, based on faith, and influenced greatly the people of Bengal. The Bengalis developed a curious mixture of high intellectual attainments and equally strong emotionalism. This tradition of loving faith and service of humanity was represented in Bengal in the second half of the 19th century by another remarkable man of saintly character, Ram Krishna Paramhans. In his name an order of service was established, which has an unequaled record in humanitarian relief and social work. Full of the ideal of the patient loving service of the Franciscans of old, and quiet, unostentatious, efficient, rather like the Quakers, the members of the Ram Krishna mission carry on their hospitals and educational establishments and engage in relief work, whenever any calamity occurs, all over India and even outside. Ram Krishna represented the old Indian tradition. Before him, in the 18th century, another towering personality had risen in Bengal, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, who was a new type combining in himself the old learning and the new. Deeply versed in Indian thought and philosophy, a scholar in Sanskrit, Persian, and Arabic, he was a product of the mixed Hindu-Muslim culture that was then dominant among the cultured classes of India. The coming of the British to India, and their superiority in many ways, led his curious and adventurous mind to find out what their cultural roots were. He learnt English, but this was not enough. He learnt Greek, Latin, and Hebrew also to discover the sources of the religion and culture of the West. He was also attracted by science and the technical aspects of Western civilization, though at that time these technical changes were not so obvious as they subsequently became. Being of a philosophical and scholarly bent, Ram Mohan Roy inevitably went to the older literatures. Describing him, Monier Williams, the Orientalist, has said that he was perhaps the first earnest-minded investigator of the science of comparative religion that the world has produced, and yet, at the same time, he was anxious to modernize education and take it out of the grip of the old scholasticism. Even in those early days he was in favor of the scientific method, and he wrote to the Governor-General emphasizing the need for education in mathematics, natural philosophy, chemistry, anatomy, and other useful sciences. He was more than a scholar and an investigator, he was a reformer above all. Influenced in his early days by Islam and later, to some extent, by Christianity, he stuck nevertheless to the foundations of his own faith. But he tried to reform that faith and rid it of abuses and the evil practices that had become associated with it. It was largely because of his agitation for the abolition of sati that the British government prohibited it. This sati, or the immolation of women on the funeral pyre of their husbands, was never widespread. But rare instances continued to occur among the upper classes. Probably the practice was brought to India originally by the Scytho-Tartars, among whom the custom prevailed of vassals and liegemen killing themselves on the death of their lord. In early Sanskrit literature, the sati custom is denounced. Akbar tried hard to stop it, and the Marathas also were opposed to it. Ram Mohan Roy was one of the founders of the Indian press. From 1780 onwards a number of newspapers had been published by Englishmen in India. These were usually very critical of the government, and led to conflict and the establishment of a strict censorship. Among the earliest champions of the freedom of the press in India were Englishmen, and one of them, James Silk Buckingham, who is still remembered, was deported from the country. The first Indian-owned and edited newspaper was issued, in English, in 1818, and in the same year the Baptist missionaries of Sirampur brought out a Bengali monthly and a weekly, the first periodicals published in an Indian language. Newspapers and periodicals in English and the Indian languages followed in quick succession in Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay. Meanwhile the struggle for a free press had already begun, to continue with many ups and downs till today. The year 1818 also saw the birth of the famous Regulation 3, which provided for the first time for detention without trial. This regulation is still in force today, and a number of people are kept in prison under this 126-year-old decree. Ram Mohan Roy was associated with several newspapers. He brought out a bilingual, Bengali-English magazine, and later, desiring an all-India circulation, he published a weekly in Persian, which was recognized then as the language of the cultured classes all over India. But this came to grief soon after the enactment in 1823 of new measures for the control of the press. Ram Mohan and others protested vigorously against these measures and even addressed a petition to the King and Council in England. Ram Mohan Roy's journalist activities were intimately connected with his reform movements. His synthetic and universalist points of view were resented by orthodox sections, who also opposed many of the reforms he advocated. But he also had staunch supporters, among them the Tagore family, which played an outstanding part later in the Renaissance in Bengal. Ram Mohan went to England on behalf of the Delhi Emperor and died in Bristol in the early 30s of the 19th century. Ram Mohan Roy and others studied English privately. There were no English schools or colleges outside Calcutta, and the government's policy was definitely opposed to the teaching of English to Indians. In 1781, the Calcutta Madrasa was started by the government in Calcutta for Arabic studies. In 1817, a group of Indians and Europeans started the Hindu College in Calcutta, now called the Presidency College. In 1791, a Sanskrit college was started in Benares. Probably in the second decade of the 19th century some missionary schools were teaching English. During the 20s a school of thought arose in government circles in favor of the teaching of English, but this was opposed. However, as an experimental measure some English classes were attached to the Arabic school in Delhi and to some institutions in Calcutta. The final decision in favor of the teaching of English was embodied in Macaulay's Minute on Education of February, 1835. In 1857, the universities of Calcutta, Madras and Bombay began their career. If the British government in India was reluctant to teach English to Indians, Brahmin scholars objected even more, but for different reasons, to teach Sanskrit to Englishmen. When Sir William Jones, already a linguist and a scholar, came to India as a judge of the Supreme Court, he expressed his desire to learn Sanskrit. But no Brahmin would agree to teach the sacred language to a foreigner and an intruder, even though handsome rewards were offered. Jones ultimately, with considerable difficulty, got hold of a non-Brahmin Vaidya or medical practitioner who agreed to teach, but on his own peculiar and stringent conditions. Jones agreed to every stipulation, so great was his eagerness to learn the ancient language of India. Sanskrit fascinated him, and especially the discovery of the old Indian drama. It was through his writings and translations that Europe first had a glimpse of some of the treasures of Sanskrit literature. In 1784, Sir William Jones established the Bengal Asiatic Society, which later became the Royal Asiatic Society. To Jones, and to the many other European scholars, India owes a deep debt of gratitude for the rediscovery of her past literature. Much of it was known of course throughout every age, but the knowledge had become more and more confined to select and exclusive groups, and the dominance of Persian, as the language of culture, had diverted people's minds from it. The search for manuscripts brought out many a little-known work, and the application of modern critical methods of scholarship gave a new background to the vast literature that was revealed. The advent and use of the printing press gave a great stimulus to the development of the popular Indian languages. Some of these languages, Hindi, Bengali, Gujarati, Marathi, Urdu, Tamil, Telugu, had not only long been in use, but had also developed literatures. Many of the books in them were widely known among the masses. Almost always these books were epic in form, poems, or collection of songs and verses, which could easily be memorized. There was practically no prose literature in them at the time. Serious writing was almost confined to Sanskrit and Persian, and every cultured person was supposed to know one of them. These two classical languages played a dominating role and prevented the growth of the popular provincial languages. The printing of books and newspapers broke the hold of the classics, and immediately prose literatures in the provincial languages began to develop. The early Christian missionaries, especially of the Baptist mission at Serampore, helped in this process greatly. The first private printing presses were set up by them, and their efforts to translate the Bible into prose versions of the Indian languages met with considerable success. There was no difficulty in dealing with the well-known and established languages, but the missionaries went further and tackled some of the minor and undeveloped languages and gave them shape and form, compiling grammars and dictionaries for them. They even labored at the dialects of the primitive hill and forest tribes and reduced them to writing. The desire of the Christian missionaries to translate the Bible into every possible language thus resulted in the development of many Indian languages. Christian mission work in India has not always been admirable or praiseworthy, but in this respect, as well as in the collection of folklore, it has undoubtedly been of great service to India. The reluctance of the East India Company to spread education was justified, for as early as 1830 a batch of students of the Hindu College of Calcutta, where Sanskrit and English were taught, demanded certain reforms. They asked for restrictions on the political power of the company and provision for free and compulsory education. Free education was well known in India from the most ancient times. That education was traditional, not very good or profitable, but it was available to poor students without any payment, except some personal service to the teacher. In this respect both the Hindu and Muslim traditions were similar. While the new education was deliberately prevented from spreading, the old education had been largely liquidated in Bengal. When the British seized power in Bengal there were a very large number of maafis, that is tax-free grants of land. Many of these were personal, but most were in the shape of endowments for educational institutions. A vast number of elementary schools of the old type subsisted on them, as well as some institutions for higher education, which was chiefly imparted in Persian. The East India Company was anxious to make money rapidly in order to pay dividends to its shareholders in England, and the demands of its directors were continuous and pressing. A deliberate policy was therefore adopted to resume and confiscate these Maafi lands. Strict proof was demanded of the original grant, but the old sanads and papers had long been lost or eaten up by termites, so the Maafis were resumed and the old holders were ejected, and the schools and colleges lost their endowments. Huge areas were involved in this way and many old families were ruined. The educational establishments, which had been supported by these maafis, ceased to function, and a vast number of teachers and others connected with them were thrown out of employment. This process helped in ruining the old feudal classes in Bengal, both Muslim and Hindu, as well as those classes who were dependent on them. Muslims were especially affected as they were, as a group, more feudal than the Hindus and were also the chief beneficiaries of the maafis. Among the Hindus there were far larger numbers of middle-class people engaged in trade and commerce and the professions. These people were more adaptable and took to English education more readily. They were also more useful to the British for their subordinate services. Muslims avoided English education, and in Bengal, they were not looked upon with favor by the British rulers, who were afraid that the remnants of the old ruling class might give trouble. Bengali Hindus thus acquired almost a monopoly in the beginning in the subordinate government service and were sent to the northern provinces. A few Muslims, relics of the old families, were later taken into this service. English education brought a widening of the Indian horizon, an admiration for English literature and institutions, a revolt against some customs and aspects of Indian life, and a growing demand for political reform. The new professional classes took the lead in political agitation, which consisted chiefly in sending representations to government. English-educated people in the professions and the services formed in effect a new class, which was to grow all over India, a class influenced by Western thought and ways and rather cut off from the mass of the population. In 1852 the British Indian Association was started in Calcutta. This was one of the forerunners of the Indian National Congress, and yet a whole generation was to pass before the Congress was started in 1885. This gap represents the period of the revolt of 1857-58, its suppression and its consequences. The great difference between the state of Bengal and that of northern and central India in the middle of the century is brought out by the fact that while in Bengal the new intelligentsia, chiefly Hindu, had been influenced by English thought and literature and looked to England for political constitutional reform, the other areas were seething with the spirit of revolt. In Bengal one can see more clearly than elsewhere the early effects of British rule and Western influence. The breakup of the agrarian economy was complete, and the old feudal classes had almost been eliminated. In their place had come new landowners whose organic and traditional contacts with the land were far less, and who had few of the virtues and most of the failings of the old feudal landlords. The peasantry suffered famine and spoliation in many ways, and were reduced to extreme poverty. The artisan class was almost wiped out. Over these disjointed and broken up foundations rose new groups and classes, the products of British rule, and connected with it in many ways. There were the merchants who were really middlemen of British trade and industry, profiting by the leavings of that industry. There were also the English-educated classes in the subordinate services, and the learned professions, both looking to the British power for advancement, and both influenced in varying degrees by Western thought. Among these grew up a spirit of revolt against the rigid conventions and social framework of Hindu society. They looked to English liberalism and institutions for inspiration. This was the effect on the upper fringe of the Hindus of Bengal. The mass of the Hindus there were not directly affected, and even the Hindu leaders probably seldom thought of the masses. The Muslims were not affected at all, some individuals apart, and they kept deliberately aloof from the new education. They had been previously backward economically, and they became even more so. The 19th century produced a galaxy of brilliant Hindus in Bengal, and yet there is hardly a single Muslim Bengali leader of any note who stands out there during this period. So far as the masses were concerned, there was hardly any appreciable difference between the Hindus and Muslims. They were indistinguishable in habits, ways of living, language, and in their common poverty and misery. Indeed, nowhere in India were the religious and other differences between Hindus and Muslims of all classes so little marked as in Bengal. Probably 98% of the Muslims were converts from Hinduism, usually from the lowest strata of society. In population figures there was probably a slight majority of Muslims over Hindus. Today the proportions in Bengal are 53% Muslims, 46% Hindus, 1% others. All these early consequences of the British connection, and the various economic, social, intellectual, and political movements that they gave rise to in Bengal, are noticeable elsewhere in India, but in lesser and varying degrees. The breakup of the old feudal order and economy was less complete, and more gradual elsewhere. In fact, that order rose in rebellion, and even when crushed, survived to some extent. The Muslims in Upper India were culturally and economically far superior to their coreligionists of Bengal, but even they kept aloof from Western education. The Hindus took to this education more easily and were more influenced by Western ideas. The subordinate government services and the professions had far more Hindus than Muslims. Only in the Punjab this difference was less marked. The revolt of 1857-58 flared up and was crushed, but Bengal was hardly touched by it. Throughout the 19th century the new English-educated class, mainly Hindu, looked up with admiration towards England and hoped to advance with her help and in cooperation with her. There was a cultural renaissance and a remarkable growth of the Bengali language, and the leaders of Bengal stood out as the leaders of political India. Some glimpse of that faith in England which filled the mind of Bengal in those days, as well as of the revolt against old established social codes, may be had from that moving message of Rabindranath Tagore, which he gave on his 80th birthday, May 1941, a few months before his death. As I look back, he says, on the vast stretch of years that lie behind me and see in clear perspective the history of my early development, I am struck by the change that has taken place both in my own attitude and in the psychology of my countrymen, a change that carries within it a cause of profound tragedy. Our direct contact with the larger world of men was linked up with the contemporary history of the English people whom we came to know in those earlier days. It was mainly through their mighty literature that we formed our ideas with regard to these newcomers to our Indian shores. In those days the type of learning that was served out to us was neither plentiful nor diverse, nor was the spirit of scientific inquiry very much in evidence. Thus their scope being strictly limited, the educated of those days had recourse to English language and literature. Their days and nights were eloquent with the stately declamations of Burke, with Macaulay's long rolling sentences, discussions centered upon Shakespeare's drama and Byron's poetry and above all upon the large-hearted liberalism of the 19th century English politics. At the time, though tentative attempts were being made to gain our national independence, at heart we had not lost faith in the generosity of the English race. This belief was so firmly rooted in the sentiments of our leaders as to lead them to hope that the victor would of his own grace pave the path to freedom for the vanquished. This belief was based upon the fact that England at the time provided a shelter to all those who had to flee from persecution in their own country. Political martyrs who had suffered for the honor of their people were accorded unreserved welcome at the hands of the English. I was impressed by this evidence of liberal humanity in the character of the English, and thus, I was led to set them on the pedestal of my highest respect. This generosity in their national character had not yet been vitiated by imperialist pride. About this time, as a boy in England, I had the opportunity of listening to the speeches of John Bright, both in and outside Parliament. The large-hearted radical liberalism of those speeches, overflowing all narrow national bounds, had made so deep an impression on my mind that something of it lingers even today, even in these days of graceless disillusionment. Certainly that spirit of abject dependence upon the charity of our rulers was no matter of pride. What was remarkable, however, was the wholehearted way in which we gave our recognition to human greatness even when it revealed itself in the foreigner. The best and noblest gifts of humanity cannot be the monopoly of a particular race or country, its scope may not be limited nor may it be regarded as the miser's hoard buried underground. That is why English literature, which nourished our minds in the past, does even now convey its deep resonance to the recesses of our heart. Tagore proceeds to refer to the Indian ideal of proper conduct prescribed by the tradition of the race. Narrow in themselves, these time-honored social conventions originated and held good in a circumscribed geographical area, in that strip of land, Brahmvert by name, bound on either side by the rivers Saraswati and Drishti. That is how a Pharisaic formalism gradually got the upper hand of free thought, and the idea proper conduct, which Manu found, established in Brahmavarth, steadily degenerated into socialized tyranny. During my boyhood days, the attitude of the cultured and educated section of Bengal, nurtured on English learning, was charged with a feeling of revolt against these rigid regulations of society. In place of these set codes of conduct, we accepted the ideal of civilization as represented by the English term. In our own family, this change of spirit was welcome for the sake of its sheer rational and moral force, and its influence was felt in every sphere of our life. Born in that atmosphere, which was moreover colored by our intuitive bias for literature, I naturally set the English on the throne of my heart. Thus passed the first chapters of my life. Then came the parting of ways, accompanied with a painful feeling of disillusion, when I began increasingly to discover how easily those who accepted the highest truths of civilization disowned them with impunity whenever questions of national self-interest were involved. End of Part 6, titled, Contradictions of British Rule in India, Ram Mohan Roy, The Press, Sir William Jones, English Education in Bengal, of Chapter 7. Part 7, The Great Revolt of 1857, Racialism. After nearly a century of British rule, Bengal had accommodated itself to it, the peasantry devastated by famine and crushed by new economic burdens, the new intelligentsia looking to the West and hoping that progress would come through English liberalism. So also, more or less in the south and in western India, in Madras and Bombay. But in the upper provinces, there was no such submission or accommodation, and the spirit of revolt was growing, especially among the feudal chiefs and their followers. Even in the masses, discontent and an intense anti-British feeling were widespread. The upper classes keenly resented the insulting and overbearing manners of the foreigners. The people generally suffered from the rapacity and ignorance of the officials of the East India Company, who ignored their time-honored customs and paid no heed to what the people of the country thought. Absolute power over vast numbers of people had turned their heads, and they suffered no check or hindrance. Even the new judicial system they introduced became a thing of terror because of its complications and the ignorance of the judges of both the language and customs of the country. As early as 1817, Sir Thomas Munro, writing to the Governor-General, Lord Hastings, after pointing out the advantages of British rule, said, "But these advantages are dearly bought. They are purchased by the sacrifice of independence, of national character, and of whatever renders a people respectable. The consequence, therefore, of the conquest of India by the British arms would be, in place of raising, to debase a whole people. There is perhaps no example of any conquest in which the natives have been so completely excluded from all share of the government of their country as in British India." Munro was pleading for the employment of Indians in the administration. A year later, he wrote again, "Foreign conquerors have treated the natives with violence, and often with great cruelty, but none has treated them with so much scorn as we, none has stigmatized the whole people as unworthy of trust, as incapable of honesty, and as fit to be employed only where we cannot do without them. It seems to be not only ungenerous, but impolitic, to debase the character of a people fallen under our dominion." Footnote, quoted by Edward Thompson in The Making of the Indian Princes, 1943. End of footnote. British dominion was extended to the Punjab by 1850 after two Sikh wars. Maharaja Ranjit Singh, who had held and extended the Sikh state in the Punjab, had died in 1839. In 1856, Awadh was annexed. Awadh had been virtually under British rule for half a century, for it was a vassal state, its nominal ruler being both helpless and degenerate, and the British resident all-powerful. It had sunk to the very depths of misery and illustrated all the evils of the subsidiary state system. In May 1857, the Indian Army at Meerut mutinied. The revolt had been secretly and well organized, but a premature outburst rather upset the plans of the leaders. It was much more than a military mutiny, and it spread rapidly and assumed the character of a popular rebellion and a war of Indian independence. As such a popular rebellion of the masses, it was confined to Delhi, the United Provinces, as they are now called, and parts of central India and Bihar. Essentially it was a feudal outburst, headed by feudal chiefs and their followers and aided by the widespread anti-foreign sentiment. Inevitably it looked up to the relic of the Mughal dynasty, still sitting in the Delhi palace, but feeble and old and powerless. Both Hindus and Muslims took full part in the revolt. This revolt strained British rule to the utmost, and it was ultimately suppressed with Indian help. It brought out all the inherent weaknesses of the old regime, which was making its last despairing effort to drive out foreign rule. The feudal chiefs had the sympathy of the masses over large areas, but they were incapable, unorganized, and with no constructive ideal or community of interest. They had already played their role in history, and there was no place for them in the future. Many of their number, in spite of their sympathies, thought discretion the better part of valor, and stood apart waiting to see on which side victory lay. Many played the part of quislings. The Indian princes as a whole kept aloof or helped the British, fearing to risk what they had acquired or managed to retain. There was hardly any national and unifying sentiment among the leaders, and a mere anti-foreign feeling, coupled with a desire to maintain their feudal privileges, was a poor substitute for this. The British got the support of the Gurkhas, and what is much more surprising, of the Sikhs also, for the Sikhs had been their enemies and had been defeated by them only a few years before. It is certainly to the credit of the British that they could win over the Sikhs in this way. Whether it is to the credit or discredit of the Sikhs of those days depends upon one's point of view. It is clear, however, that there was a lack of nationalist feeling which might have bound the people of India together. Nationalism of the modern type was yet to come. India had still to go through much sorrow and travail before she learnt the lesson which would give her real freedom. Not by fighting for a lost cause, the feudal order, would freedom come. The revolt threw up some fine guerrilla leaders. Feroz Shah, a relative of Bahadur Shah, of Delhi, was one of them, but, most brilliant of all was Tatya Tope, who harassed the British for many months even when defeat stared him in the face. Ultimately, when he crossed the Nirmada River into the Maratha regions, hoping to receive aid and welcome from his own people, there was no welcome, and he was betrayed. One name stands out above others and is revered still in popular memory, the name of Lakshmi Bai, Rani of Jhansi, a girl of 20 years of age, who died fighting. Best and bravest of the rebel leaders, she was called by the English general who opposed her. British memorials of the mutiny have been put up in Kanpur and elsewhere. There is no memorial for the Indians who died. The rebel Indians sometimes indulged in cruel and barbarous behavior. They were unorganized, suppressed, and often angered by reports of British excesses. But there is another side to the picture also that impressed itself on the mind of India, and in my own province especially the memory of it persists in town and village. One would like to forget all this, for it is ghastly and horrible picture showing man at his worst, even according to the new standards of barbarity set up by Nazism in modern war. But it can only be forgotten, or remembered in a detached impersonal way, when it becomes truly the past with nothing to connect it with the present. So long as the connecting links and reminders are present, and the spirit behind those events survives and shows itself, that memory also will endure and influence our people. Attempts to suppress that picture do not destroy it, but drive it deeper in the mind. Only by dealing with it normally can its effect be lessened. A great deal of false and perverted history has been written about the revolt and its suppression. What the Indians think about it seldom finds its way to the printed page. Sawworker wrote the history of the War of Indian Independence some 30 years ago, but his book was promptly banned, and is banned still. Some frank and honorable English historians have occasionally lifted the veil, and allowed us a glimpse of the race mania and lynching mentality which prevailed on an enormous scale. The accounts given in Kay and Mallison's History of the Mutiny and in Thompson and Garrett's Rise and Fulfillment of British Rule in India make one sick with horror. Every Indian who was not actually fighting for the British became a murderer of women and children, a general massacre of the inhabitants of Delhi, a large number of whom were known to wish us success, was openly proclaimed. The days of Timur and Nadir Shah were remembered, but their exploits were eclipsed by the new terror, both in extent and the length of time it lasted. Looting was officially allowed for a week, but it actually lasted for a month, and it was accompanied by wholesale massacre. In my own city and district of Allahabad and in the neighborhood, General Neil held his bloody assizes. Soldiers and civilians alike were holding bloody assize, or slaying natives without any assize at all, regardless of age or sex. It is on the records of our British Parliament, in papers sent home by the Governor-General in Council, that the aged, women, and children are sacrificed as well as those guilty of rebellion. They were not deliberately hanged, but burnt to death in villages, perhaps now and then accidentally shot. Volunteer hanging parties went into the districts and amateur executioners were not wanting to the occasion. One gentleman boasted of the numbers he had finished off quite in an artistic manner, with mango trees as gibbets and elephants for drops, the victims of this wild justice being strung up, as though for pastime, in the form of figures of 8. And so in Kanpur and Lucknow and all over the place. It is hateful to have to refer to this past history, but the spirit behind those events did not end with them. It survived, and whenever a crisis comes or nerves give way, it is in evidence again. The world knows about Amritsar and Jallianwala Bagh, but it does not know of much that has happened since the days of the mutiny, much that has taken place even in recent years and in our time, which has embittered the present generation. Imperialism and the domination of one people over another is bad, and so is racialism. But imperialism plus racialism can only lead to horror, and ultimately to the degradation of all concerned with them. The future historians of England will have to consider how far England's decline from her proud eminence was due to her imperialism and racialism, which corrupted her public life and made her forget the lessons of her own history and literature. Since Hitler emerged from obscurity and became the Führer of Germany, we have heard a great deal about racialism and the Nazi theory of the Herrenvolk. That doctrine has been condemned and is today condemned by the leaders of the United Nations. Biologists tell us that racialism is a myth and there is no such thing as a master race. But we in India have known racialism in all its forms ever since the commencement of British rule. The whole ideology of this rule was that of the Herrenvolk and the master race, and the structure of government was based upon it. Indeed, the idea of a master race is inherent in imperialism. There was no subterfuge about it, it was proclaimed in unambiguous language by those in authority. More powerful than words was the practice that accompanied them, and generation after generation and year after year, India as a nation and Indians as individuals were subjected to insult, humiliation, and contemptuous treatment. The English were an imperial race, we were told, with the God-given right to govern us and keep us in subjection. If we protested, we were reminded of the tiger qualities of an imperial race. As an Indian, I am ashamed to write all this, for the memory of it hurts, and what hurts still more is the fact that we submitted for so long to this degradation. I would have preferred any kind of resistance to this, whatever the consequences, rather than that our people should endure this treatment. And yet it is better that both Indians and Englishmen should know it, for that is the psychological background of England's connection with India, and psychology counts and racial memories are long. One rather typical quotation will make us realize how most of the English in India have felt and acted. At the time of the Ilbert Bill agitation in 1883, Seton Kerr, who had been Foreign Secretary to the Government of India, declared that this bill outraged the cherished conviction, which was shared by every Englishman in India, from the highest to the lowest, by the planter's assistant in his lowly bungalow, and by the editor in the full light of the presidency town, from those to the chief commissioner in charge of an important province and to the viceroy on his throne, the conviction in every man that he belongs to a race whom God has destined to govern and subdue. Footnote, quoted in Rise and Fulfillment of British Rule in India, Edward Thompson and G. T. Garrett, London, 1935. End of footnote. End of Part 7, titled, The Great Revolt of 1857, Racialism, of Chapter 7. Part 8, The Techniques of British Rule, Balance and Counterpoise. The revolt of 1857-58 was essentially a feudal rising, though there were some nationalistic elements in it. Yet, at the same time, it was due to the abstention or active help of the princes and other feudal chiefs that the British succeeded in crushing it. Those who had joined the revolt were, as a rule, the disinherited and those deprived of their power and privileges by the British authority, or those who feared that some such fate was in store for them. British policy after some hesitation had decided in favor of a gradual elimination of the princes and the establishment of direct British rule. The revolt brought about a change in this policy in favor not only of the princes, but of the talukdars or big landlords. It was felt that it was easier to control the masses through these feudal or semi-feudal chiefs. These talukdars of Awadh had been the tax farmers of the Mughals, but owing to the weakness of the central authority, they had begun to function as feudal landlords. Nearly all of them joined the revolt, though some took care to keep a way of escape open. In spite of their rebellion, the British authority offered to reinstate them, with a few exceptions, and confirm them in their estates on conditions of loyalty and good service. Thus these talukdars, who take pride in calling themselves the Barons of Awadh, became one of the pillars of British rule. Though the revolt had directly affected only certain parts of the country, it had shaken up the whole of India, and particularly, the British administration. The government set about reorganizing their entire system. The British Crown, that is the Parliament, took over the country from the East India Company. The Indian Army, which had begun the revolt by its mutiny, was organized afresh. The techniques of British rule, which had already been well established, were now clarified and confirmed and deliberately acted upon. Essentially these were, the creation and protection of vested interests bound up with British rule, a policy of balancing and counterpoise of different elements, and the encouragement of vociferous tendencies and division amongst them. The princes and the big landlords were the basic vested interests thus created and encouraged, but now a new class, even more tied up with British rule, grew in importance. This consisted of the Indian members of the services, usually in subordinate positions. Previously the employment of Indians had been avoided except when this could not be helped, and Monroe had pleaded for such employment. Experience had now demonstrated that Indians employed were so dependent on the British administration and rule that they could be relied upon and treated as agents of that rule. In the pre-mutiny days, most of the Indian members of the subordinate services had been Bengalis. These had spread out over the upper provinces wherever the British administration needed clerks and the like in its civil or military establishments. Regular colonies of Bengalis had thus grown up at the administrative or military centers in the United Provinces, Delhi, and even in the Punjab. These Bengalis accompanied the British armies and proved faithful employees to them. They became associated in the minds of the rebels with the British power, and were greatly disliked by them, and given uncomplimentary titles. Thus began the process of the Indianization of the administrative machine in its subordinate ranks, all real power and initiative being, however, concentrated in the hands of the English personnel. As English education spread, the Bengalis had no longer a virtual monopoly of service, and other Indians came in, both on the judicial and executive sides of the administration. This Indianization became the most effective method of strengthening British rule. It created a civil army and garrison everywhere, which was more important even than the military army of occupation. There were some members of this civil army who were able and patriotic and nationalistically inclined, but like the soldier, who also may be patriotic in his individual capacity, they were bound up by the army code and discipline, and the price of disobedience, desertion, and revolt was heavy. Not only was this civil army created, but the hope and prospect of employment in it affected and demoralized a vast and growing number of others. There was a measure of prestige and security in it and a pension at the end of the term of service, and if a sufficient subservience was shown to one's superior officers, other failings did not count. These civil employees were the intermediaries between the British authorities and the people, and if they had to be obsequious to their superiors they could be arrogant too, and exact obedience from their own inferiors and the people at large. The lack of other avenues of employment, other ways of making a living, added additional importance to government service. A few could become lawyers or doctors, but even so, success was by no means assured. Industry hardly existed. Trade was largely in the hands of certain hereditary classes, who had a peculiar aptitude for it, and who helped each other. The new education did not fit anyone for trade or industry, its chief aim was government service. Education was so limited as to offer few openings for a professional career, other social services were almost non-existent. So government service remained, and as the colleges poured out their graduates, even the growing government services could not absorb them all, and a fierce competition arose. The unemployed graduates and others formed a pool, from which government could always draw. They were a potential threat to the security of even the employed. Thus the British government in India became, not only the biggest employer, but, for all practical purposes, the sole big employer, including railways, and a vast bureaucratic machine was built up, strictly managed and controlled at the top. This enormous patronage was exercised to strengthen the British hold on the country, to crush discordant and disagreeable elements, and to promote rivalry and discord amongst various groups anxiously looking forward to employment in government service. It led to demoralization and conflict, and the government could play one group against the other. The policy of balance and counterpoise was deliberately furthered in the Indian Army. Various groups were so arranged as to prevent any sentiment of national unity growing up amongst them, and tribal and communal loyalties and slogans were encouraged. Every effort was made to isolate the army from the people, and even ordinary newspapers were not allowed to reach the Indian troops. All the key positions were kept in the hands of Englishmen, and no Indian could hold the King's commission. A raw English subaltern was senior to the oldest and most experienced Indian non-commissioned officer or those holding the so-called Viceroy's commissions. No Indian could be employed at Army headquarters except as a petty clerk in the accounts department. For additional protection, the more effective weapons of warfare were not given to the Indian forces, they were reserved for the British troops in India. These British troops were always kept with the Indian regiments in all the vital centres of India to serve as internal security troops for suppression of disorder and to overawe the people. While this internal army, with a predominance of British personnel, served as an army of occupation for the country, the greater portion of the Indian troops were part of the field army organised for service abroad. The Indian troops were recruited from special classes only, chiefly in northern India, which were called martial classes. Again we notice in India that inherent contradiction in British rule. Having brought about the political unification of the country, and thus let loose new dynamic forces, which thought not only in terms of that unity, but aimed at the freedom of India, the British government tried to disrupt that very unity it had helped to create. That disruption was not thought of in political terms then as a splitting up of India, it was aimed at the weakening of nationalist elements so that British rule might continue over the whole country. But it was nonetheless an attempt at disruption, by giving greater importance to the Indian states than they had ever had before, by encouraging reactionary elements and looking to them for support, by promoting divisions and encouraging one group against another, by encouraging vociferous tendencies due to religion or province, and by organizing quisling classes, which were afraid of a change which might engulf them. All this was a natural, understandable policy for a foreign imperialist power to pursue, and it is a little naive to be surprised at it, harmful from the Indian nationalist point of view though it was. But the fact that it was so must be remembered if we are to understand subsequent developments. Out of this policy arose those important elements in India's national life of which we are reminded so often today, which were created and encouraged to disagree and disrupt, and are now called upon to agree among themselves. Because of this natural alliance of the British power with the reactionaries in India, it became the guardian and upholder of many an evil custom and practice which it otherwise condemned. India was custom-ridden when the British came, and the tyranny of old custom is often a terrible thing. Yet customs change and are forced to adapt themselves to some extent to a changing environment. Hindu law was largely custom, and as custom changed, the law also was applied in a different way. Indeed, there was no provision of Hindu law which could not be changed by custom. The British replaced this elastic customary law by judicial decisions based on the old texts, and these decisions became precedents which had to be rigidly followed. That was, in theory, an advantage, as it produced greater uniformity and certainty. But, in the manner it was done, it resulted in the perpetuation of the ancient law unmodified by subsequent customs. Thus, the old law which, in some particulars and in various places, had been changed by custom and was thus out of date, was petrified, and every tendency to change it in the well-known customary way was suppressed. It was still open to a group to prove a custom overriding the law, but this was extraordinarily difficult in the law courts. Change could only come by positive legislation, but the British government, which was the legislating authority, had no wish to antagonize the conservative elements on whose support it counted. When later some legislative powers were given to partially elected assemblies, every attempt to promote social reform legislation was frowned upon by the authorities and sternly discouraged. End of Part 8, titled, The Techniques of British Rule, Balance and Counterpoise, of Chapter 7. Part 9, Growth of Industry, Provincial Differences. Slowly India recovered from the after-effects of the revolt of 1857-58. Despite British policy, powerful forces were at work changing India, and a new social consciousness was arising. The political unity of India, contact with the West, technological advances, and even the misfortune of a common subjection, led to new currents of thought, the slow development of industry, and the rise of a new movement for national freedom. The awakening of India was twofold: she looked to the West, and at the same time, she looked at herself and her own past. The coming of the railway to India brought the industrial age on its positive side, so far only the negative aspect, in the shape of manufactured goods from Britain, had been in evidence. In 1860 the duty on imported machinery, imposed so as to prevent the industrialization of India, was removed, and large-scale industry began to develop, chiefly with British capital. First came the jute industry of Bengal, with its nerve centre at Dundee in Scotland. Much later, cotton mills grew up in Ahmedabad and Bombay, largely with Indian capital and under Indian ownership. Then came mining. Obstruction from the British government in India continued, and an excise duty was put on Indian cotton goods to prevent them from competing with Lancashire textiles, even in India. Nothing, perhaps, reveals the police state policy of the Government of India more than the fact that they had no Department of Agriculture, and no Department of Commerce and Industry till the 20th century. It was, I believe, chiefly due to the donation of an American visitor, given for agricultural improvement in India, that a Department of Agriculture was started in the central government. Even now this department is a very small affair. A Department for Commerce and Industry followed soon after, in 1905. Even then these departments functioned in a very small way. The growth of industry was artificially restricted, and India's natural economic development was arrested. Though the masses of India were desperately poor and growing poorer, a tiny fringe at the top was prospering under the new conditions and accumulating capital. It was this fringe that demanded political reform, as well as opportunities for investment. On the political side, the Indian National Congress was started in 1885. Commerce and industry grew slowly, and it is interesting to note that the classes who took to them were predominantly those whose hereditary occupations for hundreds of years had been trade and commerce. Ahmedabad, the new center of the textile industry, had been a famous manufacturing and trade center during the Mughal period and even earlier, exporting its products to foreign countries. The big merchants of Ahmedabad had their own ships for this seaborne trade to Africa and the Persian Gulf. Bharuch, the seaport nearby, was well known in Greco-Roman times. The people of Gujarat, Kathiawar, and Kutch were traders, manufacturers, merchants, and seafaring folk from ancient times. Many changes took place in India, but they carried on with their old business, adapting them to new conditions. They are now among the most prominent leaders in industry and commerce. Religion or a change of religion made no difference. The Parsis, who originally settled in Gujarat 1300 years ago, may be considered as Gujaratis for this purpose. Their language has long been Gujarati. Among the Muslims the most prominent sects in business and industry are the Khojas, Memons, and Bohras. All of these are converts from Hinduism, and all come from Gujarat, Kathiawar, or Kutch. All these Gujaratis not only dominate industry and business in India, but have spread out to Burma, Ceylon, East Africa, South Africa, and other foreign countries. The Marwaris from Rajputana used to control internal trade and finance, and were to be found at all the nerve centers of India. They were the big financiers as well as the small village bankers. A note from a well-known Marwari financial house would be honored anywhere in India, and even abroad. The Marwaris still represent big finance in India but have added industry to it now. The Sindhis in the northwest have also an old commercial tradition, and with their headquarters at Shikarpur or Hyderabad they used to spread out over Central and Western Asia and elsewhere. Today, that is before the war, there is hardly a port anywhere in the world where one or more Sindhi shops cannot be found. Some of the Punjabis also have been traditionally in business. The Shettis of Madras have also been leaders in business, and banking especially, from ancient times. The word Shetti is derived from the Sanskrit Shreshti, the leader of a merchant guild. The common appellation site is also derived from Shreshti. The Madras Shettis have not only played an important part in South India, but they spread out all over Burma, even in the remoter villages. Within each province also trade and commerce were largely in the hands of the old Vaishya class, who had been engaged in business for untold generations. They were the retail and wholesale dealers and moneylenders. In each village there was a banias shop, which dealt in the necessaries of village life and advanced loans, on very profitable terms, to the villagers. The rural credit system was almost entirely in the hands of these banias. They spread even to the tribal and independent territories of the northwest and performed important functions there. As poverty grew, agricultural indebtedness also grew rapidly, and the moneylending establishments held mortgages on the land and eventually acquired much of it. Thus, the moneylender became the landlord also. These demarcations of commercial, trading, and banking classes from others became less clearly defined as newcomers crept into various business, but they continued and are still marked. Whether they are due to the caste system, or the hold of tradition, or inherited capacity, or all of these together, it is difficult to specify. Undoubtedly, among Brahmins and Kshatriyas business was looked down upon, and even the accumulation of money, though agreeable enough, was not a sufficient recompense. The possession of land was a symbol of social position, as in feudal times, and scholarship and learning were respected, even apart from possession. Under British rule, government service gave prestige, security, and status, and later, when Indians were allowed to enter the Indian civil service, this service, called the heaven-born service, heaven being some pale shadow of Whitehall, became the Elysium of the English-educated classes. The professional classes, especially lawyers, some of whom earned large incomes in the new law courts, also had prestige and high status and attracted young men. Inevitably, these lawyers took the lead in political and social reform movements. The Bengalis were the first to take to the law, and some of them flourished exceedingly, and cast a glamour over their profession. They were also the political leaders. They did not fit into the growing industry, either because of lack of aptitude or other reasons. The result has been that when industry began to play an important part in the country's life and to influence politics, Bengal lost its preeminence in the political field. The old current, when Bengalis poured out of their province as government servants and in other capacities, was reversed and people from other provinces poured into Bengal, especially in Calcutta, and permeated the commercial and industrial life there. Calcutta had been and continues to be the chief centre of British capital and industry, and the English and the Scotch dominate business there, but they are being caught up by Marwaris and Gujaratis. Even petty trades in Calcutta are often in non-Bengali hands. All the thousands of taxi drivers in Calcutta, almost without an exception, are Sikhs from the Punjab. Bombay became the centre and headquarters of Indian-owned industry, commerce, banking, insurance, etc. The Parsis, the Gujaratis, and Marwaris were the leaders in all these activities, and it is significant to note that the Maharashtrians or Marathas have played very little part in them. Bombay is a huge cosmopolitan city now, but its population consists mainly of Marathas and Gujaratis. The Marathas have distinguished themselves in the professions and in scholarship. They make, as one would expect, good soldiers, and large numbers of them are employed as workers in the textile mills. They are hardy and wiry, and as a province, poor. They are proud of the Shivaji tradition and of the achievements of their forefathers. The Gujaratis are soft in body, gentler, richer, and perfectly at home in trade and commerce. Perhaps these differences are largely due to geography, for the Maratha country is bare and hard and mountainous while Gujarat is rich and fertile. It is interesting to observe these and other differences in various parts of India which continue to persist, though they tend to grow less. Madras, highly intellectual, has produced and still produces distinguished philosophers, mathematicians, and scientists. Bombay is now almost entirely devoted to business with all its advantages and disadvantages. Bengal, rather backward in industry and business, has produced some fine scientists, and has especially distinguished itself in art and literature. The Punjab has produced no outstanding personalities, but is a go-ahead province advancing in many fields. Its people are hard-headed, make good mechanics, and are successful in small trades and petty industries. The United Provinces, including Delhi, are a curious amalgam, and in some ways an epitome of India. They are the seat of the old Hindu culture as well as of the Persian culture that came in Afghan and Mughal times, and hence the mixture of the two is most in evidence there, intermingled with the culture of the West. There is less of provincialism there than in any other part of India. For long they have considered themselves, and have been looked upon by others, as the heart of India. Indeed, in popular parlance, they are often referred to as Hindustan. These differences, it must be noted, are geographical and not religious. A Bengali Muslim is far nearer to a Bengali Hindu than he is to a Punjabi Muslim, so also with others. If a number of Hindu and Muslim Bengalis happen to meet anywhere, in India or elsewhere, they will immediately congregate together and feel at home with each other. Punjabis, whether Muslim or Hindu or Sikh, will do likewise. The Muslims of the Bombay Presidency, Khojas, Memons, and Bohras, have many Hindu customs. The Khojas, they are the followers of the Aga Khan, and the Bohras are not looked upon as orthodox by the Muslims of the north. Muslims, as a whole, especially in Bengal and the north, not only kept away from English education for a long time, but also took little part in the growth of industry. Partly, this was due to feudal modes of thought, partly, as in Roman Catholicism, to Islam's prohibition against usury and interest on money. But, curiously enough, among the notorious moneylenders are a particular tribe of Pathans, who come from near the frontier. Muslims were thus, in the second half of the 19th century, backward in English education and therefore in contact with Western thought, as also in government service and in industry. The growth of industry in India, slow and arrested as it was, gave the impression of progress and attracted attention. And yet it made practically no difference to the problem of the poverty of the masses and the overburden on the land. A few 100,000 workers were transferred to industry out of the scores of millions of the unemployed and partially employed. This changeover was so extremely small that it did not affect the increasing ruralization of the country. Widespread unemployment and the pressure on land led to emigration of workers on a substantial scale to foreign countries, often under humiliating conditions. They went to South Africa, Fiji, Trinidad, Jamaica, Guyana, Mauritius, Ceylon, Burma, and Malaya. The small groups or individuals who found opportunities for growth and betterment under foreign rule were divorced from the masses, whose condition continued to worsen. Some capital accumulated in the hands of these groups and conditions were gradually created for further growth. But the basic problems of poverty and unemployment remained untouched. End of Part 9, titled, Growth of Industry, Provincial Differences, of Chapter 7. Part 10, Reform and Other Movements Among Hindus and Muslims. The real impact of the West came to India in the 19th century through technical changes and their dynamic consequences. In the realm of ideas also, there was shock and change, a widening of the horizon which had so long been confined within a narrow shell. The first reaction, limited to the small English-educated class, was one of admiration and acceptance of almost everything Western. Repelled by some of the social customs and practices of Hinduism, many Hindus were attracted towards Christianity, and some notable conversions took place in Bengal. An attempt was therefore made by Raja Ram Mohan Roy to adapt Hinduism to this new environment, and he started the Brahmo Samaj on a more or less rationalist and social reform basis. His successors, Keshab Chandra Sen, gave it a more Christian outlook. The Brahmo Samaj influenced the rising middle classes of Bengal, but as a religious faith it remained confined to few, among whom, however, were some outstanding persons and families. But even these families, though ardently interested in social and religious reform, tended to go back to the old Indian philosophic ideals of the Vedanta. Elsewhere in India also the same tendencies were at work, and dissatisfaction arose at the rigid social forms and protean character of Hinduism as practiced. One of the most notable reform movements was started in the second half of the 19th century by a Gujarati, Swami Dayanand Saraswati, but it took root among the Hindus of the Punjab. This was the Arya Samaj, and its slogan was "Back to the Vedas." This slogan really meant an elimination of developments of the Aryan faith since the Vedas, the Vedanta philosophy as it subsequently developed, the central conception of monism, the pantheistic outlook, as well as popular and cruder developments, were all alike severely condemned. Even the Vedas were interpreted in a particular way. The Arya Samaj was a reaction to the influence of Islam and Christianity, more especially the former. It was a crusading and reforming movement from within, as well as a defensive organization for protection against external attacks. It introduced proselytization into Hinduism, and thus, tended to come into conflict with other proselytizing religions. The Arya Samaj, which had been a close approach to Islam, tended to become a defender of everything Hindu, against what it considered as the encroachments of other faiths. It is significant that it spread chiefly among the middle-class Hindus of the Punjab and the United Provinces. At one time it was considered by the government as a politically revolutionary movement, but the large numbers of government servants in it made it thoroughly respectable. It has done very good work in the spread of education both among boys and girls, in improving the condition of women, and in raising the status and standards of the depressed classes. About the same period as Swami Dayanand, a different type of person lived in Bengal, and his life influenced many of the new English-educated classes. He was Sri Ram Krishna Paramhans, a simple man, no scholar but a man of faith, and not interested in social reform as such. He was in a direct line with Chaitanya and other Indian saints. Essentially religious and yet broad-minded, in his search for self-realization he had even met Muslim and Christian mystics, some of whom lived with him for some time. He settled down at Dakshineshwar, near Calcutta, and his extraordinary personality and character gradually attracted attention. People who went to visit him, and some who were even inclined to scoff at this simple man of faith, were powerfully influenced, and many who had been completely westernized felt that here was something they had missed. Stressing the essentials of religious faith, he linked up the various aspects of the Hindu religion and philosophy, and seemed to represent all of them in his own person. Indeed, he brought within his fold other religions also. Opposed to all sectarianism, he emphasized that all roads lead to truth. He was like some of the saints we read about in the past records of Asia and Europe. Difficult to understand in the context of modern life, and yet fitting into India's many-colored pattern, and accepted and revered by many of her people as a man with a touch of the divine fire about him. His personality impressed itself on all who saw him, and many who never saw him have been influenced by the story of his life. Among these latter is Raman Rolland, who has written a story of his life and that of his chief disciple, Swami Vivekanand. Vivekanand, together with his brother disciples, founded the non-sectarian Ramakrishna mission of service. Rooted in the past and full of pride in India's heritage, Vivekanand was yet modern in his approach to life's problems and was a kind of bridge between the past of India and her present. He was a powerful orator in Bengali and English and a graceful writer of Bengali prose and poetry. He was a fine figure of a man, imposing, full of poise and dignity, sure of himself and his mission, and at the same time full of a dynamic and fiery energy and a passion to push India forward. He came as a tonic to the depressed and demoralized Hindu mind and gave it self-reliance and some roots in the past. He attended the Parliament of Religions in Chicago in 1893, spent over a year in the USA, traveled across Europe, going as far as Athens and Constantinople, and visited Egypt, China, and Japan. Wherever he went, he created a minor sensation not only by his presence but by what he said and how he said it. Having seen this Hindu sannyasi once, it was difficult to forget him or his message. In America, he was called the cyclonic Hindu. He was himself greatly influenced by his travels in Western countries. He admired British perseverance and the vitality and spirit of equality of the American people. America is the best field in the world to carry on any idea, he wrote to a friend in India. But he was not impressed by the manifestations of religion in the West, and his faith in the Indian philosophical and spiritual background became firmer. India, in spite of her degradation, still represented to him the light. He preached the monism of the Advaita philosophy of the Vedanta and was convinced that only this could be the future religion of thinking humanity. For the Vedanta was not only spiritual, but rational and in harmony with scientific investigations of external nature. This universe has not been created by any extra cosmic god, nor is it the work of any outside genius. It is self-creating, self-dissolving, self-manifesting, one infinite existence, the Brahma. The Vedanta ideal was of the solidarity of man and his inborn divine nature, to see God in man as the real God vision, man is the greatest of all beings. But the abstract Vedanta must become living, poetic, in everyday life. Out of hopelessly intricate mythology must come concrete moral forms, and out of bewildering yogism must come the most scientific and practical psychology. India had fallen because she had narrowed herself, gone into her shell and lost touch with other nations, and thus sunk into a state of mummified and crystallized civilization. Caste, which was necessary and desirable in its early forms, and meant to develop individuality and freedom, had become a monstrous degradation, the opposite of what it was meant to be, and had crushed the masses. Caste was a form of social organization which was and should be kept separate from religion. Social organizations should change with the changing limes. Passionately, Vivekanand condemned the meaningless metaphysical discussions and arguments about ceremonials and especially the touch-me-notism of the upper caste. Our religion is in the kitchen. Our God is the cooking pot, and our religion is, don't touch me, I am holy. He kept away from politics and disapproved of the politicians of his day. But again and again, he laid stress on the necessity for liberty and equality, and the raising of the masses. Liberty of thought and action is the only condition of life, of growth and well-being. Where it does not exist, the man, the race, the nation must go. The only hope of India is from the masses. The upper classes are physically and morally dead. He wanted to combine Western progress with India's spiritual background. Make a European society with India's religion. Become an Occidental of Occidentals in your spirit of equality, freedom, work, and energy, and at the same time a Hindu to the very backbone in religious culture and instincts. Progressively, Vivekanand grew more international in outlook, even in politics and sociology. Problems that were only national 20 years ago can no longer be solved on national grounds only. They are assuming huge proportions, gigantic shapes. They can only be solved when looked at in the broader light of international grounds. International organizations, international combinations, international laws are the cry of the day. That shows solidarity. In science, every day they are coming to a similar broad view of matter. And again, there cannot be any progress without the whole world following in the wake, and it is becoming every day clearer that the solution of any problem can never be attained on racial, or national, or narrow grounds. Every idea has to become broad till it covers the whole of this world. Every aspiration must go on increasing till it has engulfed the whole of humanity, nay the whole of life, within its scope. All this fitted in with Vivekanand's view of the Vedanta philosophy, and he preached this from end to end of India. I am thoroughly convinced that no individual or nation can live by holding itself apart from the community of others, and wherever such an attempt has been made under false ideas of greatness, policy or holiness, the result has always been disastrous to the secluding one. The fact of our isolation from all the other nations of the world is the cause of our degeneration, and its only remedy is getting back into the current of the rest of the world. Motion is the sign of life. He once wrote, I am a socialist not because I think it is a perfect system, but half a loaf is better than no bread. The other systems have been tried and found wanting. Let this one be tried, if for nothing else, for the novelty of the thing. Vivekanand spoke of many things, but the one constant refrain of his speech and writing was, obey, be fearless, be strong. For him man was no miserable sinner but a part of divinity, why should he be afraid of anything? If there is a sin in the world it is weakness, avoid all weakness, weakness is sin, weakness is death. That had been the great lesson of the Upanishads. Fear breeds evil and weeping and wailing. There had been enough of that, enough of softness. What our country now wants are muscles of iron and nerves of steel, gigantic wills which nothing can resist, which can penetrate into the mysteries and the secrets of the universe, and will accomplish their purpose in any fashion, even if it meant going down to the bottom of the ocean, and meeting death face to face. He condemned occultism and mysticism, these creepy things. There may be great truths in them, but they have nearly destroyed us, and here is the test of truth. Anything that makes you weak physically, intellectually, and spiritually, reject as poison. There is no life in it, it cannot be true. Truth is strengthening. Truth is purity, truth is all knowledge. These mysticisms, in spite of some grains of truth in them, are generally weakening. Go back to your Upanishads, the shining, the strengthening, the bright philosophy, and part from all these mysterious things, all these weakening things. Take up this philosophy. The greatest truths are the simplest things in the world, simple as your own existence. And beware of superstition. I would rather see every one of you rank atheists than superstitious fools, for the atheist is alive, and you can make something of him. But if superstition enters, the brain is gone, the brain is softening, degradation has seized upon the life, mystery-mongering and superstition are always signs of weakness. Footnote: most of these extracts have been taken from lectures from Colombo to Almodha by Swami Vivekanand, 1933, and letters of Swami Vivekanand, 1942, both published by the Advaita Ashram, Mayavati, Almodha, Himalayas. In the letters, page 390, there is a remarkable letter written by Vivekanand to a Muslim friend. In the course of this, he writes, whether we call it Vedantism or any ism, the truth is that Advaitism is the last word of religion and thought, and the only position from which one can look upon all religions and sects with love. We believe it is the religion of the future enlightened humanity. The Hindus may get the credit of arriving at it earlier than other races, they being an older race than either the Hebrew or the Arab, yet practical Advaitism, which looks upon and behaves to all mankind as one's own soul, is yet to be developed among the Hindus universally. On the other hand, our experience is that if ever the followers of any religion approach to this equality in an appreciable degree in the plane of practical workaday life, it may be quite unconscious generally of the deeper meaning and the underlying principle of such conduct, which the Hindus as a rule so clearly perceive. It is those of Islam and Islam alone. For our own motherland adjunction of the two great systems, Hinduism and Islam, Vedanta brain and Islam body, is the only hope. I see in my mind's eye the future perfect India rising out of this chaos and strife, glorious and invincible, with Vedanta brain and Islam body. This letter is dated Almodha, June 10, 1898. End of footnote. So Vivekanand thundered from Cape Comorin on the southern tip of India to the Himalayas, and he wore himself out in the process, dying in 1902 when he was 39 years of age. A contemporary of Vivekanand, and yet belonging much more to a later generation, was Rabindranath Tagore. The Tagore family had played a leading part in various reform movements in Bengal during the 19th century. There were men of spiritual stature in it, and fine writers and artists, but Rabindranath towered above them all, and indeed all over India his position gradually became one of unchallenged supremacy. His long life of creative activity covered 2 entire generations, and he seems almost of our present day. He was no politician, but he was too sensitive and devoted to the freedom of the Indian people to remain always in his ivory tower of poetry and song. Again and again he stepped out of it, when he could tolerate some development no longer, and in prophetic language warned the British government or his own people. He played a prominent part in the Swadeshi movement that swept through Bengal in the first decade of the 20th century, and again when he gave up his knighthood at the time of the Amritsar massacre. His constructive work in the field of education, quietly begun, has already made Shanti Niketan one of the focal points of Indian culture. His influence over the mind of India, and specially of successive rising generations, has been tremendous. Not Bengali only, the language in which he himself wrote, but all the modern languages of India have been molded partly by his writings. More than any other Indian, he has helped to bring into harmony the ideals of the East and the West, and broadened the bases of Indian nationalism. He has been India's internationalist par excellence, believing and working for international cooperation, taking India's message to other countries and bringing their message to his own people. And yet with all his internationalism, his feet have always been planted firmly on India's soil, and his mind has been saturated with the wisdom of the Upanishads. Contrary to the usual course of development, as he grew older, he became more radical in his outlook and views. Strong individualist as he was, he became an admirer of the great achievements of the Russian Revolution, especially in the spread of education, culture, health, and the spirit of equality. Nationalism is a narrowing creed, and nationalism in conflict with a dominating imperialism produces all manner of frustrations and complexes. It was Tagore's immense service to India, as it has been Gandhi's in a different plane, that he forced the people in some measure out of their narrow grooves of thought, and made them think of broader issues affecting humanity. Tagore was the great humanist of India. Tagore and Gandhi have undoubtedly been the 2 outstanding and dominating figures of India in this first half of the 20th century. It is instructive to compare and contrast them. No 2 persons could be so different from one another in their makeup or temperaments. Tagore, the aristocratic artist turned democrat with proletarian sympathies, represented essentially the cultural tradition of India, the tradition of accepting life in the fullness thereof and going through it with song and dance. Gandhi, more a man of the people, almost the embodiment of the Indian peasant, represented the other ancient tradition of India, that of renunciation and asceticism. And yet, Tagore was primarily the man of thought, Gandhi of concentrated and ceaseless activity. Both, in their different ways, had a world outlook, and both were at the same time wholly Indian. They seemed to present different but harmonious aspects of India and to complement one another. Tagore and Gandhi bring us to our present age. But we were considering an earlier period and the effect produced on the people, and especially the Hindus, by the stress laid by Vivekanand and others on the past greatness of India and their pride in it. Vivekanand himself was careful to warn his people not to dwell too much on the past, but to look to the future. When, O Lord, he wrote, shall our land be free from this eternal dwelling upon the past? But he himself and others had evoked that past, and there was a glamour in it, and no getting away from it. This looking back to the past and finding comfort in sustenance there was helped by a renewed study of ancient literature and history, and later by the story of the Indian colonies in the eastern seas, as this unfolded itself. Mrs. Annie Besant was a powerful influence in adding to the confidence of the Hindu middle classes in their spiritual and national heritage. There was a spiritual and religious element about all this, and yet there was a strong political background to it. The rising middle classes were politically inclined and were not so much in search of a religion, but they wanted some cultural roots to cling on to, something that gave them assurance of their own worth, something that would reduce the sense of frustration and humiliation that foreign conquest and rule had produced. In every country with a growing nationalism, there is this search apart from religion, this tendency to go to the past. Iran, without in any way weakening in its religious faith, has deliberately gone back to its pre-Islamic days of greatness and utilized this memory to strengthen its present-day nationalism. So also in other countries. The past of India, with all its cultural variety and greatness, was a common heritage of all the Indian people, Hindu, Muslim, Christian, and others, and their ancestors had helped to build it. The fact of subsequent conversion to other faiths did not deprive them of this heritage, just as the Greeks, after their conversion to Christianity, did not lose their pride in the mighty achievements of their ancestors, or the Italians in the great days of the Roman Republic and early empire. If all the people of India had been converted to Islam or Christianity, her cultural heritage would still have remained to inspire them, and give them that poise and dignity, which a long record of civilized existence with all its mental struggles with the problems of life gives a people. If we had been an independent nation, all of us in this country working together in the present for a common future would no doubt have looked to our common past with equal pride. Indeed, during the Mughal period, the emperors and their chief associates, newcomers as they were, wanted to identify themselves with that past and to share it with others. But the accidents and processes of history, helped no doubt by man's policy and weaknesses, worked differently, and the changes which came prevented normal development. One would have expected that the new middle class, which was the product of the impact from the West and of technological and economic changes, would have a common background in Hindu and Muslim alike. To some extent this was so, and yet differences arose which were not present, or were present in far lesser degree, in the feudal and semi-feudal classes and the masses. The Hindu and Muslim masses were hardly distinguishable from each other. The old aristocracy had developed common ways and standards. They yet followed a common culture and had common custom and festivals. The middle classes began to diverge psychologically, and later, in other ways. To begin with, the new middle classes were almost absent among the Muslims. Their avoidance of Western education, their keeping away from trade and industry, and their adherence to feudal ways, gave a start to the Hindus which they profited by and retained. British policy was inclined to be pro-Hindu and anti-Muslim, except in the Punjab, where Muslims took more easily to Western education than elsewhere. But the Hindus had got a big start long before the British took possession of the Punjab. Even in the Punjab, though conditions were more equal for the Hindu and Muslim, the Hindus had an economic advantage. Anti-foreign sentiment was shared alike by the Hindu and Muslim aristocracy and the masses. The revolt of 1857 was a joint affair, but in its suppression Muslims felt strongly, and to some extent rightly, that they were the greater sufferers. This revolt also put an end finally to any dreams or fantasies of the revival of the Delhi Empire. That empire had vanished long ago, even before the British arrived upon the scene. The Marathas had smashed it and controlled Delhi itself. Ranjit Singh ruled in the Punjab. Mughal rule had ended in the north without any intervention of the British, and in the south also it had disintegrated. Yet the shadow emperor sat in the Delhi palace, and though he had become a dependent and pensioner of the Marathas and the British successively, still he was a symbol of a famous dynasty. Inevitably, during the revolt, the rebels tried to take advantage of this symbol, in spite of his weakness and unwillingness. The ending of the revolt meant also the smashing of the symbol. As the people recovered slowly from the horror of the mutiny days, there was a blank in their minds, a vacuum which sought for something to fill it. Of necessity, British rule had to be accepted, but the break with the past had brought something more than a new government. It had brought doubt and confusion and a loss of faith in themselves. That break indeed had come long before the mutiny, and had led to the many movements of thought in Bengal and elsewhere, to which I have already referred. But the Muslims generally had then retired into their shells far more than the Hindus, avoided Western education, and lived in daydreams of a restoration of the old order. There could be no more dreaming now, but there had to be something to which they could cling on. They still kept away from the new education. Gradually and after much debate and difficulty, Sir Syed Ahmed Khan turned their minds towards English education and started the Aligarh College. That was the only avenue leading to government service, and the lure of that service proved powerful enough to overcome old resentments and prejudices. The fact that Hindus had gone far ahead in education and service was disliked, and proved a powerful argument to do likewise. Parsis and Hindus were also going ahead in industry, but Muslim attention was directed to government service alone. But even this new direction to their activities, which was really confined to comparatively few, did not resolve the doubt and confusion of their minds. Hindus, in like straits, had looked back and sought consolation in ancient times. Old philosophy and literature, art and history, had brought some comfort. Ram Mohan Roy, Dayanand, Vivekanand, and others had started new movements of thought. While they drank from the rich streams of English literature, their minds were also full of ancient sages and heroes of India, their thoughts and deeds, and of the myths and traditions which they had imbibed from their childhood. Much of this was common to the Muslim masses, who were well acquainted with these traditions. But it began to be felt, especially by the Muslim upper classes, that it was not quite proper for them to associate themselves with these semi-religious traditions, that any encouragement of them would be against the spirit of Islam. They searched for their national roots elsewhere. To some extent they found them in the Afghan and Mughal periods of India, but this was not quite enough to fill the vacuum. Those periods were common for Hindus and Muslims alike, and the sense of foreign intrusion had disappeared from Hindu minds. The Mughal rulers were looked upon as Indian national rulers, though in the case of Aurangzeb there was a difference of opinion. It is significant that Akbar, whom the Hindus especially admired, has not been approved of in recent years by some Muslims. Last year the 400th anniversary of his birth was celebrated in India. All classes of people, including many Muslims, joined, but the Muslim League kept aloof because Akbar was a symbol of India's unity. This search for cultural roots led Indian Muslims, that is, some of them of the middle class, to Islamic history, and to the periods when Islam was a conquering and creative force in Baghdad, Spain, Constantinople, Central Asia, and elsewhere. There had always been interest in this history and some contacts with neighboring Islamic countries. There was also the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca, which brought Muslims from various countries together. But all such contacts were limited and superficial and did not really affect the general outlook of Indian Muslims, which was confined to India. The Afghan kings of Delhi, especially Muhammad Tughlaq, had acknowledged the Caliph, at Cairo. The Ottoman emperors at Constantinople subsequently became the Caliphs, but they were not recognized as such in India. The Mughal emperors in India recognized no Khalifa or spiritual superiors outside India. It was only after the complete collapse of the Mughal power early in the 19th century that the name of the Turkish Sultan began to be mentioned in Indian mosques. This practice was confirmed after the mutiny. Thus, Indian Muslims sought to derive some psychological satisfaction from a contemplation of Islam's past greatness, chiefly in other countries, and in the fact of the continuance of Turkey as an independent Muslim power, practically the only one left. This feeling was not opposed to or in conflict with Indian nationalism. Indeed, many Hindus admired and were well acquainted with Islamic history. They sympathized with Turkey because they considered the Turks as Asiatic victims of European aggression. Yet the emphasis was different, and in their case that feeling did not supply a psychological need as it did in the case of the Muslims. After the mutiny, the Indian Muslims had hesitated which way to turn. The British government had deliberately repressed them to an even greater degree than it had repressed the Hindus, and this repression had especially affected those sections of the Muslims from which the new middle class, the bourgeois, might have been drawn. They felt down and out and were intensely anti-British as well as conservative. British policy towards them underwent a gradual change in the 70s and became more favorable. This change was essentially due to the policy of balance and counterpoise which the British government had consistently pursued. Still, in this process, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan played an important part. He was convinced that he could only raise the Muslims through cooperation with the British authorities. He was anxious to make them accept English education, and thus to draw them out of their conservative shells. He had been much impressed by what he had seen of European civilization, and indeed, some of his letters from Europe indicate that he was so dazed that he had rather lost his balance. Sir Syed was an ardent reformer, and he wanted to reconcile modern scientific thought with Islam. This was to be done, of course, not by attacking any basic belief, but by a rationalistic interpretation of scripture. He pointed out the basic similarities between Islam and Christianity. He attacked Purdah, the seclusion of women, among the Muslims. He was opposed to any allegiance to the Turkish Caliphate. Above all, he was anxious to push a new type of education. The beginnings of the national movement frightened him, for he thought that any opposition to the British authorities would deprive him of their help in his educational program. That help appeared to him to be essential, and so he tried to tone down anti-British sentiments among the Muslims, and to turn them away from the National Congress which was taking shape then. One of the declared objects of the Aligarh College he founded was to make the Mussulmans of India worthy and useful subjects of the British Crown. He was not opposed to the National Congress because he considered it predominantly a Hindu organization. He opposed it because he thought it was politically too aggressive, though it was mild enough in those days, and he wanted British help and cooperation. He tried to show that Muslims as a whole had not rebelled during the mutiny, and that many had remained loyal to the British power. He was in no way anti-Hindu or communally separatist. Repeatedly, he emphasized that religious differences should have no political or national significance. "Do you not inhabit the same land?" he said. "Remember that the words Hindu and Mohammedan are only meant for religious distinction, otherwise all persons, whether Hindu or Mohammedan, even the Christians who reside in this country, are all in this particular respect belonging to one and the same nation." Sir Syed Ahmad Khan's influence was confined to certain sections of the upper classes among the Muslims. He did not touch the urban or rural masses. These masses were almost completely cut off from their upper classes, and were far nearer to the Hindu masses. While some among the Muslim upper classes were descendants of the ruling groups during Mughal times, the masses had no such background or tradition. Most of them had been converted from the lowest strata of Hindu society and were most unhappily situated, being among the poorest and the most exploited. Sir Syed had a number of able and notable colleagues. In his rationalistic approach he was supported, among others, by Sayyid Chirag Ali and Nawab Mohsin ul-Mulk. His educational activities attracted Munshi Karamat Ali, Munshi Zakallah, of Delhi, Dr. Nazid Ahmed, Maulana Shibli Nomani, and the poet Hali, who is one of the outstanding figures of Urdu literature. Sir Syed succeeded in so far as the beginnings of English education among the Muslims were concerned, and in diverting the Muslim mind from the political movement. A Mohammedan educational conference was started, and this attracted the rising Muslim middle class in the professions and services. Nonetheless, many prominent Muslims joined the National Congress. British policy became definitely pro-Muslim, or rather in favor of those elements among the Muslims who were opposed to the national movement. But early in the 20th century the tendency towards nationalism in political activity became more noticeable among the younger generation of Muslims. To divert this and provide a safe channel for it, the Muslim League was started in 1906 under the inspiration of the British government and the leadership of one of its chief supporters, the Aga Khan. The League had two principal objects: loyalty to the British government, and the safeguarding of Muslim interests. It is worth noting that during the post-mutiny period all the leading men among Indian Muslims, including Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, were products of the old traditional education, although some of them added knowledge of English later, and were influenced by new ideas. The new Western education had yet produced no notable figure among them. The leading poet in Urdu and one of the outstanding literary figures of the century in India was Ghalib, who was in his prime before the mutiny. In the early years of the 20th century there were two trends among the Muslim intelligentsia. One, chiefly among the younger element, was towards nationalism, the other was a deviation from India's past and even, to some extent, her present, and a greater interest in Islamic countries, especially Turkey, the seat of the Caliphate. The pan-Islamic movement, encouraged by Sultan Abdul Hamid of Turkey, had found some response in the upper strata of Indian Muslims, and yet Sir Syed had opposed this and written against Indians interesting themselves in Turkey and the Sultanate. The Young Turk movement produced mixed reactions. It was looked upon with some suspicion by most Muslims in India to begin with, and there was general sympathy for the Sultan who was considered a bulwark against the intrigues of European powers in Turkey. But there were others, among them Abul Kalam Azad, who eagerly welcomed the Young Turks and the promise of constitutional and social reform that they brought. When Italy suddenly attacked Turkey in the Tripoli War of 1911, and subsequently, during the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913, an astonishing wave of sympathy for Turkey roused Indian Muslims. All Indians felt that sympathy and anxiety, but in the case of Muslims this was keener and something almost personal. The last remaining Muslim power was threatened with extinction, the sheet anchor of their faith in the future was being destroyed. Dr. M. A. Ansari led a strong medical mission to Turkey and even the poor subscribed. Money came more rapidly than for any proposal for the uplift of the Indian Muslims themselves. World War I was a time of trial for the Muslims because Turkey was on the other side. They felt helpless and could do nothing. When the war ended, their pent-up feelings were to break out in the Caliphate movement. The year 1912 was notable also in the development of the Muslim mind in India because of the appearance of two new weeklies, the Al-Hilal in Urdu and the Comrade in English. The Al-Hilal was started by Abul Kalam Azad, the present Congress president, a brilliant young man of 24, who had received his early education in Al-Azhar University of Cairo, and while yet in his teens, had become well known for his Arabic and Persian scholarship and deep learning. To this, he added a knowledge of the Islamic world outside India, and of the reform movements that were coursing through it, as well as of European developments. Rationalist in outlook, and yet, profoundly versed in Islamic lore and history, he interpreted scripture from a rationalist point of view. Soaked in Islamic tradition and with many personal contacts with prominent Muslim leaders and reformers in Egypt, Turkey, Syria, Palestine, Iraq, and Iran, he was powerfully affected by political and cultural developments in these countries. Because of his writings he was known in the Islamic countries probably more than any other Indian Muslim. The wars in which Turkey became involved aroused his intense interest and sympathy, and yet his approach was different from that of the older Muslim leaders. He had a wider and more rationalist outlook, which kept him away from the feudal and narrowly religious and separatist approach of these older leaders, and inevitably made him an Indian nationalist. He had himself seen nationalism growing in Turkey and the other Islamic countries, and he applied that knowledge to India, and saw in the Indian national movement a similar development. Other Muslims in India were hardly aware of these movements elsewhere, and wrapped up in their own feudal atmosphere, had little appreciation of what was happening there. They thought in religious terms only, and if they sympathized with Turkey, it was chiefly because of that religious bond. In spite of that intense sympathy, they were not in tune with the nationalist and rather secular movements in Turkey. Abul Kalam Azad spoke in a new language to them in his weekly Al-Hilal. It was not only a new language in thought and approach, even its texture was different, for Azad's style was tense and virile, though sometimes a little difficult because of its Persian background. He used new phrases for new ideas and was a definite influence in giving shape to the Urdu language, as it is today. The older conservative leaders among the Muslims did not react favorably to all this and criticized Azad's opinions and approach. Yet not even the most learned of them could easily meet Azad in debate and argument, even on the basis of scripture and old tradition, for Azad's knowledge of these happened to be greater than theirs. He was a strange mixture of medieval scholasticism, 18th-century rationalism, and the modern outlook. There were a few among the older generation who approved of Azad's writings, among them being the learned Maulana Shibli Nomani, who had himself visited Turkey, and who had been associated with Sir Syed Ahmad Khan in Aligarh College. The tradition of Aligarh College was, however, different and conservative, both politically and socially. Its trustees came from among the princes and big landlords, typical representatives of the feudal order. Under a succession of English principles, closely associated with government circles, it had fostered separatist tendencies and an anti-nationalist and anti-Congress outlook. The chief aim kept before its students was to enter government service in the subordinate ranks. For that a pro-government attitude was necessary and no truck with nationalism and sedition. The Aligarh College group had become the leaders of the new Muslim intelligentsia and influenced sometimes openly, more often from behind the scenes, almost every Muslim movement. The Muslim League came into existence largely through their efforts. Abul Kalam Azad attacked this stronghold of conservatism and anti-nationalism not directly but by spreading ideas which undermined the Aligarh tradition. This very youthful writer and journalist caused a sensation in Muslim intellectual circles, and though the elders frowned upon him, his words created a ferment in the minds of the younger generation. That ferment had already started because of events in Turkey, Egypt, and Iran, as well as the development of the Indian nationalist movement. Azad gave a definite trend to it by pointing out that there was no conflict between Islam and sympathy for Islamic countries and Indian nationalism. This helped in bringing the Muslim League nearer to the Congress. Azad had himself joined the League, whilst yet a boy, at its first session in 1906. The Al-Hilal was not approved of by the representatives of the British government. Securities were demanded from it under the Press Act and ultimately its press was confiscated in 1914. Thus ended the Al-Hilal after a brief existence of 2 years. Azad thereupon brought out another weekly, the Al-Balag, but this, too, ended in 1916 when Azad was interned by the British government. For nearly 4 years he was kept in internment, and when he came out at last, he took his place immediately among the leaders of the National Congress. Ever since then he has been continuously in the highest Congress executive, looked upon, in spite of his youthful years, as one of the elders of the Congress, whose advice both in national and political matters as well as in regard to the communal and minority questions is highly valued. Twice he had been Congress president, and repeatedly he has spent long terms in prison. The other weekly that was started in 1912, some months before the Al-Hilal, was the Comrade. This was in English and it influenced especially the younger English-educated generation of Muslims. It was edited by Maulana Muhammad Ali, who was an odd mixture of Islamic tradition and an Oxford education. He began as an adherent of the Aligarh tradition and was opposed to any aggressive politics. But he was far too able and dynamic a personality to remain confined in that static framework, and his language was always vigorous and striking. The annulment of the partition of Bengal in 1911 had given him a shock, and his faith in the bona fides of the British government had been shaken. The Balkan Wars moved him, and he wrote passionately in favor of Turkey and the Islamic tradition it represented. Progressively, he grew more anti-British, and the entry of Turkey in World War I completed the process. A famous and enormously long article of his speeches and writings did not err on the side of brevity or conciseness, in the Comrade entitled The Choice of the Turks put an end to the Comrade, which was stopped by the government. Soon after, government arrested him and his brother Shaukat Ali, and interned them for the duration of the war and a year after. They were released at the end of 1919 and both immediately joined the National Congress. The Ali brothers played a very prominent part in the Caliphate agitation and in Congress politics in the early 20s and suffered prison for it. Muhammad Ali presided over an annual session of the Congress and was for many years a member of its highest executive committee. He died in 1930. The change that took place in Muhammad Ali was symbolic of the changing mentality of the Indian Muslims. Even the Muslim League, founded to isolate the Muslims from nationalist currents and completely controlled by reactionary and semi-feudal elements, was forced to recognize the pressure from the younger generation. It was drifting, though somewhat unwillingly, with the tide of nationalism and coming nearer to the Congress. In 1913 it changed its creed of loyalty to government to a demand for self-government for India. Maulana Abul Kalam Azad had advocated this change in his forceful writings in the Al-Hilal. End of Part 10, titled, Reform and Other Movements Among Hindus and Muslims, of Chapter 7. Part 11, Kamal Pasha, Nationalism in Asia, Iqbal. Kamal Pasha was naturally popular in India with Muslims and Hindus alike. He had not only rescued Turkey from foreign domination and disruption but had foiled the machinations of European imperialist powers, especially England. But as the Ataturk's policy unfolded itself, his lack of religion, his abolition of the Sultanate and Caliphate, the building up of a secular state, and his disbandment of religious orders, that popularity waned so far as the more orthodox Muslims were concerned and a silent resentment against his modernist policy rose among them. This very policy, however, made him more popular among the younger generation of both Hindus and Muslims. The Ataturk partly destroyed the dream structure that had gradually grown up in the Indian Muslim mind ever since the days of the mutiny. Again, a kind of vacuum was created. Many Muslims filled this vacuum by joining the nationalist movement. Many had of course already joined it previously, others stood aloof, hesitant and doubtful. The real conflict was between feudal modes of thought and modern tendencies. The feudal leadership had for the moment been swept away by the mass Caliphate movement, but that movement itself had no solid basis in social and economic conditions, or in the needs of the masses. It had its center elsewhere, and when the core itself was eliminated by the Ataturk, the superstructure collapsed, leaving the Muslim masses bewildered and disinclined to any political action. The old feudal leaders, who had lain low, crept back into prominence, helped by British policy, which had always supported them. But they could not come back to their old position of unquestioned leadership, for conditions had changed. The Muslims were also throwing up, rather belatedly, a middle class, and the very experience of a mass political movement, under the leadership of the National Congress, had made a vital difference. Though the mentality of the Muslim masses and the new growing middle class was shaped essentially by events, Sir Muhammad Iqbal played an important part in influencing the latter, and especially the younger generation. The masses were hardly affected by him. Iqbal had begun by writing powerful nationalist poems in Urdu, which had become popular. During the Balkan Wars, he turned to Islamic subjects. He was influenced by the circumstances then prevailing and the mass feeling among the Muslims, and he himself influenced and added to the intensity of these sentiments. Yet he was very far from being a mass leader. He was a poet, an intellectual and a philosopher, with affiliations to the old feudal order. He came from Kashmiri Brahmin stock. He supplied in fine poetry, which was written both in Persian and Urdu, a philosophic background to the Muslim intelligentsia, and thus diverted its mind in a separatist direction. His popularity was no doubt due to the quality of his poetry, but even more so it was due to his having fulfilled a need when the Muslim mind was searching for some anchor to hold on to. The old pan-Islamic ideal had ceased to have any meaning. There was no caliphate, and every Islamic country, Turkey most of all, was intensely nationalist, caring little for other Islamic peoples. Nationalism was in fact the dominant force in Asia as elsewhere, and in India the nationalist movement had grown powerful and challenged British rule repeatedly. That nationalism had a strong appeal to the Muslim mind in India, and large numbers of Muslims had played a leading part in the struggle for freedom. Yet Indian nationalism was dominated by Hindus and had a Hinduist look. So a conflict arose in the Muslim mind. Many accepted that nationalism, trying to influence it in the direction of their choice. Many sympathized with it, and yet remained aloof, uncertain, and yet many others began to drift in a separatist direction for which Iqbal's poetic and philosophic approach had prepared them. This, I imagine, was the background out of which, in recent years, arose the cry for a division of India. There were many reasons, many contributory causes, errors and mistakes on every side, and especially the deliberate separatist policy of the British government. But behind all these was this psychological background, which itself was produced, apart from certain historical causes, by the delay in the development of a Muslim middle class in India. Essentially, the internal conflict in India, apart from the nationalist struggle against foreign domination, is between the remnants of the feudal order and modernist ideas and institutions. That conflict exists on the national plane as well as within each major group, Hindu, Muslim, and others. The national movement, as represented essentially by the National Congress, undoubtedly represents the historic process of growth towards these new ideas and institutions, though it tries to adapt these to some of the old foundations. Because of this, it has attracted to its fold all manner of people, differing widely among themselves. On the Hindu side, an exclusive and rigid social order has come in the way of growth, and what is more, frightened other groups. But this social order itself has been undermined, and is fast losing its rigidity, and in any event, is not strong enough to obstruct the growth of the national movement in its widest political and social sense, which has developed enough impetus to go ahead in spite of obstacles. On the Muslim side, feudal elements have continued to be strong and have usually succeeded in imposing their leadership on their masses. There has been a difference of a generation or more in the development of the Hindu and Muslim middle classes, and that difference continues to show itself in many directions, political, economic, and other. It is this lag which produces a psychology of fear among the Muslims. Pakistan, the proposal to divide India, however much it may appeal emotionally to some, is of course no solution for this backwardness, and it is much more likely to strengthen the hold of feudal elements for some time longer, and delay the economic progress of the Muslims. Iqbal was one of the early advocates of Pakistan, and yet he appears to have realized its inherent danger and absurdity. Edward Thompson has written that in the course of a conversation, Iqbal told him that he had advocated Pakistan because of his position as president of the Muslim League session, but he felt sure that it would be injurious to India as a whole and to Muslims specially. Probably he had changed his mind, or he had not given much thought to the question previously, as it had assumed no importance then. His whole outlook on life does not fit in with the subsequent developments of the idea of Pakistan or division of India. During his last years, Iqbal turned more and more towards socialism. The great progress that Soviet Russia had made attracted him. Even his poetry took a different turn. A few months before his death, as he lay on his sickbed, he sent for me, and I gladly obeyed the summons. As I talked to him about many things, I felt that how much we had in common, in spite of differences, and how easy it would be to get on with him. He was in reminiscent mood, and wandered from one subject to another, and I listened to him, talking little myself. I admired him and his poetry, and it pleased me greatly to feel that he liked me and had a good opinion of me. A little before I left him, he said to me, "What is there in common between Jinnah and you? He is a politician, you are a patriot. I hope there is still much in common between Mr. Jinnah and me. As for my being a patriot, I do not know that this is a particular qualification in these days, at least in the limited sense of the word. Greatly attached as I am to India, I have long felt that something more than national attachment is necessary for us in order to understand and solve even our own problems, and much more so those of the world as a whole." But Iqbal was certainly right in holding that I was not much of a politician, although politics had seized me and made me their victim. End of Part 11, titled, Kamal Pasha, Nationalism in Asia, Iqbal, of Chapter 7. Part 12, Heavy Industry Begins, Tilak, and Gokhale, Separate Electorates. In my desire to explore the background of the Hindu-Muslim problems and understand what lay behind the new demand for Pakistan and separation, I have jumped over half a century. During this period many changes came, not so much in the external apparatus of government as in the temper of the people. Some trivial constitutional developments took place, and these are often paraded, but they made no difference whatsoever to the authoritarian and all-pervasive character of British rule, nor did they touch the problems of poverty and unemployment. In 1911, Jamshedji Tata laid the foundations of heavy industry in India by starting steel and iron works in what came to be known as Jamshedpur. Government looked with disfavor on this, and other attempts to start industries, and in no way encouraged them. It was chiefly with American expert help that the steel industry was started. It had a precarious childhood, but the War of 1914-18 came to its help. Again it languished, and was in danger of passing into the hands of British debenture holders, but nationalist pressure saved it. An industrial proletariat was growing up in India. It was unorganized and helpless, and the terribly low standards of the peasantry, from which it came, prevented wage increases and improvement. So far as unskilled labor was concerned, there were millions of unemployed persons, who could be drawn upon, and no strike could succeed in these conditions. The first trade union congress was organized round about 1920. The numbers of this new proletariat were not sufficient to make any difference to the Indian political scene. They were a bucketful in a sea of peasants and workers on the land. In the 20s, the voice of industrial labor began to be heard, but it was feeble. It might have been ignored but for the fact that the Russian Revolution had forced people to attach importance to the industrial proletariat. Some big and well-organized strikes also compelled attention. The peasant, though he was everywhere and his problem was the supreme problem of India, was even more silent and forgotten by the political leaders and government alike. The early stages of the political movement were dominated by the ideological urges of the upper middle classes, chiefly the professional classes and those looking forward to a place in the administrative machine. With the coming of age of the National Congress, which had been founded in 1885, a new type of leadership appeared, more aggressive and defiant and representing the much larger numbers of the lower middle classes as well as students and young men. The powerful agitation against the partition of Bengal had thrown up many able and aggressive leaders there of this type, but the real symbol of the new age was Bal Gangadhar Tilak, from Maharashtra. The old leadership was represented also by a Maratha, a very able and a younger man, Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Revolutionary slogans were in the air, tempers ran high, and conflict was inevitable. To avoid this, the old patriarch of the Congress, Dada Bhai Nauroji, universally respected and regarded as the father of the country, was brought out of his retirement. The respite was brief, and in 1907 the clash came, resulting apparently in a victory for the old moderate section. But this had been won because of organizational control and the then narrow franchise of the Congress. There was no doubt that the vast majority of politically minded people in India favored Tilak and his group. The Congress lost much of its importance and interest shifted to other activities. Terroristic activity appeared in Bengal. The example set by Russian and Irish revolutionaries was being followed. Muslim young men were also being affected by these revolutionary ideas. The Aligarh College had tried to check this tendency, and now, under government inspiration, the Aga Khan and others started the Muslim League to provide a political platform for Muslims, and thus keep them away from the Congress. More important still, and of vital significance to India's future development, it was decided to introduce separate electorates for Muslims. Henceforward, Muslims could only stand for election and be elected by separate Muslim electorates. A political barrier was created round them, isolating them from the rest of India and reversing the unifying and amalgamating process which had been going on for centuries, and which was inevitably being speeded up by technological developments. This barrier was a small one at first, for the electorates were very limited, but with every extension of the franchise it grew, and affected the whole structure of public and social life, like some canker which corrupted the entire system. It poisoned municipal and local self-government, and ultimately it led to fantastic divisions. There came into existence, much later, separate Muslim trade unions and students' organizations and merchants' chambers. Because the Muslims were backward in all these activities, these organizations were not real organic growths from below, but were artificially created from above, and their leadership was held by the old semi-feudal type of person. Thus, to some extent, the Muslim middle classes and even the masses were isolated from the currents of growth, which were influencing the rest of India. There were vested interests enough in India created or preserved by the British government. Now an additional and powerful vested interest was created by separate electorates. It was not a temporary evil which tended to fade away with developing political consciousness. Nurtured by official policy, it grew and spread and obscured the real problems before the country, whether political, social, or economic. It created divisions and ill-feeling where there had been none previously, and it actually weakened the favored group by increasing a tendency to depend on artificial props, and not to think in terms of self-reliance. The obvious policy in dealing with groups or minorities which were backward educationally and economically was to help them in every way to grow and make up these deficiencies, especially by a forward educational policy. Nothing of this kind was done either for the Muslims, or for other backward minorities, or for the depressed classes who needed it most. The whole argument centered in petty appointments in the subordinate public services, and instead of raising standards all round, merit was often sacrificed. Separate electorates, thus, weakened the groups that were already weak or backward. They encouraged separatist tendencies and prevented the growth of national unity. They were the negation of democracy. They created new vested interests of the most reactionary kind. They lowered standards, and they diverted attention from the real economic problems of the country which were common to all. These electorates, first introduced among the Muslims, spread to other minorities and groups till India became a mosaic of these separate compartments. Possibly they may have done some good for a little while, though I am unable to spot it, but undoubtedly the injury they have caused to every department of Indian life has been prodigious. Out of them have grown all manner of separatist tendencies, and finally the demand for a splitting up of India. Lord Morley was the Secretary of State for India when these separate electorates were introduced. He resisted them, but ultimately agreed under pressure from the Viceroy. He has pointed out in his diary the dangers inherent in such a method, and how they would inevitably delay the development of representative institutions. Probably this was exactly what the Viceroy and his colleagues intended. In the Montagu-Chelmsford Report on Indian Constitutional Reform, 1918, the dangers of these communal electorates were again emphasized. Division by creeds and classes means the creation of political camps organized against each other, and teaches men to think as partisans and not as citizens. We regard any system of communal electorates, therefore, as a very serious hindrance to the development of the self-governing principle. End of Part 12, titled, Heavy Industry Begins, Tilak and Gokhale, Separate Electorates, of Chapter 7. This concludes the 7th chapter, titled, The Last Phase, Part 1, of the Discovery of India. Chapter 8, The Last Phase, 2. Part 1, Nationalism versus Imperialism, Helplessness of the Middle Classes, Gandhi comes. World War I came. Politics were at a low ebb, chiefly because of the split in the Congress between the two sections, the so-called extremists and the moderates, and because of wartime restrictions and regulations. Yet one tendency was marked: the rising middle class among the Muslims was growing more nationally minded, and was pushing the Muslim League towards the Congress. They even joined hands. Industry developed during the war and produced enormous dividends, 100 to 200%, from the jute mills of Bengal and the cotton mills of Bombay, Ahmedabad, and elsewhere. Some of these dividends flowed to the owners of foreign capital in Dundee and London, some went to swell the riches of Indian millionaires, and yet the workers who had created these dividends lived at an incredibly low level of existence, in filthy, disease-ridden hovels, with no window or chimney, no light or water supply, no sanitary arrangements. This, near the so-called City of Palaces, Calcutta, dominated by British capital. In Bombay, where Indian capital was more in evidence, an inquiry commission found in one room, 15 feet by 12, 6 families, in all, 30 adults and children, living together. 3 of these women were expecting a confinement soon, and each family had a separate oven in that one room. These are special cases, but they are not very exceptional. They describe conditions in the 20s and 30s of this century when some improvements had already been made. What these conditions were like, previous to these improvements, staggers the imagination. Footnote: these quotations and facts are taken from B. Shiva Rao's The Industrial Worker in India, Allen and Unwin, London, 1939, which deals with labor problems and workers' conditions in India. End of footnote. I remember visiting some of these slums and hovels of industrial workers, gasping for breath there, and coming out dazed and full of horror and anger. I remember also going down a coal mine in Jaria, and seeing the conditions in which our women folk worked there. I can never forget that picture or the shock that came to me that human beings should labor thus. Women were subsequently prohibited from working underground, but now they have been sent back there because, we are told, war needs require additional labor, and yet millions of men are starving and unemployed. There is no lack of men, but the wages are so low and the conditions of work so bad, that they do not attract. A delegation sent by the British Trade Union Congress visited India in 1928. In their report, they said that, in SMT, the sweat, hunger, and despair of 1 million Indians enter year by year. The Director of Public Health in Bengal, in his report for 1927-28, said that the peasantry of that province were taking to a dietary on which even rats could not live for more than 5 weeks. World War I ended at last, and the peace, instead of bringing us relief and progress, brought us repressive legislation and martial law in the Punjab. A bitter sense of humiliation and a passionate anger filled our people. All the unending talk of constitutional reform, and Indianization of the services, was a mockery and an insult, when the manhood of our country was being crushed, and the inexorable and continuous process of exploitation was deepening our poverty, and sapping our vitality. We had become a derelict nation. Yet what could we do, how to change this vicious process? We seemed to be helpless in the grip of some all-powerful monster, our limbs were paralyzed, our minds deadened. The peasantry were servile and fear-ridden, the industrial workers were no better. The middle classes, the intelligentsia, who might have been beacon lights in the enveloping darkness, were themselves submerged in this all-pervading gloom. In some ways, their condition was even more pitiful than that of the peasantry. Large numbers of them, D-class intellectuals, cut off from the land and incapable of any kind of manual or technical work, joined the swelling army of the unemployed, and helpless, hopeless, sank ever deeper into the morass. A few successful lawyers or doctors or engineers or clerks made little difference to the mass. The peasant starved, yet centuries of an unequal struggle against his environment had taught him to endure, and even in poverty and starvation, he had a certain calm dignity, a feeling of submission to an all-powerful fate. Not so the middle classes, more especially the new petty bourgeoisie, who had no such background. Incompletely developed, and frustrated, they did not know where to look, for neither the old nor the new offered them any hope. There was no adjustment to social purpose, no satisfaction of doing something worthwhile, even though suffering came in its train. Custom-ridden, they were born old, yet they were without the old culture. Modern thought attracted them, but they lacked its inner content, the modern social and scientific consciousness. Some tried to cling tenaciously to the dead forms of the past, seeking relief from present misery in them. But there could be no relief there, for, as Tagore has said, we must not nourish in our being what is dead, for the dead is death-dealing. Others made themselves pale and ineffectual copies of the West. So, like derelicts, frantically seeking some foothold of security for body and mind and finding none, they floated aimlessly in the murky waters of Indian life. What could we do? How could we pull India out of this quagmire of poverty and defeatism, which sucked her in? Not for a few years of excitement and agony and suspense, but for long generations our people had offered their blood and toil, tears and sweat. And this process had eaten its way deep into the body and soul of India, poisoning every aspect of our corporate life, like that fell disease which consumes the tissues of the lungs and kills slowly but inevitably. Sometimes we thought that some swifter and more obvious process, resembling cholera or the bubonic plague, would have been better, but that was a passing thought, for adventurism leads nowhere, and the quack treatment of deep-seated diseases does not yield results. And then Gandhi came. He was like a powerful current of fresh air that made us stretch ourselves and take deep breaths, like a beam of light that pierced the darkness and removed the scales from our eyes, like a whirlwind that upset many things, but most of all the working of people's minds. He did not descend from the top, he seemed to emerge from the millions of India, speaking their language and incessantly drawing attention to them and their appalling condition. Get off the backs of these peasants and workers, he told us, all you who live by their exploitation, get rid of the system that produces this poverty and misery. Political freedom took new shape then and acquired a new content. Much that he said we only partially accepted, or sometimes did not accept at all. But all this was secondary. The essence of his teaching was fearlessness in truth, and action allied to these, always keeping the welfare of the masses in view. The greatest gift for an individual or a nation, so we had been told in our ancient books, was fearlessness, not merely bodily courage but the absence of fear from the mind. Janak and Yajnavalkya had said, at the dawn of our history, that it was the function of the leaders of a people to make them fearless. But the dominant impulse in India under British rule was that of fear, pervasive, oppressing, strangling fear, fear of the army, the police, the widespread secret service, fear of the official class, fear of laws meant to suppress and of prison, fear of the landlord's agent, fear of the moneylender, fear of unemployment and starvation, which were always on the threshold. It was against this all-pervading fear that Gandhi's quiet and determined voice was raised, "Be not afraid." Was it so simple as all that? Not quite. And yet fear builds its phantoms which are more fearsome than reality itself, and reality, when calmly analyzed and its consequences willingly accepted, loses much of its terror. So, suddenly, as it were, that black pall of fear was lifted from the people's shoulders, not wholly of course, but to an amazing degree. As fear is close companion to falsehood, so truth follows fearlessness. The Indian people did not become much more truthful than they were, nor did they change their essential nature overnight. Nevertheless, a sea change was visible, as the need for falsehood and furtive behavior lessened. It was a psychological change, almost as if some expert in psychoanalytical methods had probed deep into the patient's past, found out the origins of his complexes, exposed them to his view, and thus rid him of that burden. There was that psychological reaction also, a feeling of shame at our long submission to an alien rule that had degraded and humiliated us, and a desire to submit no longer whatever the consequences might be. We did not grow much more truthful perhaps than we had been previously, but Gandhi was always there as a symbol of uncompromising truth to pull us up and shame us into truth. What is truth? I do not know for certain, and perhaps our truths are relative and absolute truth is beyond us. Different persons may and do take different views of truth, and each individual is powerfully influenced by his own background, training, and impulses. So also Gandhi. But truth is at least for an individual what he himself feels and knows to be true. According to this definition, I do not know of any person who holds to the truth as Gandhi does. That is a dangerous quality in a politician, for he speaks out his mind, and even lets the public see its changing phases. Gandhi influenced millions of people in India in varying degrees. Some changed the whole texture of their lives, others were only partly affected, or the effect wore off, and yet not quite, for some part of it could not be wholly shaken off. Different people reacted differently, and each will give his own answer to this question. Some might well say, almost in the words of Alcibiades, besides, when we listen to anyone else talking, however eloquent he is, we don't really care a damn what he says, but when we listen to you, or to someone else repeating what you've said, even if he puts it ever so badly, and never mind whether the person who is listening is man, woman, or child, we're absolutely staggered and bewitched. And speaking for myself, gentlemen, if I wasn't afraid you'd tell me I was completely bottled, I'd swear on oath what an extraordinary effect his words have had on me, and still do, if it comes to that. For the moment I hear him speak I am smitten by a kind of sacred rage, worse than any corribant, and my heart jumps into my mouth and the tears start into my eyes, oh, and not only me, but lots of other men. And there is one thing I've never felt with anybody else, not the kind of thing you would expect to find in me, either, and that is a sense of shame. Socrates is the only man in the world that can make me feel ashamed. Because there's no getting away from it, I know I ought to do the things he tells me to, and yet the moment I'm out of his sight I don't care what I do to keep in with the mob. So I dash off like a runaway slave, and keep out of his way as long as I can, and the next time I meet him, I remember all that I had to admit the time before, and naturally I feel ashamed. Yes, I have heard Pericles and all the other great orators, and very eloquent I thought they were, but they never affected me like that, they never turned my whole soul upside down and left me feeling as if I were the lowest of the low, but this latter-day Marius, here, has often left me in such a state of mind that I felt I simply couldn't go on living the way I did. Only I've been bitten by something much more poisonous than a snake. In fact, mine is the most painful kind of bite there is. I've been bitten in the heart, or the mind, or whatever you like to call it. Footnote, from the 5 Dialogues of Plato, Every Man's Library. End of footnote. End of Part 1, titled, Nationalism versus Imperialism, Helplessness of the Middle Classes, Gandhi Comes, of Chapter 8. Part 2, the Congress becomes a dynamic organization under Gandhi's leadership. Gandhi for the first time entered the Congress organization and immediately brought about a complete change in its constitution. He made it democratic and a mass organization. Democratic it had been previously also, but it had so far been limited in franchise and restricted to the upper classes. Now the peasants rolled in, and in its new garb, it began to assume the look of a vast agrarian organization with a strong sprinkling of the middle classes. This agrarian character was to grow. Industrial workers also came in, but as individuals and not in their separate organized capacity. Action was to be the basis and objective of this organization, action based on peaceful methods. Thus far, the alternatives had been just talking and passing resolutions, or terroristic activity. Both of these were set aside and terrorism was especially condemned as opposed to the basic policy of the Congress. A new technique of action was evolved which, though perfectly peaceful, yet implied non-submission to what was considered wrong, and as a consequence, a willing acceptance of the pain and suffering involved in this. Gandhi was an odd kind of pacifist, for he was an activist, full of dynamic energy. There was no submission in him to fate or anything that he considered evil, he was full of resistance, though this was peaceful and courteous. The call of action was twofold. There was, of course, the action involved in challenging and resisting foreign rule, there was also the action, which led us to fight our own social evils. Apart from the fundamental objective of the Congress, the freedom of India, and the method of peaceful action, the principal planks of the Congress were national unity, which involved the solution of the minority problems, and the raising of the depressed classes, and the ending of the curse of untouchability. Realizing that the main props of British rule were fear, prestige, the cooperation, willing or unwilling, of the people, and certain classes whose vested interests were centered in British rule, Gandhi attacked these foundations. Titles were to be given up, and though the title holders responded to this only in small measure, the popular respect for these British-given titles disappeared and they became symbols of degradation. New standards and values were set up, and the pomp and splendor of the viceregal court and the princes, which used to impress so much, suddenly appeared supremely ridiculous and vulgar and rather shameful, surrounded as they were by the poverty and misery of the people. Rich men were not so anxious to flaunt their riches, outwardly at least many of them adopted simpler ways, and in their dress, became almost indistinguishable from humbler folk. The older leaders of the Congress, bred in a different and more quiescent tradition, did not take easily to these new ways, and were disturbed by the upsurge of the masses. Yet so powerful was the wave of feeling and sentiment that swept through the country, that some of this intoxication filled them also. A very few fell away, and among them was Mr. M. A. Jinnah. He left the Congress not because of any difference of opinion on the Hindu-Muslim question, but because he could not adapt himself to the new and more advanced ideology, and even more so because he disliked the crowds of ill-dressed people, talking in Hindustani, who filled the Congress. His idea of politics was of a superior variety, more suited to the legislative chamber or to a committee room. For some years he felt completely out of the picture and even decided to leave India for good. He settled down in England and spent several years there. It is said, and I think with truth, that the Indian habit of mind is essentially one of quietism. Perhaps old races develop that attitude to life, a long tradition of philosophy also leads to it, and yet Gandhi, a typical product of India, represents the very antithesis of quietism. He has been a demon of energy and action, a hustler, and a man who not only drives himself, but drives others. He has done more than anyone I know to fight and change the quietism of the Indian people. He sent us to the villages, and the countryside hummed with the activity of innumerable messengers of the new gospel of action. The peasant was shaken up, and he began to emerge from his quiescent shell. The effect on us was different, but equally far-reaching, for we saw, for the first time as it were, the villager in the intimacy of his mud hut, and with the stark shadow of hunger always pursuing him. We learnt our Indian economics more from these visits than from books and learned discourses. The emotional experience we had already undergone was emphasized and confirmed, and henceforward there could be no going back for us to our old life or our old standards, howsoever much our views might change subsequently. Gandhi held strong views on economic, social, and other matters. He did not try to impose all of these on the Congress, though he continued to develop his ideas, and sometimes in the process varied them, through his writings. But some, he tried to push into the Congress. He proceeded cautiously, for he wanted to carry the people with him. Sometimes, he went too far for the Congress, and had to retrace his steps. Not many accepted his views in their entirety, some disagreed with that fundamental outlook. But many accepted them in the modified form in which they came to the Congress as being suited to the circumstances then existing. In two respects, the background of his thought had a vague but considerable influence. The fundamental test of everything was how far it benefited the masses, and the means were always important and could not be ignored, even though the end in view was right, for the means governed the end and varied it. Gandhi was essentially a man of religion, a Hindu to the innermost depths of his being, and yet his conception of religion had nothing to do with any dogma or custom or ritual. Footnote: Gandhi told the Federation of International Fellowships in January 1928 that after long study and experience, I have come to these conclusions that 1. All religions are true, 2. All religions have some error in them, 3. All religions are almost as dear to me as my own Hinduism. My veneration for other faiths is the same as for my own faith. Consequently, the thought of conversion is impossible. Our prayer for others ought never to be, God give them the light thou hast given to me. But, give them all the light and truth they need for their highest development. End of footnote. It was basically concerned with his firm belief in the moral law, which he calls the law of truth or love. Truth and nonviolence appear to him to be the same thing or different aspects of one and the same thing, and he uses these words almost interchangeably. Claiming to understand the spirit of Hinduism, he rejects every text or practice which does not fit in with his idealist interpretation of what it should be, calling it an interpolation or a subsequent accretion. I decline to be a slave, he has said, to precedents or practice I cannot understand or defend on a moral basis. And so in practice he is singularly free to take the path of his choice, to change and adapt himself, to develop his philosophy of life and action, subject only to the overriding consideration of the moral law as he conceives this to be. Whether that philosophy is right or wrong, may be argued, but he insists on applying the same fundamental yardstick to everything, and himself especially. In politics, as in other aspects of life, this creates difficulties for the average person, and often misunderstanding. But no difficulty makes him swerve from the straight line of his choosing, though within limits, he is continually adapting himself to a changing situation. Every reform that he suggests, every advice that he gives to others, he straightway applies to himself. He is always beginning with himself, and his words and actions fit into each other like a glove on the hand. And so, whatever happens, he never loses his integrity and there is always an organic completeness about his life and work. Even in his apparent failures he has seemed to grow in stature. What was his idea of India which he was setting out to mold according to his own wishes and ideals? I shall work for an India in which the poorest shall feel that it is their country, in whose making they have an effective voice, an India in which there shall be no high class and low class of people, an India in which all communities shall live in perfect harmony. There can be no room in such an India for the curse of untouchability or the curse of intoxicating drinks and drugs. Women will enjoy the same rights as men. This is the India of my dreams. Proud of his Hindu inheritance as he was, he tried to give to Hinduism a kind of universal attire and included all religions within the fold of truth. He refused to narrow his cultural inheritance. Indian culture, he wrote, is neither Hindu, Islamic, nor any other, holy. It is a fusion of all. Again he said, I want the culture of all lands to be blown about my house as freely as possible. But I refuse to be blown off my feet by any. I refuse to live in other people's houses as an interloper, a beggar, or a slave. Influenced by modern thought currents, he never let go of his roots and clung to them tenaciously. And so he set about to restore the spiritual unity of the people and to break the barrier between the small westernized group at the top and the masses, to discover the living elements in the old roots and to build upon them, to waken these masses out of their stupor and static condition and make them dynamic. In his single-track and yet many-sided nature, the dominating impression that one gathered was his identification with the masses, a community of spirit with them, an amazing sense of unity with the dispossessed and poverty-stricken not only of India but of the world. Even religion, as everything else, took second place to his passion to raise these submerged people. A semi-starved nation can have neither religion, nor art nor organization. Whatever can be useful to starving millions is beautiful to my mind. Let us give today first the vital things of life, and all the graces and ornaments of life will follow. I want art and literature that can speak to millions. These unhappy dispossessed millions haunted him and everything seemed to revolve round them. For millions, it is an eternal vigil or an eternal trance. His ambition, he said, was to wipe every tear from every eye. It is not surprising that this astonishingly vital man, full of self-confidence and an unusual kind of power, standing for equality and freedom for each individual, but measuring all this in terms of the poorest, fascinated the masses of India and attracted them like a magnet. He seemed to them to link up the past with the future and to make the dismal present appear just as a stepping stone to that future of life and hope. And not the masses only but intellectuals and others also, though their minds were often troubled and confused, and the changeover for them from the habits of a lifetime was more difficult. Thus, he effected a vast psychological revolution not only among those who followed his lead but also among his opponents and those many neutrals, who could not make up their minds what to think and what to do. Congress was dominated by Gandhi, and yet it was a peculiar domination, for the Congress was an active, rebellious, many-sided organization, full of variety of opinion, and not easily led this way or that. Often Gandhi toned down his position to meet the wishes of others, sometimes he accepted even an adverse decision. On some vital matters for him, he was adamant, and on more than one occasion there came a break between him and the Congress. But always, he was the symbol of India's independence and militant nationalism, the unyielding opponent of all those who sought to enslave her, and it was as such a symbol that people gathered to him and accepted his lead, even though they disagreed with him on other matters. They did not always accept that lead when there was no active struggle going on, but when the struggle was inevitable, that symbol became all important, and everything else was secondary. Thus in 1920, the National Congress, and to a large extent the country, took to this new and unexplored path and came into conflict repeatedly with the British power. The conflict was inherent both in these methods and in the new situation that had arisen, yet back of all this was not political tactics and maneuvering, but the desire to strengthen the Indian people, for by that strength alone could they achieve independence and retain it. Civil disobedience struggles came one after the other, involving enormous suffering, but that suffering was self-invited and therefore strength-giving, not the kind which overwhelms the unwilling, leading to despair and defeatism. The unwilling also suffered, caught in the wide net of fierce governmental repression, and even the willing sometimes broke up and collapsed. But many remained true and steadfast, harder for all the experience they had undergone. At no time, even when its fortunes were low, did Congress surrender to superior might or submit to foreign authority. It remained the symbol of India's passionate desire for independence and her will to resist alien domination. It was because of this that vast numbers of the Indian people sympathized with it and looked to it for leadership, even though many of them were so weak and feeble, or so circumstanced, as to be unable to do anything themselves. The Congress was a party in some ways, it has also been a joint platform for several parties, but essentially it was something much more, for it represented the innermost desire of vast numbers of our people. The number of members on its rolls, large as this was only a feeble reflection of its widespread representative character, for membership depended not on the people's desire to join, but on our capacity to reach remote villages. Often, as now, we have been an illegal organization, not existing at all in the eyes of the law, and our books and papers have been taken away by the police. Even when there was no civil disobedience struggle going on, the general attitude of non-cooperation with the British apparatus of government in India continued, though it lost its aggressive character. That did not mean, of course, non-cooperation with Englishmen as such. When Congress governments were installed in many provinces, there was inevitably much cooperation in official and governmental work. Even then, however, that background did not change much, and instructions were issued regulating the conduct of congressmen, apart from official duties. Between Indian nationalism and an alien imperialism, there could be no final peace, though temporary compromises and adjustments were sometimes inevitable. Only a free India could cooperate with England on equal terms. End of Part 2, titled, The Congress Becomes a Dynamic Organization Under Gandhi's Leadership, of Chapter 8. Part 3, Congress Governments in the Provinces. The British Parliament, after some years of commissions, committees, and debates, passed a Government of India Act in 1935. This provided for some kind of provincial autonomy and a federal structure, but there were so many reservations and checks that both political and economic power continued to be concentrated in the hands of the British government. Indeed, in some ways, it confirmed and enlarged the powers of an executive responsible solely to that government. The federal structure was so envisaged as to make any real advance impossible, and no loophole was left for the representatives of the Indian people to interfere with or modify the system of British-controlled administration. Any change or relaxation of this could only come through the British Parliament. Thus, reactionary as this structure was, there were not even any seeds in it of self-growth, short of some kind of revolutionary action. The Act strengthened the alliance between the British government and the princes, landlords, and other reactionary elements in India. It added to the separate electorates, thus increasing the separatist tendencies. It consolidated the predominant position of British trade, industry, banking, and shipping, and laid down statutory prohibitions against any interference with this position. Any discrimination, as it was called. It retained in British hands complete control over Indian finance, military, and foreign affairs. It made the viceroy even more powerful than he had been. Footnote: the removal of these statutory prohibitions is still fiercely resisted by representatives of British industry and trade in India. In April 1945, a resolution demanding this removal was passed in the Central Assembly in spite of British opposition. Indian nationalism, and indeed all Indian parties and groups, are strongly in favor of this removal, and of course Indian industrialists are most anxious about it. And yet, it is significant to note that Indian businessmen in Ceylon are demanding exactly the same kind of protection in Ceylon, which they rightly resent having been given to British business interests in India. Self-interest not only blinds one to justice and fair play but also to the simplest applications of logic and reason. End of footnote. In the limited sphere of provincial autonomy, the transfer of authority was, or appeared to be, much greater. Nevertheless, the position of a popular government was extraordinary. There were all the checks of viceregal powers and an irresponsible central authority, and even the governor of the province, like the viceroy, could intervene, veto, legislate on his own sole authority, and do almost anything he wanted, even in direct opposition to the popular ministers and the provincial legislature. A great part of the revenues were mortgaged to various vested interests and could not be used. The superior services and the police were protected and could hardly be touched by the ministers. They were wholly authoritarian in outlook and looked, as of old, to the governor for guidance and not to the ministers. And yet these were the very people through whom the popular government had to function. The whole complicated structure of government remained as it was, from the governor down to the petty official and policeman. Only somewhere in the middle a few ministers, responsible to a popularly elected legislature, were thrust in, to carry on as best they could. If the governor, who represented British authority, and the services under him agreed and fully cooperated with the ministers, the apparatus of government might function smoothly. Otherwise, and this was much more likely, as the policy and methods of a popular government differed entirely from the old authoritarian police state ways, there was bound to be continuous friction. Even when the governor or the services were not openly at variance with or disloyal to the policy of the popular government, they could obstruct, delay, pervert, and undo what that government did or wished to do. In law, there was nothing to prevent the governor and the viceroy from acting as they liked, even in active opposition to the ministry and the legislature. The only real check was fear of conflict. The ministers might resign, no others could command a majority in the legislature, and popular upheavals might follow. It was the old constitutional conflict between an autocratic king and parliament which had so often taken place elsewhere, leading to revolutions and the suppression of the king. Here the king was in addition of foreign authority, supported by foreign military and economic power, and the special interests and lapdog breed it had created in the country. About this time also Burma was separated from India. In Burma, there had been a conflict between British and Indian, and to some extent, Chinese, economic and commercial interests. It had therefore been British policy to encourage anti-Indian and anti-Chinese sentiments among the Burmese people. This policy was helpful for some times, but when it was joined on to a denial of freedom to the Burmese, it resulted in creating the powerful pro-Japanese movements in Burma, which came to the surface when the Japanese attacked in 1942. The Act of 1935 was bitterly opposed by all sections of Indian opinion. While the part dealing with provincial autonomy was severely criticized for its many reservations and the powers given to the governors and the viceroy, the federal part was even more resented. Federation as such was not opposed, and it was generally recognized that a federal structure was desirable for India, but the proposed federation petrified British rule and vested interests in India. Only the provincial autonomy part of it was applied, and the Congress decided to contest elections. But the question whether responsibility for provincial governments should be undertaken, within the terms of the Act, led to fierce debate within the Congress. The success of the Congress in the elections was overwhelming in most of the provinces, but still there was hesitation in accepting ministerial responsibility unless it was made clear that there would be no interference by the governor or viceroy. After some months, vague assurances were given to this effect, and Congress governments were established in July 1937. Ultimately, there were such governments in 8 of the 11 provinces, the 3 remaining ones being Sindh, Bengal, and Punjab. Sindh was a small, newly created, and rather unstable province. In Bengal, the Congress had the largest single party in the legislature, but as it was not in a majority, it did not participate in the government. Bengal, or rather, Calcutta, being the principal headquarters of British capital in India, the European commercial element has been given astonishingly heavy representation. In numbers they are a mere handful, some thousands, and yet, they have been given 25 seats as compared to the 50 seats for the general non-Muslim population consisting of about 17 millions, apart from the scheduled castes, of the whole province. This British group in the legislature thus plays an important part in Bengal politics and can make or unmake ministries. The Congress could not possibly accept the Act of 1935 as even a temporary solution of the Indian problem. It was pledged to independence and to combat the Act. Yet a majority had decided to work provincial autonomy. It had thus a dual policy, to carry on the struggle for independence and at the same time to carry through the legislature's constructive measures of reform. The agrarian question especially demanded immediate attention. The question of congressmen joining other groups to form coalition governments was considered, although there was no necessity for this as the Congress had clear majorities. Still, it was desirable to associate as many people as possible in the work of government. There was nothing inherently wrong about coalitions at all times, and indeed some form of coalition was agreed to in the frontier province and in Assam. As a matter of fact, the Congress itself was a kind of coalition or joint front of various groups tied together by the dominating urge for India's independence. In spite of this variety within its fold, it had developed a discipline, a social outlook, and a capacity to offer battle in its own peaceful way. A wider coalition meant a joining up with people whose entire political and social outlook was different, and who were chiefly interested in office and ministerships. Conflict was inherent in the situation, conflict with the representatives of British interests, the viceroy, the governor, the superior services, conflict also with vested interests in land and industry over agrarian questions and workers' conditions. The non-Congress elements were usually politically and socially conservative, some of them were pure careerists. If such elements entered government, they might tone down our whole social program, or at any rate obstruct and delay it. There might even be intrigues with the governor over the heads of the other ministers. A joint front against British authority was essential. Any breach in this would be harmful to our cause. There would have been no binding cement, no common loyalty, no united objective, and individual ministers would have looked and pulled in different directions. Our public life naturally included many who could be called politicians and nothing more, careerists, both in the good and bad sense of the word. There were able, earnest, and patriotic men and women, as well as careerists, both in the Congress and in other organizations. But the Congress had been, ever since 1920, something much more than a constitutional political party, and the breath of revolutionary action, actual or potential, surrounded it and often put it outside the pale of the law. The fact that this action was not connected with violence, secret intrigue, and conspiracy, the usual accompaniments of revolutionary activity, did not make it any the less revolutionary. Whether it was right or wrong, effective or not, may be an arguable matter, but it is manifest that it involved cold-blooded courage and endurance of a high order. Perhaps it is easier to indulge in short violent spurts of courage, even unto death, than to give up, under the sole compulsion of one's own mind, almost everything that life offers and carry on in this way day after day, month after month, year after year. That is a test which few can survive anywhere, and it is surprising that so many in India have stood it successfully. The Congress parties and the legislatures were anxious to pass legislative measures in favor of the peasants and workers as soon as possible before some crisis overwhelmed them. That sense of impending crisis was always present, it was inherent in the situation. In nearly all the provinces there were second chambers elected on a very limited franchise, and thus, representing vested interests in land and industry. There were also other checks to progressive legislation. Coalition governments would add to all these difficulties, and it was decided not to have them to begin with, except in Assam and the frontier. This decision was itself by no means final, and the possibility of change was kept in view, but rapidly developing circumstances made any change more difficult, and the Congress governments in the provinces became entangled in the numerous problems that urgently demanded solution. In subsequent years, there has been much argument about the wisdom of that decision, and opinions have differed. It is easy to be wise after the event, but I am still inclined to think that politically, and situated as we were then, it was a natural and logical decision for us. Nevertheless, it is true that the consequences of it on the communal question were unfortunate, and it led to a feeling of grievance and isolation among many Muslims. This played into the hands of reactionary elements who utilized it to strengthen their own position among certain groups. Politically and constitutionally, the new act and the establishment of Congress governments in the provinces made no vital difference to the British structure of government. Real power remained where it had so long been. But the psychological change was enormous, and an electric current seemed to run through the countryside. This change was noticeable more in the rural areas than in the cities, though in the industrial centers the workers also reacted in the same way. There was a sense of immense relief as of the lifting of a weight which had been oppressing the people. There was a release of long-suppressed mass energy which was evident everywhere. The fear of the police and secret service vanished for a while at least, and even the poorest peasant added to his feeling of self-respect and self-reliance. For the first time, he felt that he counted and could not be ignored. Government was no longer an unknown and intangible monster, separated from him by innumerable layers of officials, whom he could not easily approach and much less influence, and who were bent on extracting as much out of him as possible. The seats of the mighty were now occupied by men he had often seen and heard and talked to. Sometimes they had been in prison together, and there was a feeling of comradeship between them. At the headquarters of the provincial governments, in the very citadels of the old bureaucracy, many a symbolic scene was witnessed. These provincial secretariats, as they were called, where all the high offices were congregated, had been the holy of holies of government, and out of them issued mysterious orders which none could challenge. Policemen and red-liveried orderlies, with shining daggers thrust in their waistbands, guarded the precincts, and only those who were fortunate or greatly daring or had a long purse, could pass them. Now, suddenly, hordes of people, from the city and the village, entered these sacred precincts and roamed about almost at will. They were interested in everything. They went into the assembly chamber, where the sessions used to be held. They even peeped into the ministers' rooms. It was difficult to stop them, for they no longer felt as outsiders. They had a sense of ownership in all this, although it was all very complicated for them, and difficult to understand. The policemen and orderlies with shining daggers were paralyzed. The old standards had fallen. European dress, symbol of position and authority, no longer counted. It was difficult to distinguish between members of the legislatures and the peasants and townsmen who came in such large numbers. They were often dressed more or less alike, mostly in hand-spun cloth with the well-known Gandhi cap on their heads. It had been very different in the Punjab and in Bengal, where ministries had come into existence several months earlier. There had been no impasse there, and the changeover had taken place quietly without ruffling the surface of life in any way. In the Punjab especially, the old order continued, and most of the ministers were not new. They had been high officials previously, and they continued to be so. Between them and the British administration there was no conflict or sense of tension, for politically that administration was supreme. This difference between the Congress provinces in Bengal and Punjab was immediately apparent in regard to civil liberties and political prisoners. In both Bengal and Punjab there was no relaxation of the police and Secret Service Raj, and political prisoners were not released. In Bengal, where the ministry often depended on European votes, there were in addition thousands of détenus, that is, men and women kept indefinitely for years and years in prison without charge or trial. In the Congress provinces, however, the very first step taken was the release of political prisoners. In regard to some of these, who had been convicted for violent activities, there was delay because of the governor's refusal to agree. Matters came to a head early in 1938 over this issue, and two of the Congress governments, United Provinces and Bihar, actually offered their resignations. Thereupon the governor withdrew his objections and the prisoners were released. End of Part 3, titled, Congress Governments in the Provinces, of Chapter 8. Part 4, Indian Dynamism versus British Conservatism in India. The new provincial assemblies had a much larger representation from the rural areas, and this inevitably led to a demand in all of them for agrarian reforms. In Bengal, because of the permanent settlement and for other reasons, the condition of the tenantry was worst of all. Next came the other big zamindari, landlord, provinces, chiefly Bihar and the United Provinces, and thirdly the provinces, where originally some kind of peasant proprietorship had been established, Madras, Bombay, Punjab, etc., but where big landed estates had also grown up. The permanent settlement came in the way of any effective reform in Bengal. Almost everybody is agreed that this must go, and even an official commission has recommended it, but vested interests still manage to prevent or delay change. The Punjab was fortunate in having fresh land at its disposal. For the Congress, the agrarian question was the dominating social issue, and much time had been given to its study and the formulation of policy. This varied in different provinces as conditions were different, and also the class composition of the provincial Congress organizations differed from one another. There was an all-India agrarian policy which had been formulated by the central organization, and each province added to it and filled in the details. The United Provinces Congress was in this respect the most advanced, and it had reached the conclusion that the zamindari, landlord, system should be abolished. This, however, was impossible under the Government of India Act of 1935, even apart from the special powers of the Viceroy and the Governor, and the Second Chamber, which largely consisted of the landed class. Changes had thus to be made within the larger framework of this system, unless of course some revolutionary upheaval ended that system itself. This made reform difficult and terribly complicated, and it took much longer than was anticipated. However, substantial agrarian reforms were introduced, and the problem of rural indebtedness was also attacked. So also labor conditions in factories, public health and sanitation, local self-government, education both in the lower stages and in the university, literacy, industry, rural development, and many other problems were tackled. All these social, cultural, and economic problems had been ignored and neglected by previous governments. Their function had been to make the police and the revenue departments efficient, and to allow the rest to take their own course. Occasionally, some little effort had been made, and commissions and inquiry committees had been appointed, which produced huge reports after years of labor and traveling about. Then the reports had been put away in their respective pigeonholes, and little was done. Even proper statistics had not been collected, in spite of insistent popular demand. This lack of statistics and surveys and necessary information had been a serious impediment in the way of progress in any direction. Thus the new provincial governments had, apart from the normal work of administration, to face a mountain of work, the result of years of neglect, and on every side urgent problems faced them. They had to change a police state into a socially guided state, never an easy job but made much more difficult by the limitation on their power, the poverty of the people, and the divergence of outlook between these provincial governments and the central authority, which was completely autocratic and authoritarian, under the viceroy. We knew all these limitations and barriers. We realized in our hearts that we could not do much till conditions were radically changed, hence our overwhelming desire for independence, and yet the passion for progress filled us, and the wish to emulate other countries which had gone so far ahead in many ways. We thought of the United States of America and even of some Eastern countries, which were forging ahead. But most of all we had the example of the Soviet Union, which in 2 brief decades, full of war and civil strife and in the face of what appeared to be insurmountable difficulties, had made tremendous progress. Some were attracted to communism, others were not, but all were fascinated by the advance of the Soviet Union in education and culture and medical care and physical fitness, and in the solution of the problem of nationalities, by the amazing and prodigious effort to create a new world out of the dregs of the old. Even Rabindranath Tagore, highly individualistic as he was, and not attracted towards some aspects of the communistic system, became an admirer of this new civilization and contrasted it with present conditions in his own country. In his last deathbed message, he referred to the unsparing energy with which Russia has tried to fight disease and illiteracy, and has succeeded in steadily liquidating ignorance and poverty, wiping off the humiliation from the face of a vast continent. Her civilization is free from all invidious distinction between one class and another, between one sect and another. The rapid and astounding progress achieved by her made me happy and jealous at the same time. When I see elsewhere some 200 nationalities, which only a few years ago were at vastly different stages of development, marching ahead in peaceful progress and amity, and when I look about my own country and see a very highly evolved and intellectual people drifting into the disorder of barbarism, I cannot help contrasting the 2 systems of governments, one based on cooperation, the other on exploitation, which have made such contrary conditions possible. If others could do it, why not we? We had faith in our capacity, our intelligence, our will to persevere, to endure and succeed. We knew the difficulties, our poverty and backwardness, our reactionary groups and classes, our divisions, yet we would face them and overcome them. We knew that the price was a heavy one, but we were prepared to pay it, for no price could be greater than what we paid from day to day in our present condition. But how were we to begin on our internal problems when the external problem of British rule and occupation faced us at every turn and nullified our every effort? Yet since we had some opportunity, however limited and restricted, in these provincial governments, we wanted to take advantage of it in the fullest measure. But it was a heartbreaking job for our ministers, who were overwhelmed with work and responsibility, and could not even share this with the permanent services, because of the lack of harmony and the absence of a common outlook. Unfortunately also, the number of these ministers was much too small. They were supposed to set an example in plain living and economy and public expenditure. Their salaries were small, and we had the curious spectacle of a minister's secretary or some other subordinate belonging to the Indian civil service drawing a salary and allowances which were 4 or 5 times the minister's salary. We could not touch the emoluments of the civil service. Also the minister would travel 2nd class by railway train, or even 3rd, while some subordinate of his might be traveling 1st or in a lordly saloon in the same train. It has often been stated that the Central Congress executive continually interfered with the work of these provincial governments by issuing orders from above. This is entirely incorrect, and there was no interference with the internal administration. What the Congress executive desired was that a common policy on all fundamental political matters should be followed by the provincial governments, and that the Congress program, as laid down in the election manifesto, should be furthered in so far as this was possible. In particular, the policy vis-à-vis the governors and the Government of India had to be uniform. The introduction of provincial autonomy without any change in the central government, which continued to be wholly irresponsible and authoritarian, was likely to lead to a growth of provincialism and diversity, and thus to a lessening of the sense of Indian unity. Probably the British government had this in view in furtherance of its policy of encouraging disruptive elements and tendencies. The Government of India, irremovable, irresponsible, and unresponsive, still representing the old tradition of British imperialism, stood as solid as a rock and, of course, pursued a uniform policy with all the provincial governments. The governors, acting on instructions from New Delhi or Shimla, did likewise. If the Congress provincial governments had reacted differently from this, each in its own way, they could have been disposed of separately. It was essential, therefore, for these provincial governments to hold together and present a united front to the Government of India. The Government of India, on the other hand, was equally anxious to prevent this cooperation, and preferred to deal with each provincial government separately without reference to similar problems elsewhere. In August 1937, soon after the formation of the Congress provincial governments, the Congress executive passed the following resolution. The Working Committee recommend to the Congress ministers the appointment of a committee of experts to consider urgent and vital problems, the solution of which is necessary to any scheme of national reconstruction and social planning. Such solution will require extensive surveys and the collection of data, as well as a clearly defined social objective. Many of these problems cannot be dealt with efficiently on a provincial basis, and the interests of adjoining provinces are interlinked. Comprehensive river surveys are necessary for the formulation of a policy to prevent disastrous floods, to utilize the water for the purposes of irrigation, to consider the problem of soil erosion, to eradicate malaria, and for the development of hydroelectric and other schemes. For this purpose, the whole river valley will have to be surveyed and investigated, and large-scale state planning resorted to. The development and control of industries require also joint and coordinate action on the part of several provinces. The Working Committee advised therefore that, to begin with, an interprovincial committee of experts be appointed to consider the general nature of the problems to be faced, and to suggest how, and in what order, those should be tackled. This expert committee may suggest the formation of special committees or boards to consider each such problem separately, and to advise the provincial governments concerned as to the joint action to be undertaken. This resolution indicates the kind of advice that was sometimes tendered to the provincial governments. It shows also how desirous the Congress executive was to encourage cooperation between provincial governments in the economic and industrial sphere. That cooperation was not limited to the Congress governments, although the advice was necessarily addressed to them. A comprehensive river survey overlapped provincial boundaries, a survey of the Gangetic Valley, and the setting up of a Ganga River Commission, a work of the highest importance which yet awaits to be done, could only take place with the cooperation of the three provincial governments, those of the United Provinces, Bihar, and Bengal. The resolution also demonstrates the importance attached by the Congress to large-scale state planning. Such planning was impossible so long as the central government was not under popular control, and the shackles on the provincial governments had not been removed. We hoped, however, that some essential preliminary work might be done, and the foundations for future planning laid down. Unfortunately, the provincial governments were so busy with their own problems that there was delay in giving effect to this resolution. Late in 1938, a National Planning Committee was constituted, and I became chairman of it. I was often critical of the work of the Congress governments and fretted at the slowness of progress made, but, looking back, I am surprised at their achievements during a brief period of 2 years and a quarter, despite the innumerable difficulties that surrounded them. Unfortunately, some of their important work did not bear fruit, as it was on the point of completion when they resigned, and it was shelved afterwards by their successor, that is, the British governor. Both the peasantry and industrial labor benefited and grew in strength. One of the most important and far-reaching achievements was the introduction of a system of mass education called basic education. This was not only based on the latest educational doctrine, but was peculiarly suited to Indian conditions. Every vested interest came in the way of progressive change. A committee appointed by the United Provinces government to inquire into labor conditions in the copper textile industry was treated by the employers, chiefly Europeans but including some Indians, with the greatest discourtesy, and many of the facts and figures demanded were refused. Labor had long faced the organized opposition of both the employers and government, and the police had always been at the disposal of the employers. The change in policy introduced by the Congress governments was therefore resented by the employers. Of the tactics of employers in India, Mr. B. Shivaji, who has had long experience of the labor movement in India and belongs to the moderate wing of it, writes, "The amount of resourcefulness and lack of scruple exhibited on such occasions, strikes etc., by the employers with the assistance of police would be incredible to one unacquainted with Indian conditions. The government of most countries, constituted as it is, inclines towards the employers. In India, Mr. Shivaji points out, there is an additional reason for this. Apart from personal animosities, officials in India with rare exceptions have been obsessed with the fear that trade unions, if allowed to develop, would foster mass consciousness, and with the political struggle in India periodically flaring up into movements like non-cooperation and civil disobedience, they have felt presumably that no risks should be taken in regard to the organization of the masses." Footnote: B. Shivaji, The Industrial Worker in India, London, 1939. End of footnote. Governments lay down policy, legislatures pass laws, but the actual working out of this policy and the application of these laws depend ultimately on the services and the administrative personnel. The provincial governments had thus inevitably to rely on the permanent services, especially the Indian civil service and the police. These services, bred in a different and authoritarian tradition, disliked the new atmosphere, the assertive attitude of the public, the lessening of their own importance, and their subordination to persons whom they had been in the habit of arresting and imprisoning. They had been rather apprehensive at first as to what might happen. But nothing very revolutionary happened, and they gradually settled down to their old routine. It was not easy for the ministers to interfere with the man on the spot, and only in obvious cases could they do so. The services formed a close corporation and hung together, and if one man was transferred, his successor was likely to act in the same way. It was impossible to change suddenly the old reactionary and autocratic mentality of the services as a whole. A few individuals might change, some might make an effort to adapt themselves to the new conditions, but the vast majority of them thought differently and had always functioned differently. How could they undergo a sea change and emerge as crusaders of a new order? At the most they could give a passive and heavy-moving loyalty. There could not, in the very nature of things, be a flaming enthusiasm for the new kind of work to be done, in which they did not believe and which undermined their own vested interests. Unfortunately, even this passive loyalty was often lacking. Among the higher members of the civil service, long accustomed to authoritarian methods and unchecked rule, there was a feeling that these ministers and legislators were intruders in a domain reserved for them. The old conception that they, the permanent services and especially the British element in them, were India and all others were unimportant appendages, died hard. It was not easy to suffer the newcomers, much less to take orders from them. They felt as an orthodox Hindu might feel if untouchables pushed their way into the sacred precincts of his own particular temple. The edifice of prestige and racial superiority, which had been built with so much labor, and which had almost become a religion to them, was cracking. The Chinese are said to be great believers in face, and yet, I doubt if any among them are so passionately attached to face as the British in India. For the latter it is not only individual, racial, and national prestige, it is also intimately connected with their rule and vested interests. Yet the intruders had to be tolerated, but the toleration grew progressively less as the sense of danger receded. This attitude permeated all departments of the administration, but it was especially in evidence away from headquarters, in the districts, and in matters relating to what is called law and order, which was the special preserve of the district magistrate and the police. The emphasis of the Congress governments on civil liberty gave the local officials and the police an excuse for allowing things to happen, which, ordinarily, no government could have permitted. Indeed, I am convinced that in some cases the initiative for these undesirable occurrences came from the local officials or the police. Many of the communal, religious, riots that took place were due to a variety of causes, but the magistrates and the police were certainly not always free from guilt. Experience showed that a quick and efficient handling of the situation put an end to the trouble. What we saw repeatedly was an astonishing slackness and a deliberate evasion of duty. It became obvious that the objective was to discredit the Congress governments. In the provinces, the industrial city of Kanpur offered the most glaring example of utter ineptitude and mismanagement on the part of the local officials, which could only be deliberate. Communal, religious, friction, leading sometimes to local riots, had been more in evidence in the late 20s and early 30s. After the Congress governments took office, it was in many ways much less. It changed its nature and became definitely political and deliberately encouraged and organized. The civil service had a reputation, chiefly self-propagated, for efficiency. But it became evident that outside the narrow sphere of work to which they had been accustomed, they were helpless and incompetent. They had no training to function democratically, and could not gain the goodwill and cooperation of the people, whom they both feared and despised. They had no conception of big and fast-moving schemes of social progress and could only hamper them by their red tape and lack of imagination. Apart from certain individuals, this applied to both British and Indian members of the higher services. It was extraordinary how unfitted they were for the new tasks that faced them. There was, of course, a great deal of inefficiency and incompetence on the popular side. But it was counterbalanced by energy and enthusiasm, and close touch with masses, and a desire and capacity to learn from one's own mistakes. There was vitality there, a bubbling life, a sense of tension, a desire to get things done, all of which contrasted strangely with the apathy and conservatism of the British ruling class and their supporters. India, the land of tradition, thus offered a strange picture of reversal of roles. The British, who had come here as representatives of a dynamic society, were now the chief upholders of a static, unchanging tradition. Among the Indians, there were many who represented the new dynamic order and were eager for change not only political, but also social and economic. Behind those Indians there were, of course, vast new forces at work, which perhaps even they hardly realized. This reversal of roles was a demonstration of the fact that whatever creative or progressive role the British might have played in the past in India, they had long ceased to play it, and were now a hindrance and an obstruction to all progress. The tempo of their official life was slow and incapable of solving any of the vital problems before India. Even their utterances, which used to have some clarity and strength, became turgid, inept, and lacking any real content. There has long been a legend, propagated by British authorities, that the British government, through its higher services in India, was training us for the difficult and intricate art of self-government. We had managed to carry on, and with a considerable degree of success, for a few thousand years before the British came here and gave us the advantage of their training. No doubt we lack many of the good qualities that we should possess, and some misguided persons even say that this deficiency has grown under British rule. But whatever our failings might be, it seemed obvious to us that the permanent services here were totally incapable of leading India in any progressive direction. The very qualities they possessed made them unhelpful, for the qualities necessary in a police state are utterly different from those required in a progressive democratic community. Before they could presume to train others, it would be necessary for them to untrain themselves, and to bathe in the waters of Lethe, so that they might forget what they had been. The odd position of a popular provincial government with an autocratic central government over it brought out many strange contrasts. The Congress governments were anxious to preserve civil liberties, and they checked the wide-flung activities of the provincial CID, Criminal Investigation Department, whose chief function had been to shadow politicians and all those who were suspected of anti-government sentiments. While these activities were checked, the Imperial CID continued to function, probably with greater energy. Not only were our letters censored, but even the minister's correspondence was sometimes subjected to this, though it was done quietly and not officially admitted. During the last quarter of a century or more, I have not written a single letter, which has been posted in India, either to an Indian or a foreign address, without realizing that it would be seen, and possibly copied, by some Secret Service censor. Nor have I spoken on the telephone without remembering that my conversation was likely to be tapped. The letters that have reached me also have had to pass some censor. This does not mean that every single letter is always censored. Sometimes this has been done, at other times selected ones are examined. This has nothing to do with the war, when there is a double censorship. Fortunately, we have functioned in the open and there has been nothing to hide in our political activities. Nevertheless, this feeling of being subjected to continuous censorship, to prying and tapping and overhearing, is not a pleasant one. It irritates and oppresses and even comes in the way of personal relationships. It is not easy to write as one would like to, with the censor peering over one's shoulder. The ministers worked hard and many of them broke down under the strain. Their health deteriorated and all the freshness faded away, leaving them haggard and utterly weary. But a sense of purpose kept them going, and they made their Indian civil service secretaries and their staffs work hard also. The lights in their offices were on till late in the evening. When the Congress governments resigned early in November 1939, there was many a sigh of relief. The government offices were henceforth closed punctually at 4 in the afternoon, and reverted to their previous aspect of cloistered chambers, where quiet prevailed and the public was not welcomed. Life went back to its old routine and slow tempo, and the afternoons and evenings were free for polo and tennis and bridge and the amenities of club life. A bad dream had faded and business and play could now be carried on as in the old days. True, there was a war on, thus far only in Europe, and Poland had been crushed by Hitler's legions. But all this was far away, and anyway it was a phony war. While soldiers did their duty and fought and died, here also duty had to be performed, and this duty was to bear the white man's burden worthily and with dignity. The brief period during which the Congress governments functioned in the provinces confirmed our belief that the major obstruction to progress in India was the political and economic structure imposed by the British. It was perfectly true that many traditional habits and social forms and practices were barriers to progress, and they had to go. Yet the inherent tendency of Indian economy to expand was not restricted so much by these forms and habits as by the political and economic stranglehold of the British. But for that steel framework, expansion was inevitable, bringing in its wake many social changes and the ending of outworn customs and ceremonial patterns. Hence attention had to be concentrated on the removal of that framework, and the energy spent on other matters bore little result and was often like plowing the sands. That framework was itself based on and protected the semi-feudal land tenure system and many other relics of the past. Any kind of democracy in India was incompatible with the British political and economic structure, and conflict between the two was inevitable. Hence the partial democracy of 1937-39 was always on the verge of conflict. Hence also the official British view that democracy in India had not been successful, because they could only consider it in terms of maintaining the structure and values and vested interests they had built up. As the kind of tame and subservient democracy of which they could have approved was not forthcoming, and all manner of radical changes were aimed at, the only alternative left to the British power was to revert to a purely authoritarian regime, and put an end to all pretensions of democracy. There is a marked similarity in the development of this outlook and the birth and growth of fascism in Europe. Even the rule of law on which the British had prided themselves in India gave place to something in the nature of a state of siege and rule by ordinance and decree. End of Part 4, titled, Indian Dynamism versus British Conservatism in India, of Chapter 8. Part 5, The Question of Minorities, the Muslim League, Mr. M. A. Jinnah. The development and growth of the Muslim League during the last 7 years has been an unusual phenomenon. Started in 1906 with British encouragement and in order to keep away the new generation of Muslims from the National Congress, it remained a small upper-class organization controlled by feudal elements. It had no influence on the Muslim masses and was hardly known by them. By its very constitution it was limited to a small group and a permanent leadership which perpetuated itself. Even so, events and the growing middle class among the Muslims pushed it in the direction of the Congress. World War I and the fate of the Turkish Caliphate, and the Muslim holy places produced a powerful impression on the Muslims of India, and made them intensely anti-British. The Muslim League, constituted as it was, could not offer any guidance or leadership to these awakened and excited masses. Indeed, the League suffered from an attack of nerves and practically faded away. A new Muslim organization grew up in close cooperation with the Congress, the Caliphate Committee. Large numbers of Muslims also joined the Congress and worked through it. After the first non-cooperation movement of 1920-23, the Caliphate Committee also began to fade away as its very raison d'etre had disappeared, the Turkish Caliphate. The Muslim masses drifted away from political activity, as also the Hindu masses to a lesser extent. But a very considerable number of Muslims, chiefly of the middle classes, continued to function through the Congress. During this period a number of petty Muslim organizations functioned spasmodically, often coming into conflict with each other. They had no mass affiliations, no political importance, except such as was given to them by the British government. Their chief function was to demand special privileges and protection for the Muslims in the legislatures and services. In this matter they did represent a definite Muslim viewpoint, for there was a background of resentment and fear among the Muslims at the superior position of the Hindus in education, services, and industry, as well as in numbers. Mr. M. A. Jinnah retired from Indian politics, and indeed from India, and settled down in England. During the Second Civil Disobedience Movement of 1930, the response from the Muslims was very considerable, though less than in 1920-23. Among those who were jailed in connection with this movement there were at least 10,000 Muslims. The Northwest Frontier Province, which is an almost entirely Muslim province, 95% Muslims, played a leading and remarkable part in this movement. This was largely due to the work and personality of Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, the unquestioned and beloved leader of the Pathans in this province. Of all the remarkable happenings in India in recent times, nothing is more astonishing than the way in which Abdul Ghaffar Khan made his turbulent and quarrelsome people accept peaceful methods of political action, involving enormous suffering. That suffering was indeed terrible, and has left a trail of bitter memories, and yet their discipline and self-control were such that no act of violence was committed by the Pathans against the government forces or others opposed to them. When it is remembered that a Pathan loves his gun more than his brother, is easily excited, and has long had a reputation for killing at the slightest provocation, this self-discipline appears little short of miraculous. The frontier province, under Abdul Ghaffar Khan's leadership, stood firmly by the side of the National Congress, so also did a large number of the politically conscious middle-class Muslims elsewhere. Among the peasantry and workers, Congress influence was considerable, especially in provinces like the United Provinces, which had an advanced agrarian and workers' program. But it was nonetheless true that the Muslim masses as a whole were reverting vaguely to their old local and feudal leadership, which came to them in the guise of protectors of Muslim interests as against Hindus and others. The communal problem, as it was called, was one of adjusting the claims of the minorities and giving them sufficient protection from majority action. Minorities in India, it must be remembered, are not racial or national minorities as in Europe, they are religious minorities. Racially, India is a patchwork and a curious mixture, but no racial questions have arisen or can arise in India. Religion transcends these racial differences, which fade into one another and are often hard to distinguish. Religious barriers are obviously not permanent, as conversions can take place from one religion to another, and a person changing his religion does not thereby lose his racial background or his cultural and linguistic inheritance. Latterly, religion, in any real sense of the word, has played little part in Indian political conflicts, though the word is often enough used and exploited. Religious differences, as such, do not come in the way, for there is a great deal of mutual tolerance for them. In political matters, religion has been displaced by what is called communalism, a narrow group mentality basing itself on a religious community but in reality concerned with political power and patronage for the interested group. Repeated efforts were made by the Congress as well as other organizations to settle this communal problem with the consent of the various groups concerned. Some partial success was achieved, but there was always a basic difficulty: the presence and policy of the British government. Naturally, the British did not favor any real settlement which would strengthen the political movement, now grown to mass proportions, against them. It was a triangle with the government in a position to play off one side against the other, by giving special privileges. If the other parties had been wise enough, they could have overcome even this obstacle, but they lacked wisdom and foresight. Whenever a settlement was almost reached, the government would take some step which upset the balance. There was no dispute about the usual provisions for minority protection, such as the League of Nations used to lay down. All those were agreed to and much more. Religion, culture, language, the fundamental rights of the individual and the group, were all to be protected and assured by basic constitutional provisions in a democratic constitution applying equally to all. Apart from this, the whole history of India was witness of the toleration and even encouragement of minorities and of different racial groups. There is nothing in Indian history to compare with the bitter religious feuds and persecutions that prevailed in Europe. So we did not have to go abroad for ideas of religious and cultural toleration, these were inherent in Indian life. In regard to individual and political rights and civil liberties, we were influenced by the ideas of the French and American revolutions, as also by the constitutional history of the British Parliament. Socialistic ideas, and the influence of the Soviet Revolution, came in later to give a powerful economic turn to our thoughts. Apart from full protection of all such rights of the individual and the group, it was common ground that every effort should be made by the state, as well as by private agencies, to remove all invidious social and customary barriers, which came in the way of the full development of the individual as well as any group, and that educationally and economically backward classes should be helped to get rid of their disabilities as rapidly as possible. This applied especially to the depressed classes. It was further laid down that women should share in every way with men in the privileges of citizenship. What remained? Fear that bigger numbers might politically overwhelm a minority. Normally speaking, numbers meant the peasantry and the workers, the masses of all religious faiths, who had long been exploited not only by foreign rule but by their own upper classes. Having assured the protection of religion and culture, etc., the major problems that were bound to come up were economic ones which had nothing to do with a person's religion. Class conflicts there might well be, but not religious conflicts, except in so far as religion itself represented some vested interest. Nevertheless, people had grown so accustomed to think along lines of religious cleavage, and were continually being encouraged to do so by communal religious organizations and government action, that the fear of the major religious community, that is the Hindus, swamping others, continued to exercise the minds of many Muslims. It was not clear how even a majority could injure the interests of a huge minority like the Muslims, concentrated mostly in certain parts of the country, which would be autonomous. But fear is not reasonable. Separate electorates for Muslims, and later for other and smaller groups, were introduced and additional seats were given to them in excess of their population. But even excess in representation in a popular assembly could not convert a minority into a majority. Indeed, separate electorates made matters a little worse, for the protected group for the majority electorate lost interest in it, and there was little occasion for mutual consideration and adjustment which inevitably takes place in a joint electorate when a candidate has to appeal to every group. The Congress went further and declared that if there was any disagreement between the majority and a religious minority on any issue touching the special interests of that minority, it should not be decided by majority votes but should be referred to an impartial judicial tribunal, or even an international tribunal, whose decision should be final. It is difficult to conceive what greater protection could be given to any religious minority or group under any democratic system. It must be remembered also that in some provinces Muslims were actually in a majority, and as the provinces were autonomous, the Muslim majority was more or less free to function as it chose, subject only to certain All India considerations. In the central government, Muslims would also inevitably have an important share. In the Muslim-majority provinces, this communal religious problem was reversed, for their protection was demanded by the other minority groups, such as Hindu and Sikh, as against the Muslim majority. Thus in the Punjab, there was a Muslim-Hindu-Sikh triangle. If there was a separate electorate for Muslims, then others claimed special protection for themselves also. Having once introduced separate electorates, there was no end to the ramifications and compartments and difficulties that arose from them. Obviously, the granting of weightage and representation to one group could only be done at the cost of some other group, which had its representation reduced below its population figures. This produced a fantastic result, especially in Bengal, where, chiefly because of excessive European representation, the seats allotted to the general electorate were absurdly reduced. Thus, the intelligentsia of Bengal, which had played such a notable part in Indian politics and the struggle for freedom, suddenly realized that it had a very weak position in the provincial legislature, fixed and limited by statute. The Congress made many mistakes, but these were in relatively minor questions of approach or tactics. It was obvious that even for purely political reasons, the Congress was eager and anxious to bring about a communal solution and thus remove a barrier to progress. There was no such eagerness in the purely communal organizations, for their chief reason for existence was to emphasize the particular demands of their respective groups, and this had led to a certain vested interest in the status quo. Though predominantly Hindu in membership, the Congress had large numbers of Muslims on its rolls, as well as all other religious groups like Sikhs, Christians, etc. It was thus forced to think in national terms. For it, the dominating issue was national freedom and the establishment of an independent democratic state. It realized that in a vast and varied country like India, a simple type of democracy, giving full powers to a majority to curb or overrule minority groups in all matters, was not satisfactory or desirable, even if it could be established. It wanted unity, of course, and took it for granted, but it saw no reason why the richness and variety of India's cultural life should be regimented after a single pattern. Hence a large measure of autonomy was agreed to, as well as safeguards for cultural growth and individual and group freedom. But on two fundamental questions the Congress stood firm: national unity and democracy. These were the foundations on which it had been founded, and its very growth for half a century had emphasized these. The Congress organization is certainly one of the most democratic organizations that I know of anywhere in the world, both in theory and practice. Through its tens of thousands of local committees spread out all over the country, it had trained the people in democratic ways and achieved striking success in this. The fact that a dominating and very popular personality like Gandhi was connected with it did not lessen that essential democracy of the Congress. In times of crisis and struggle, there was an inevitable tendency to look to the leader for guidance, as in every country, and such crises were frequent. Nothing is more absurd than to call the Congress an authoritarian organization, and it is interesting to note that such charges are usually made by high representatives of British authority, which is the essence of autocracy and authoritarianism in India. The British government had also stood in the past, in theory at least, for Indian unity and democracy. It took pride in the fact that its rule had brought about the political unity of India, even though that unity was one of common subjection. It told us further that it was training us in the methods and processes of democracy. But curiously enough, its policy has directly led to the denial of both unity and democracy. In August 1940, the Congress executive was compelled to declare that the policy of the British government in India is a direct encouragement of and incitement to civil discord and strife. Responsible spokesmen of the British government began to tell us openly that perhaps the unity of India might have to be sacrificed in favor of some new arrangement, and that democracy was not suited to India. That was the only answer they had left to India's demand for independence and the establishment of a democratic state. That answer, incidentally, tells us that the British have failed, on their own showing, in the two major objectives they had set themselves in India. It took them a century and a half to realize this. We failed in finding a solution for the communal problem agreeable to all parties concerned, and certainly we must share the blame as we have to shoulder the consequences for this failure. But how does one get everybody to agree to any important proposition or change? There are always feudal and reactionary elements who are opposed to all change, and there are those who want political, economic, and social change. In between these are varying groups. If a small group can exercise a veto on change, then surely there can never be any change. When it is the policy of the ruling power to set up such groups and encourage them, even though they may represent an infinitesimal proportion of the population, then change can only come through successful revolution. It is obvious that there are any number of feudal and reactionary groups in India, some native to the soil, and some created and nurtured by the British. In numbers they may be small, but they have the backing of the British power. Among the Muslims, various organizations grew up, apart from the Muslim League. One of the older and more important ones was the Jamiat-ul-Ulama, which consisted of divines and old-fashioned scholars from all over India. Traditional and conservative in its general outlook, and necessarily religious, it was yet politically advanced and anti-imperialist. On the political plane it often cooperated with the Congress, and many of its members were also members of the Congress and functioned through its organization. The Ahirad organization was founded later and was strongest in the Punjab. This represented chiefly lower middle-class Muslims and had considerable influence on the masses also in particular areas. The Momeens, principally the weaver class, though large in numbers, were the poorest and most backward among the Muslims and were weak and badly organized. They were friendly to the Congress and opposed to the Muslim League. Being weak they avoided political action. In Bengal there was the Krishak, peasant Sabha. Both the Jamiat-ul-Ulama and the Ahirars often cooperated with the Congress in its normal work and its more aggressive campaigns against the British government, and suffered for it. The chief Muslim organization which has never come into conflict, other than verbal, with the British authorities, is the Muslim League, which throughout subsequent changes and developments and even when large numbers joined it, never shed its upper-class feudal leadership. There were also the Shia Muslims organized separately, but rather vaguely, chiefly for the purpose of making political demands. In the early days of Islam, in Arabia, a bitter dispute about the succession to the Caliphate led to a schism and two groups or sects emerged, the Sunnis and Shias. That quarrel perpetuated itself and still separates the two, though the schism ceased to have any political meaning. Sunnis are in a majority in India and in the Islamic countries, except in Iran, where Shias are in a majority. Religious conflicts have sometimes taken place between the two groups. The Shia organization in India as such kept apart and differed from the Muslim League. It was in favor of joint electorates for all. But there are many prominent Shias in the League. All these Muslim organizations, as well as some others, but not including the Muslim League, joined hands to promote the Azad Muslim Conference, which was a kind of joint Muslim front opposed to the Muslim League. This conference held a very representative and successful first session in Delhi in 1940. The chief Hindu communal organization is the Hindu Mahasabha, the counterpart of the Muslim League, but relatively less important. It is as aggressively communal as the League, but it tries to cover up its extreme narrowness of outlook by using some kind of vague national terminology, though its outlook is more revivalist than progressive. It is peculiarly unfortunate in some of its leaders who indulge in irresponsible and violent diatribes, as indeed do some of the Muslim League leaders also. This verbal warfare, indulged in on both sides, is a constant irritant. It takes the place of action. The Muslim League's communal attitude was often difficult and unreasonable in the past, but no less unreasonable was the attitude of the Hindu Mahasabha. The Hindu minorities in the Punjab and Sindh, and the dominant Sikh group in the Punjab, were often obstructive and came in the way of a settlement. British policy was to encourage and emphasize these differences and to give importance to communal organizations as against the Congress. One test of the importance of a group or party, or at any rate of its hold on the people, is an election. During the general elections in India in 1937 the Hindu Mahasabha failed completely, it was nowhere in the picture. The Muslim League did better but on the whole its showing was poor, especially in the predominantly Muslim provinces. In the Punjab and Sindh it failed completely, in Bengal it met with only partial success. In the Northwest Frontier Province, Congress formed a ministry later. In the Muslim minority provinces, the League met with greater success on the whole, but there were also independent Muslim groups as well as Muslims elected as congressmen. Then began a remarkable campaign on behalf of the Muslim League against the Congress governments in the provinces and the Congress organization itself. Day after day it was repeated that the governments were committing atrocities on the Muslims. The governments contained Muslim ministers also, but they were not members of the Muslim League. What these atrocities were, it was not usually stated, or some petty local incidents, which had nothing to do with the government, were distorted and magnified. Some minor errors of some departments, which were soon rectified, became atrocities. Sometimes entirely false and baseless charges were made. Even a report was issued, fantastic in its contents and having little to do with any facts. Congress governments invited those who made the charges to supply particulars for investigation or to come and inquire themselves with government help. No one took advantage of these offers. But the campaign continued unchecked. Early in 1940, soon after the resignation of the Congress ministers, the then Congress President, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, wrote to Mr. M.A. Jinnah and also made a public statement inviting the Muslim League to place any charges against the Congress governments before the Federal Court of Inquiry and Decision. Mr. Jinnah declined this offer, and referred to the possibility of a royal commission being appointed for the purpose. There was no question of any such commission being appointed, and only the British government could do so. Some of the British governors, who had functioned during the regime of the Congress governments, declared publicly that they had found nothing objectionable in the treatment of minorities. Under the Act of 1935, they had been especially empowered to protect minorities if any such need arose. I had made a close study of Nazi methods of propaganda since Hitler's rise to power, and I was astonished to find something very similar taking place in India. A year later, in 1938, when Czechoslovakia had to face the Sudetenland crisis, the Nazi methods employed there were studied and referred to with approval by Muslim League spokesmen. A comparison was drawn between the position of Sudetenland Germans and Indian Muslims. Violence and incitements in speeches and in some newspapers became marked. A Congress Muslim minister was stabbed, and there was no condemnation of this from any Muslim League leader, in fact it was condoned. Other exhibitions of violence frequently took place. I was terribly depressed by these developments and by the general lowering of the standards of public life. Violence, vulgarity, and irresponsibility were on the increase, and it appeared that they were approved of by responsible leaders of the Muslim League. I wrote to some of these leaders, and begged them to check this tendency, but with no success. So far as the Congress governments were concerned, it was obviously to their interest to win over every minority or other group, and they tried hard to do so. Indeed, complaints arose from some quarters that they were showing undue favor to the Muslims at the expense of other groups. But it was not a question of a particular grievance which could be remedied, or a reasonable consideration of any matter. There was a regular campaign on the part of members or sympathizers of the Muslim League to make the Muslim masses believe that something terrible was happening, and that the Congress was to blame. What that terrible thing was nobody seemed to know. But surely there must be something behind all this shouting and cursing, if not here then elsewhere. During by-elections the cry raised was Islam in danger, and voters were asked to take their oaths on the Holy Book to vote for the Muslim League candidate. All this had an undoubted effect on the Muslim masses. And yet it is surprising how many resisted it. The League won most by-elections, lost some. Even when they won, there was a substantial minority of Muslim voters who went against them, being influenced more by the Congress agrarian program. But for the first time in its history the Muslim League got a mass backing and began to develop into a mass organization. Much as I regretted what was happening, I welcomed this development in a way, as I thought that it might lead ultimately to a change in the feudal leadership, and that more progressive elements would come forward. The real difficulty thus far had been the extreme political and social backwardness of the Muslims, which made them liable to exploitation by reactionary leaders. Mr. M.A. Jinnah himself was more advanced than most of his colleagues of the Muslim League. Indeed, he stood head and shoulders above them and had therefore become the indispensable leader. From public platforms he confessed his great dissatisfaction with the opportunism, and sometimes even worse failings, of his colleagues. He knew well that a great part of the advanced, selfless, and courageous element among the Muslims had joined and worked with the Congress. And yet, some destiny or course of events had thrown him among the very people for whom he had no respect. He was their leader, but he could only keep them together by becoming himself a prisoner to their reactionary ideologies. Not that he was an unwilling prisoner, so far as the ideologies were concerned, for despite his external modernism, he belonged to an older generation which was hardly aware of modern political thought or development. Of economics, which overshadow the world today, he appeared to be entirely ignorant. The extraordinary occurrences that had taken place all over the world since World War I had apparently had no effect on him. He had left the Congress when the organization had taken a political leap forward. The gap had widened as the Congress developed an economic and mass outlook. But Mr. Jinnah seemed to have remained ideologically in that identical place where he stood a generation ago, or rather he had gone further back, for now he condemned both India's unity and democracy. They would not live, he has stated, under any system of government that was based on the nonsensical notion of Western democracy. It took him a long time to realize that what he had stood for throughout a fairly long life was nonsensical. Mr. Jinnah is a lone figure even in the Muslim League, keeping apart from his closest co-workers, widely but distantly respected, more feared than liked. About his ability as a politician there is no doubt, but somehow that ability is tied up with the peculiar conditions of British rule in India today. He shines as a lawyer-politician, as a tactician, as one who thinks that he holds the balance between nationalist India and the British power. If conditions were different, and he had to face real problems, political and economic, it is difficult to say how far his ability would carry him. Perhaps he is himself doubtful of this, although he has no small opinion of himself. This may be an explanation for that subconscious urge in him against change, to keep things going as they are, and to avoid discussion and the calm consideration of problems with people who do not wholly agree with him. He fits into this present pattern. Whether he or anybody else will fit into a new pattern, it is difficult to say. What passion moves him? What objective does he strive for? Or is it that he has no dominating passion except the pleasure he has in playing a fascinating political game of chess in which he often has an opportunity to say check? He seems to have a hatred for the Congress which has grown with the years. His aversions and dislikes are obvious, but what does he like? With all his strength and tenacity, he is a strangely negative person whose appropriate symbol might well be a no. Hence all attempts to understand his positive aspect fail, and one cannot come to grips with it. Since British rule came to India, Muslims have produced few outstanding figures of the modern type. They have produced some remarkable men, but as a rule, these represented the continuation of the old culture and tradition and did not easily fit in with modern developments. This incapacity to march with the changing times and adapt themselves culturally and otherwise to a new environment was not of course due to any innate failing. It derived from certain historical causes, from the delay in the development of a new industrial middle class, and the excessively feudal background of the Muslims, which blocked up avenues of development and prevented the release of talent. In Bengal the backwardness of the Muslims was most marked, but this was obviously due to two causes: the destruction of their upper classes during the early days of British rule, and the fact that the vast majority were converts from the lowest class of Hindus, who had long been denied opportunities of growth and progress. In northern India the cultured upper-class Muslims were tied up with their old traditional ways as well as the land system. In recent years there has been a marked change and a fairly rapid development of a new middle class among Indian Muslims, but even now they lag far behind Hindus and others in science and industry. The Hindus are backward also, sometimes even more hidebound and tied up with traditional ways of thought and practice than the Muslims, but nevertheless they have produced some very eminent men in science, industry, and other fields. The small Parsi community has also produced outstanding leaders of modern industry. Mr. Jinnah's family, it is interesting to note, was originally Hindu. Both among Hindus and Muslims a good deal of talent and ability has in the past gone into government service, as that was the most attractive avenue open. With the growth of the political movement for freedom, that attraction became less, and able, earnest, and courageous persons were drawn into the Congress. Thus, many of the best types of Muslims came into it. In more recent years, young Muslims joined the socialist and communist parties also. Apart from all these ardent and progressive persons, Muslims were very poor in the quality of their leaders, and were inclined to look to government service alone for advancement. Mr. Jinnah was a different type. He was able, tenacious, and not open to the lure of office, which had been such a failing of so many others. His position in the Muslim League, therefore, became unique and he was able to command the respect which was denied to many others prominent in the League. Unfortunately, his tenacity prevented him from opening his mind to any new ideas, and his unquestioned hold on his own organization made him intolerant both of his own dissidents and of other organizations. He became the Muslim League. But a question arose: as the League was becoming a mass organization, how long could this feudal leadership with outmoded ideas continue? When I was Congress President, I wrote to Mr. Jinnah on several occasions and requested him to tell us exactly what he would like us to do. I asked him what the League wanted and what its definite objectives were. I also wanted to know what the grievances of the League were against the Congress governments. The idea was that we might clarify matters by correspondence and then discuss personally the important points that had arisen in it. Mr. Jinnah sent me long replies, but failed to enlighten me. It was extraordinary how he avoided telling me, or anyone else, exactly what he wanted or what the grievances of the League were. Repeatedly, we exchanged letters and yet always there was the same vagueness and inconclusiveness and I could get nothing definite. This surprised me very much and made me feel a little helpless. It seemed as if Mr. Jinnah did not want to commit himself in any way and was not at all eager for a settlement. Subsequently Gandhiji and others amongst us met Mr. Jinnah several times. They talked for hours but never got beyond a preliminary stage. Our proposal was that representatives of the Congress and the League should meet and discuss all their mutual problems. Mr. Jinnah said that this could only be done after we recognized publicly that the Muslim League was the sole representative organization of the Muslims of India, and the Congress should consider itself a purely Hindu organization. This created an obvious difficulty. We recognized, of course, the importance of the League, and because of that, we had approached it. But how could we ignore many other Muslim organizations in the country, some closely associated with us? Also, there were large numbers of Muslims in the Congress itself and in our highest executive. To admit Mr. Jinnah's claim meant in effect to push out our old Muslim colleagues from the Congress and declare that the Congress was not open to them. It was to change the fundamental character of the Congress, and from a national organization, open to all, convert it into a communal body. That was inconceivable for us. If the Congress had not already been there, we would have had to build up a new national organization open to every Indian. We could not understand Mr. Jinnah's insistence on this and refusal to discuss any other matter. Again, we could only conclude that he did not want any settlement, nor did he want to commit himself in any way. He was satisfied in letting matters drift, and in expecting that he could get more out of the British government this way. Mr. Jinnah's demand was based on a new theory he had recently propounded, that India consisted of two nations, Hindu and Muslim. Why only two I do not know, for if nationality was based on religion, then there were many nations in India. Of two brothers, one may be a Hindu, another a Muslim, they would belong to two different nations. These two nations existed in varying proportions in most of the villages of India. They were nations which had no boundaries, they overlapped. A Bengali Muslim and a Bengali Hindu living together, speaking the same language, and having much the same traditions and customs, belonged to different nations. All this was very difficult to grasp, it seemed a reversion to some medieval theory. What a nation is, it is difficult to define. Possibly the essential characteristic of national consciousness is a sense of belonging together, and of together facing the rest of mankind. How far that is present in India as a whole, may be a debatable point. It may even be said that India developed in the past as a multinational state and gradually acquired a national consciousness. But all these are theoretical abstractions which hardly concern us. Today, the most powerful states are multinational, but at the same time developing a national consciousness, like the USA or the USSR. From Mr. Jinnah's two-nation theory developed the conception of Pakistan, or splitting up of India. That, of course, did not solve the problem of the two nations, for they were all over the place. But that gave body to a metaphysical conception. This again gave rise to a passionate reaction among many in favor of the unity of India. Ordinarily, national unity is taken for granted. Only when it is challenged or attacked, or attempts are made to disrupt it, is unity really appreciated, and a positive reaction to maintain it takes place. Thus sometimes attempts at disruption actually help to weld that unity. There was a fundamental difference between the outlook of the Congress and that of the religious communal organizations. Of the latter, the chief were the Muslim League and its Hindu counterpart, the Hindu Mahasabha. These communal organizations, while in theory standing for India's independence, were more interested in claiming protection and special privileges for their respective groups. They had thus inevitably to look to the British government for such privileges, and this led them to avoid conflict with it. The Congress outlook was so tied up with India's freedom as a united nation that everything else was secondary, and this meant ceaseless conflict or friction with the British power. Indian nationalism, as represented by the Congress, opposed British imperialism. The Congress had further developed agrarian, economic, and social programs. Neither the Muslim League nor the Hindu Mahasabha had ever considered any such question or attempted to frame a program. Socialists and communists were, of course, intensely interested in such matters and had their own programs, which they tried to push in the Congress as well as outside. There was yet another marked difference between Congress policy and work and those of the religious communal organizations. Quite apart from its agitational side and its legislative activity, when such existed, the Congress laid the greatest stress on certain constructive activities among the masses. These activities consisted in organizing and developing cottage industries, in raising the depressed classes, and later in the spread of basic education. Village work also included sanitation and some simple forms of medical relief. Separate organizations for carrying on these activities were created by the Congress, which functioned apart from the political plane, and which absorbed thousands of whole-time workers and a much larger number of part-time helpers. This quiet non-political, constructive work was carried on even when political activities were at a low ebb, but even this was suppressed by government when there was open conflict with the Congress. The economic value of some of these activities was questioned by a few people, but there could be no doubt of their social importance. They trained a large body of whole-time workers in intimate touch with the masses, and produced a spirit of self-help and self-reliance among the people. Congressmen and women also played an important part in trade union and agrarian organizations, actually building up many of these. The largest and best organized trade union, that of the Ahmedabad textile industry, was started by congressmen and worked in close cooperation with them. All these activities gave a solid background to Congress work, which was completely lacking in the religious communal organizations. These latter functioned on the agitational plane only by fits and starts, or during elections. In them also was lacking that ever-present sense of risk and personal danger from government action which congressmen had almost always to face. Thus, there was a far greater tendency for careerists and opportunists to enter these organizations. The two Muslim organizations, the Ahrar and the Jamiat-ul-Ulama, however, suffered greatly from governmental repression because politically they often followed the same line as the Congress. The Congress represented not only the nationalist urge of India, which had grown with the growth of the new bourgeoisie, but also, to a large extent, proletarian urges for social change. In particular, it stood for revolutionary agrarian changes. This sometimes produced inner conflicts within the Congress, and the landlord class and the big industrialists, though often nationalistic, kept aloof from it for fear of socialistic changes. Within the Congress, socialists and communists found a place and could influence Congress policy. The communal organizations, whether Hindu or Muslim, were closely associated with the feudal and conservative elements and were opposed to any revolutionary social change. The real conflict had, therefore, nothing to do with religion, though religion often masked the issue, but was essentially between those who stood for a nationalist, democratic, socially revolutionary policy and those who were concerned with preserving the relics of a feudal regime. In a crisis, the latter inevitably depend upon foreign support, which is interested in preserving the status quo. The beginning of World War II brought an internal crisis which resulted in the resignation of the Congress governments in the provinces. Before this occurred, however, the Congress made another attempt to approach Mr. M. A. Jinnah and the Muslim League. Mr. Jinnah was invited to attend the first meeting of the Congress executive after the commencement of the war. He was unable to join us. We met him later, and tried to evolve a common policy in view of the world crisis. Not much progress was made, but nevertheless we decided to continue our talks. Meanwhile, the Congress governments resigned on the political issue, which had nothing to do with the Muslim League and the communal problem. Mr. Jinnah, however, chose that moment for a fierce attack on the Congress and a call on his league for the observance of a day of deliverance from Congress rule in the provinces. He followed this up by very unbecoming remarks on nationalist Muslims in the Congress and especially on the Congress president, Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, who was greatly respected among Hindus and Muslims alike. The Day of Deliverance was rather a flop, and counter-demonstrations among Muslims took place in some parts of India. But it added to bitterness and confirmed the conviction that Mr. Jinnah and the Muslim League under his leadership had no intention whatever of coming to any settlement with the Congress or of advancing the cause of Indian freedom. They preferred the existing situation. Footnote: after I had finished writing this book, I read a book by a Canadian scholar, Wilfred Cantwell Smith, who has spent some years in Egypt and India. This book, which is called Modern Islam in India, A Social Analysis, Lahore, 1943, is an able analysis and careful survey of the development of ideas among Indian Muslims since the Indian Mutiny of 1857. He deals with the progressive and reactionary movements from Sir Syed Ahmad Khan's time onwards and the different phases of the Muslim League. End of footnote. End of Part 5, titled, The Question of Minorities. The Muslim League, Mr. M. A. Jinnah, of Chapter 8. Part 6, The National Planning Committee. Towards the end of 1938, a National Planning Committee was constituted at the instance of the Congress. It consisted of 15 members plus representatives of provincial governments and such Indian states as chose to collaborate with us. Among the members were well-known industrialists, financiers, economists, professors, scientists, as well as representatives of the Trade Union Congress and the Village Industries Association. The non-Congress provincial governments, Bengal, Punjab, and Sindh, as well as some of the major states, Hyderabad, Mysore, Baroda, Travancore, Bhopal, cooperated with this committee. In a sense, it was a remarkably representative committee cutting across political boundaries as well as the high barrier between official and non-official India, except for the fact that the government of India was not represented and took up a non-cooperative attitude. Hard-headed big business was there as well as people who are called idealists and doctrinaires, and socialists and near-communists. Experts and directors of industries came from provincial governments and states. It was a strange assortment of different types, and it was not clear how such an odd mixture would work. I accepted the chairmanship of the committee not without hesitation and misgiving. The work was after my own heart, and I could not keep out of it. Difficulties faced us at every turn. There were not enough data for real planning and few statistics were available. The government of India was not helpful. Even the provincial governments, though friendly and cooperative, did not seem to be particularly keen on all India planning and took only a distant interest in our work. They were far too busy with their own problems and troubles. Important elements in the Congress, under whose auspices the committee had come into existence, rather looked upon it as an unwanted child, not knowing how it would grow up and rather suspicious of its future activities. Big business was definitely apprehensive and critical, and probably joined up because it felt that it could look after its interests better from inside the committee than from outside. It was obvious also that any comprehensive planning could only take place under a free national government, strong enough and popular enough to be in a position to introduce fundamental changes in the social and economic structure. Thus, the attainment of national freedom and the elimination of foreign control became an essential prerequisite for planning. There were many other obstacles, our social backwardness, customs, traditional outlook, etc., but they had in any event to be faced. Planning thus was not so much for the present, as for an unascertained future, and there was an air of unreality about it. Yet it had to be based on the present, and we hoped that this future was not a distant one. If we could collect the available material, coordinate it, and draw up blueprints, we would prepare the ground for the real effective future planning, meanwhile indicating to provincial governments and states the lines on which they should proceed and develop their resources. The attempt to plan and to see the various national activities, economic, social, cultural, fitting into each other, had also a highly educative value for ourselves and the general public. It made the people come out of their narrow grooves of thought and action, to think of problems in relation to one another, and develop to some extent at least a wider cooperative outlook. The original idea behind the planning committee had been to further industrialization, the problems of poverty and unemployment, of national defense and of economic regeneration in general cannot be solved without industrialization. As a step towards such industrialization, a comprehensive scheme of national planning should be formulated. This scheme should provide for the development of heavy key industries, medium-scale industries, and cottage industries. But no planning could possibly ignore agriculture, which was the mainstay of the people. Equally important were the social services. So one thing led to another, and it was impossible to isolate anything or to progress in one direction without corresponding progress in another. The more we thought of this planning business, the vaster it grew in its sweep and range till it seemed to embrace almost every activity. That did not mean we intended regulating and regimenting everything, but we had to keep almost everything in view even in deciding about one particular sector of the plan. The fascination of this work grew upon me, and I think, upon the other members of our committee also. But at the same time certain vagueness and indefiniteness crept in. Instead of concentrating on some major aspects of the plan, we tended to become diffuse. This also led to delay in the work of many of our subcommittees, which lacked the sense of urgency and of working for a definite objective within a stated time. Constituted as we were, it was not easy for all of us to agree to any basic social policy or principles underlying social organization. Any attempt to discuss these principles in the abstract was bound to lead to fundamental differences of approach at the outset and possibly to a splitting up of the committee. Not to have such a guiding policy was a serious drawback, yet there was no help for it. We decided to consider the general problem of planning, as well as each individual problem concretely and not in the abstract, and allow principles to develop out of such considerations. Broadly speaking, there were two approaches, the socialist one aiming at the elimination of the profit motive and emphasizing the importance of equitable distribution, and the big business one striving to retain free enterprise and the profit motive as far as possible, and laying greater stress on production. There was also a difference in outlook between those who favored a rapid growth of heavy industry and others who wanted greater attention to be paid to the development of village and cottage industries, thus absorbing the vast number of the unemployed and partially employed. Ultimately, there were bound to be differences in the final conclusions. It did not very much matter even if there were two or more reports, provided that all the available facts were collected and coordinated, the common ground mapped out, and the divergencies indicated. When the time came for giving effect to the plan, the then existing democratic government would have to choose what basic policy to adopt. Meanwhile, a great deal of essential preparation would have been made and the various aspects of the problem placed before the public and the various provincial and state governments. Obviously, we could not consider any problem, much less plan, without some definite aim and social objective. That aim was declared to be to ensure an adequate standard of living for the masses, in other words, to get rid of the appalling poverty of the people. The irreducible minimum, in terms of money, had been estimated by economists at figures varying from 15 rupees to 25 rupees per capita per month. These are all pre-war figures. Compared to Western standards, this was very low, and yet it meant an enormous increase in existing standards in India. An approximate estimate of the average annual income per capita was 65 rupees. This included the rich and the poor, the town dweller, and the villager. In view of the great gulf between the rich and the poor, and the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few, the average income of the villager was estimated to be far less, probably about 30 rupees per capita per annum. These figures bring home the terrible poverty of the people and the destitute condition of the masses. There was lack of food, of clothing, of housing, and of every other essential requirement of human existence. To remove this lack and ensure an irreducible minimum standard for everybody, the national income had to be greatly increased, and in addition to this increased production there had to be a more equitable distribution of wealth. We calculated that a really progressive standard of living would necessitate the increase of the national wealth by 500 or 600%. That was, however, too big a jump for us, and we aimed at a 200 to 300% increase within 10 years. We fixed a 10-year period for the plan, with control figures for different periods and different sectors of economic life. Certain objective tests were also suggested. 1. The improvement of nutrition, a balanced diet having a calorific value of 2,400 to 2,800 units for an adult worker. 2. Improvement in clothing from the then consumption of about 15 yards to at least 30 yards per capita per annum. 3. Housing standards to reach at least 100 square feet per capita. Further, certain indices of progress had to be kept in mind. 1. Increase in agricultural production. 2. Increase in industrial production. 3. Diminution of unemployment. 4. Increase in per capita income. 5. Liquidation of illiteracy. 6. Increase in public utility services. 7. Provision of medical aid on the basis of 1 unit for 1,000 population. 8. Increase in the average expectation of life. The objective for the country as a whole was the attainment, as far as possible, of national self-sufficiency. International trade was certainly not excluded, but we were anxious to avoid being drawn into the whirlpool of economic imperialism. We neither wanted to be victims of an imperialist power nor to develop such tendencies ourselves. The first charge on the country's produce should be to meet the domestic needs of food, raw materials, and manufactured goods. Surplus production would not be dumped abroad, but used in exchange for such commodities as we might require. To base our national economy on export markets might lead to conflicts with other nations and to sudden upsets when those markets were closed to us. So, though we did not start with a well-defined social theory, our social objectives were clear enough and afforded a common basis for planning. The very essence of this planning was a large measure of regulation and coordination. Thus, while free enterprise was not ruled out as such, its scope was severely restricted. In regard to defense industries, it was decided that they must be owned and controlled by the state. Regarding other key industries, the majority were of opinion that they should be state-owned, but a substantial minority of the committee considered that state control would be sufficient. Such control, however, of these industries had to be rigid. Public utilities, it was also decided, should be owned by some organ of the state, either the central government, provincial government, or a local board. It was suggested that something of the nature of the London Transport Board might control public utilities. In regard to other important and vital industries, no special rule was laid down, but it was made clear that the very nature of planning required control in some measure, which might vary with the industry. In regard to the agency and state-owned industries, it was suggested that as a general rule, an autonomous public trust would be suitable. Such a trust would ensure public ownership and control, and at the same time, avoid the difficulties and inefficiency, which sometimes creep in under direct democratic control. Cooperative ownership and control were also suggested for industries. Any planning would involve a close scrutiny of the development of industry and all its branches and a periodical survey of the progress made. It would mean also the training of the technical staffs necessary for the further expansion of industry, and the state might call upon industries to train such staffs. The general principles governing land policy were laid down. Agricultural land, mines, quarries, rivers, and forests are forms of national wealth, ownership of which must vest absolutely in the people of India collectively. The cooperative principles should be applied to the exploitation of land by developing collective and cooperative farms. It was not proposed, however, to rule out peasant farming in small holdings, to begin with at any rate, but no intermediaries of the type of taluktars, zamindars, etc., should be recognized after the transition period was over. The rights and title possessed by these classes should be progressively bought out. Collective farms were to be started immediately by the state on cultivable waste land. Cooperative farming could be combined either with individual or joint ownership. A certain latitude was allowed for various types to develop so that, with greater experience, particular types might be encouraged more than others. We, or some of us at any rate, hope to evolve a socialized system of credit. If banks, insurance, etc., were not to be nationalized, they should at least be under the control of the state, thus leading to a state regulation of capital and credit. It was also desirable to control the export and import trade. By these various means a considerable measure of state control would be established in regard to land as well as in industry as a whole, though varying in particular instances, and allowing private initiative to continue in a restricted sphere. Thus, through the consideration of special problems, we gradually developed our social objectives and policy. There were gaps in them and occasional vagueness and even some contradiction. It was far from a perfect scheme in theory. But I was agreeably surprised at the large measure of unanimity achieved by us in spite of the incongruous elements in our committee. The big business element was the largest single group, and its outlook on many matters, especially financial and commercial, was definitely conservative. Yet the urge for rapid progress, and the conviction that only thus could we solve our problems of poverty and unemployment, were so great that all of us were forced out of our grooves and compelled to think on new lines. We had avoided a theoretical approach, and as each practical problem was viewed in its larger context, it led us inevitably in a particular direction. To me, the spirit of cooperation of the members of the planning committee was peculiarly soothing and gratifying, for I found it a pleasant contrast to the squabbles and conflicts of politics. We knew our differences, and yet we tried and often succeeded, after discussing every point of view, in arriving at an integrated conclusion, which was accepted by all of us, or most of us. Constituted as we were, not only in our committee, but in the larger field of India, we could not then plan for socialism as such. Yet it became clear to me that our plan, as it developed, was inevitably leading us towards establishing some of the fundamentals of the socialist structure. It was limiting the acquisitive factor in society, removing many of the barriers to growth, and thus leading to a rapidly expanding social structure. It was based on planning for the benefit of the common man, raising his standards greatly, giving him opportunities of growth, and releasing an enormous amount of latent talent and capacity. And all this was to be attempted in the context of democratic freedom and with a large measure of cooperation of some at least of the groups who were normally opposed to socialistic doctrine. That cooperation seemed to me worthwhile even if it involved toning down or weakening the plan in some respects. Probably, I was too optimistic. But so long as a big step in the right direction was taken, I felt that the very dynamics involved in the process of change would facilitate further adaptation and progress. If conflict was inevitable, it had to be faced, but if it could be avoided or minimized, that was an obvious gain. Especially, as in the political sphere there was conflict enough for us, and in the future, there might well be unstable conditions. A general consent for a plan was thus of great value. It was easy enough to draw up blueprints based on some idealist conception. It was much more difficult to get behind them that measure of general consent and approval, which was essential for the satisfactory working of any plan. Planning, though inevitably bringing about a great deal of control and coordination and interfering in some measure with individual freedom, would, as a matter of fact, in the context of India today, lead to a vast increase of freedom. We have very little freedom to lose. We have only to gain freedom. If we adhered to the democratic state structure and encouraged cooperative enterprises, many of the dangers of regimentation and concentration of power might be avoided. At our first sessions, we had framed a formidable questionnaire which was issued to various governments and public bodies, universities, chambers of commerce, trade unions, research institutes, etc. 29 subcommittees were also appointed to investigate and report on specific problems. 8 of these subcommittees were for agricultural problems, several were for industry, 5 for commerce and finance, 2 for transport, 2 for education, 2 for public welfare, 2 for demographic relations, and 1 for women's role in planned economy. There were in all about 350 members of these subcommittees, some of them overlapping. Most of them were specialists or experts in their subjects, businessmen, government, state, and municipal employees, university professors or lecturers, technicians, scientists, trade unionists, and policemen. We collected in this way much of the talent available in the country. The only persons who were not permitted to cooperate with us, even when they were personally desirous of doing so, were the officials and employees of the Government of India. To have so many persons associated in our work was helpful in many ways. We had the advantage of their special knowledge and experience, and they were led to think of their special subject in relation to the wider problem. It also led to a greater interest in planning all over the country. But these numbers were disadvantageous also, for there was inevitable delay when busy people spread out all over a vast country had to meet repeatedly. I was heartened to come into touch with so much ability and earnestness in all departments of national activity, and these contacts added to my own education greatly. Our method of work was to have an interim report from each subcommittee, which the planning committee considered, approving of it or partly criticizing it, and then sending it back with its remarks to the subcommittee. A final report was then submitted out of which arose our decisions on that particular subject. An attempt was being made continually to coordinate the decisions on each subject with those arrived at on other subjects. When all the final reports had been thus considered and disposed of, the Planning Committee was to review the whole problem in its vastness and intricacy and evolve its own comprehensive report, to which the subcommittee's reports would be added as appendices. As a matter of fact, that final report was gradually taking shape in the course of our consideration of the subcommittee's reports. There were irritating delays, chiefly due to some of the subcommittees not keeping to the timetable fixed for them, but on the whole we made good progress and got through an enormous amount of work. 2 interesting decisions were made in connection with education. We suggested that definite norms of physical fitness for boys and girls be laid down for every stage of education. We also suggested establishment of a system of compulsory social or labor service, so as to make every young man and woman contribute 1 year of his or her life, between the ages of 18 and 22, to national utility, including agriculture, industry, public utilities, and public works of all kinds. No exemption was to be allowed except for physical or mental disability. When World War II started in September 1939, it was suggested that the National Planning Committee should suspend its activities. In November, the Congress governments and the provinces resigned, and this added to our difficulties, for under the absolute rule of the governors in the provinces, no interest was taken in our work. Businessmen were busier than ever making money out of war requirements, and were not so much interested in planning. The situation was changing from day to day. We decided, however, to continue and felt that the war made this even more necessary. It was bound to result in further industrialization, and the work we had already done, and were engaged in doing, could be of great help in this process. We were dealing then with our subcommittee's reports on engineering industries, transport, chemical industries, and manufacturing industries, all of the highest importance from the point of view of the war. But the government was not interested in our work, and in fact viewed it with great disfavor. During the early months of the war, the so-called phony period, their policy was not to encourage the growth of Indian industry. Afterwards, the pressure of events forced them to buy many of their requirements in India, but even so they disapproved of any heavy industries being started there. Disapproval meant virtual prohibition, for no machinery could be imported without government sanction. The Planning Committee continued its work and had nearly finished dealing with its subcommittee's reports. We were to finish what little remained of this work and then proceed to the consideration of our own comprehensive report. I was, however, arrested in October 1940 and sentenced to a long term of imprisonment. Several other members of the Planning Committee and its subcommittees were also arrested and sentenced. I was anxious that the Planning Committee should continue to function and requested my colleagues outside to do so. But they were not willing to work in the committee in my absence. I tried to get the Planning Committee's papers and reports in prison so that I might study them and prepare a draft report. The Government of India intervened and stopped this. No such papers were allowed to reach me, nor were interviews on the subject permitted. So the National Planning Committee languished, while I spent my days in jail. All the work we had done which, though incomplete, could be used to great advantage for war purposes, remained in the pigeonholes of our office. I was released in December 1941 and was out of prison for some months. But this period was a hectic one for me, as it was for others. All manner of new developments had taken place, the Pacific War was on, India was threatened with invasion, and it was not possible then to pick up the old threads and continue the unfinished work of the Planning Committee unless the political situation cleared up. And then, I returned to prison. End of Part 6, titled, The National Planning Committee, of Chapter 8. Part 7, The Congress and Industry, Big Industry versus Cottage Industry. The Congress, under Gandhiji's leadership, had long championed the revival of village industries, especially hand spinning and hand weaving. At no time, however, had the Congress been opposed to the development of big industries, and whenever it had the chance, in the legislatures or elsewhere, it had encouraged this development. Congress provincial governments were eager to do so. In the 20s, when the Tata Steel and Iron Works were in difficulties, it was largely due to the insistence of the Congress Party in the central legislature that government aid was given to help to tide over a critical period. The development of Indian shipbuilding and shipping services had long been a sore point of conflict between nationalist opinion and government. The Congress, as all other sections of Indian opinion, was anxious that every assistance should be given to Indian shipping. The government was equally anxious to protect the vested interests of powerful British shipping companies. Indian shipping was thus prevented from growing by official discrimination against it, although it had both capital and technical and managerial ability at its disposal. This kind of discrimination worked all along the line whenever any British industrial, commercial, or financial interests were concerned. That huge combine, the imperial chemical industries, has been repeatedly favored at the expenses of Indian industry. Some years ago, it was given a long-term lease for the exploitation of the minerals, etc., of the Punjab. The terms of this agreement were, so far as I know, not disclosed, presumably because it was not considered in the public interest to do so. The Congress provincial governments were anxious to develop a power alcohol industry. This was desirable from many points of view, but there was an additional reason in the United Provinces and Bihar. The large numbers of sugar factories there were producing as a byproduct a vast quantity of molasses which was being treated as waste material. It was proposed to utilize this for the production of power alcohol. The process was simple, there was no difficulty, except one: the interests of the Shell and Burma Oil Combine were affected. The Government of India championed these interests and refused to permit the manufacture of power alcohol. It was only in the third year of the present war, after Burma fell and the supplies of oil and petrol were cut off, that the realization came that power alcohol was necessary and must be produced in India. The American Grady Committee strongly urged this in 1942. The Congress has thus always been in favor of the industrialization of India, and at the same time, has emphasized the development of cottage industries and worked for this. Is there a conflict between these two approaches? Possibly there is a difference in emphasis, a realization of certain human and economic factors which were overlooked previously in India. Indian industrialists and the politicians who supported them thought too much in terms of the 19th century development of capitalist industry in Europe, and ignored many of the evil consequences that were obvious in the 20th century. In India, because normal progress had been arrested for 100 years, those consequences were likely to be more far-reaching. The kind of medium-scale industries that were being started in India, under the prevailing economic system, resulted not in absorbing labor, but in creating more unemployment. While capital accumulated at one end, poverty and unemployment increased at the other. Under a different system, with a stress on big-scale industries absorbing labor, and with planned development, this might well have been avoided. This fact of increasing mass poverty influenced Gandhi powerfully. It is true, I think, that there is a fundamental difference between his outlook on life generally and what might be called the modern outlook. He is not enamored of ever-increasing standards of living and the growth of luxury at the cost of spiritual and moral values. He does not favor the soft life, for him the straight way is the hard way, and the love of luxury leads to crookedness and loss of virtue. Above all, he is shocked at the vast gulf that stretches between the rich and the poor, in their ways of living, and their opportunities of growth. For his own personal and psychological satisfaction, he crossed that gulf and went over to the side of the poor, adopting, with only such improvements as the poor themselves could afford, their ways of living, their dress or lack of dress. This vast difference between the few rich and the poverty-stricken masses seemed to him to be due to two principal causes: foreign rule and the exploitation that accompanied it, and the capitalist industrial civilization of the West as embodied in the big machine. He reacted against both. He looked back with yearning to the days of the old autonomous and more or less self-contained village community where there had been an automatic balance between production, distribution, and consumption, where political or economic power was spread out and not concentrated as it is today, where a kind of simple democracy prevailed, where the gulf between the rich and the poor was not so marked, where the evil of great cities were absent and people lived in contact with the life-giving soil and breathed the pure air of the open spaces. There was all this basic difference in outlook as to the meaning of life itself between him and many others, and this difference colored his language as well as his activities. His language, vivid and powerful as it often was, drew its inspiration from the religious and moral teachings of the ages, principally of India but also of other countries. Moral values must prevail, the ends can never justify unworthy means, or else the individual and the race perish. And yet he was no dreamer living in some fantasy of his own creation, cut off from life and its problems. He came from Gujarat, the home of hard-headed businessmen, and he had an unrivaled knowledge of the Indian villages and the conditions of life that prevailed there. It was out of that personal experience that he evolved his program of the spinning wheel and village industry. If immediate relief was to be given to the vast numbers of the unemployed and partially employed, if the rot that was spreading throughout India and paralyzing the masses was to be stopped, if the villagers' standards were to be raised, however, little en masse, if they were to be taught self-reliance instead of waiting helplessly like derelicts for relief from others, if all this was to be done without much capital, then there seemed no other way. Apart from the evils inherent in foreign rule and exploitation, and the lack of freedom to initiate and carry through big schemes of reform, the problem of India was one of scarcity of capital and abundance of labor, how to utilize that wasted labor, that manpower that was producing nothing. Foolish comparisons are made between manpower and machine power. Of course, a big machine can do the work of 1,000 or 10,000 persons. But if those 10,000 sit idly by or starve, the introduction of the machine is not a social gain, except in long perspective which envisages a change in social conditions. When the big machine is not there at all, then no question of comparison arises. It is a net gain both from the individual and the national point of view to utilize manpower for production. There is no necessary conflict between this and the introduction of machinery on the largest scale, provided that machinery is used primarily for absorbing labor and not for creating fresh unemployment. Comparisons between India and the small highly industrialized countries of the West, or big countries with relatively sparse populations, like the USSR or the USA, are misleading. In Western Europe, the process of industrialization has proceeded for 100 years, and gradually the population has adjusted itself to it. The population has grown rapidly, then stabilized itself, and is now declining. In the USA and the USSR, there are vast tracts with a small, though growing, population. A tractor is an absolute necessity there to exploit the land for agriculture. It is not so obvious that a tractor is equally necessary in the densely populated Gangetic Valley, so long as vast numbers depend on the land alone for sustenance. Other problems arise, as they have arisen even in America. Agriculture has been carried on for thousands of years in India and the soil has been exploited to the utmost. Would the deep churning up of the soil by tractors lead to impoverishment of this soil as well as to soil erosion? When railways were built in India and high embankments put up for the purpose, no thought was given to the natural drainage of the country. The embankments interfered with this drainage system, and as a result, we have had repeated and ever-increasing floods and soil erosion, and malaria has spread. I am all for tractors and big machinery, and I am convinced that the rapid industrialization of India is essential to relieve the pressure on land, to combat poverty and raise standards of living, for defense and a variety of other purposes. But I am equally convinced that the most careful planning and adjustment are necessary if we are to reap the full benefit of industrialization and avoid many of its dangers. This planning is necessary today in all countries of arrested growth, like China and India, which have strong traditions of their own. In China, I was greatly attracted to the industrial cooperatives, the Indusco movement, and it seems to me that some such movement is peculiarly suited to India. It would fit in with the Indian background, give a democratic basis to small industry, and develop the cooperative habit. It could be made to complement big industry. It must be remembered that, however rapid might be the development of heavy industry in India, a vast field will remain open to small and cottage industries. Even in Soviet Russia, owner-producer cooperatives have played an important part in industrial growth. The increasing use of electric power facilitates the growth of small industry and makes it economically capable of competing with large-scale industry. There is also a growing opinion in favor of decentralization, and even Henry Ford had advocated it. Scientists are pointing out the psychological and biological dangers of loss of contact with the soil which results from life in great industrial cities. Some have even said that human survival necessitates a going back to the soil and the village. Fortunately, science has made it possible today for populations to be spread out and remain near the soil and yet enjoy all the amenities of modern civilization and culture. However that may be, the problem before us in India during recent decades has been how, in the existing circumstances and restricted as we were by alien rule and its attendant vested interests, we could relieve the poverty of the masses and produce a spirit of self-reliance among them. There are many arguments in favor of developing cottage industries at any time, but situated as we were, that was certainly the most practical thing we could do. The methods adopted may not have been the best or the most suitable. The problem was vast, difficult, and intricate, and we had frequently to face suppression by government. We had to learn gradually by the process of trial and error. I think we should have encouraged cooperatives from the beginning, and relied more on expert technical and scientific knowledge for the improvement of small machines suitable for cottage and village use. The cooperation principle is now being introduced in these organizations. G.D.H. Cole, the economist, has said that Gandhi's campaign for the development of the homemade cloth industry is no mere fad of a romantic eager to revive the past, but a practical attempt to relieve the poverty and uplift the standard of the village. It was that undoubtedly, and it was much more. It forced India to think of the poor peasant in human terms, to realize that behind the glitter of a few cities lay this morass of misery and poverty, to grasp the fundamental fact that the true test of progress and freedom in India did not lie in the creation of a number of millionaires or prosperous lawyers and the like, or in the setting up of councils and assemblies, but in the change in the status and conditions of life of the peasant. The British had created a new caste or class in India, the English-educated class, which lived in a world of its own, cut off from the mass of the population, and looked always, even when protesting, towards its rulers. Gandhi bridged that gap to some extent, and forced it to turn its head and look towards its own people. Gandhiji's attitude to the use of machinery seemed to undergo a gradual change. "What I object to," he said, "is the craze for machinery, not machinery as such. If we could have electricity in every village home, I shall not mind villagers plying their implements and tools with electricity. The big machines seem to him to lead inevitably, at least in the circumstances of today, to the concentration of power and riches. I consider it a sin and injustice to use machinery for the purpose of concentration of power and riches in the hands of the few. Today the machine is used in this way. He even came to accept the necessity of many kinds of heavy industries and large-scale key industries and public utilities, provided they were state-owned and did not interfere with some kinds of cottage industries which he considered as essential. Referring to his own proposals, he said, "The whole of this program will be a structure on sand if it is not built on the solid foundation of economic equality." Thus, even the enthusiastic advocates for cottage and small-scale industries recognize that big-scale industry is, to a certain extent, necessary and inevitable, only they would like to limit it as far as possible. Superficially, then the question becomes one of emphasis and adjustment of the two forms of production and economy. It can hardly be challenged that in the context of the modern world, no country can be politically and economically independent, even within the framework of international interdependence, unless it is highly industrialized and has developed its power resources to the utmost. Nor can it achieve or maintain high standards of living and liquidate poverty without the aid of modern technology in almost every sphere of life. An industrially backward country will continually upset the world equilibrium and encourage the aggressive tendencies of more developed countries. Even if it retains its political independence, this will be nominal only, and economic control will tend to pass to others. This control will inevitably upset its own small-scale economy which it has sought to preserve in pursuit of its own view of life. Thus, an attempt to build up a country's economy largely on the basis of cottage and small-scale industries is doomed to failure. It will not solve the basic problems of the country or maintain freedom, nor will it fit in with the world framework, except as a colonial appendage. Is it possible to have two entirely different kinds of economy in a country, one based on the big machine and industrialization, and the other mainly on cottage industries? This is hardly conceivable, for one must overcome the other, and there can be little doubt that the big machine will triumph unless it is forcibly prevented from doing so. Thus, it is not a mere question of adjustment of the two forms of production and economy. One must be dominating and paramount, with the other as complementary to it, fitting in where it can. The economy based on the latest technical achievements of the day must necessarily be the dominating one. If technology demands the big machine, as it does today in a large measure, then the big machine with all its implications and consequences must be accepted. Where it is possible, in terms of that technology, to decentralize production, this would be desirable. But, in any event, the latest technique has to be followed, and to adhere to outworn and out-of-date methods of production, except as a temporary and stopgap measure, is to arrest growth and development. Any argument as to the relative merits of small-scale and large-scale industry seems strangely irrelevant today, when the world, and the dominating facts of the situation that confront it, have decided in favor of the latter. Even in India the decision has been made by these facts themselves, and no one doubts that India will be rapidly industrialized in the near future. She has already gone a good way in that direction. The evils of unrestricted and unplanned industrialization are well recognized today. Whether these evils are necessary concomitants of big industry, or derived from the social and economic structure behind it, is another matter. If the economic structure is primarily responsible for them, then surely we should set about changing that structure, instead of blaming the inevitable and desirable development in technique. The real question is not one of quantitative adjustment and balancing of various incongruous elements and methods of production, but a qualitative changeover to something different and new, from which various social consequences flow. The economic and political aspects of this qualitative change are important, but equally important are the social and psychological aspects. In India, especially, where we have been wedded far too long to past forms and modes of thought and action, new experiences, new processes, leading to new ideas and new horizons, are necessary. Thus, we will change the static character of our living and make it dynamic and vital, and our minds will become active and adventurous. New situations lead to new experiences, as the mind is compelled to deal with them and adapt itself to a changing environment. It is well recognized now that a child's education should be intimately associated with some craft or manual activity. The mind is stimulated thereby and there is a coordination between the activities of the mind and the hands. So also the mind of a growing boy or girl is stimulated by the machine. It grows under the machine's impact, under proper conditions, of course, and not as an exploited and unhappy worker in a factory, and opens out new horizons. Simple scientific experiments, peeps into the microscope, and an explanation of the ordinary phenomena of nature bring excitement in their train, an understanding of some of life's processes, and a desire to experiment and find out instead of relying on set phrases and old formulae. Self-confidence and the cooperative spirit grow, and frustration, arising out of the miasma of the past, lessens. A civilization based on ever-changing and advancing mechanical techniques leads to this. Such a civilization is a marked change, a jump almost from the older type, and is intimately connected with modern industrialization. Inevitably, it gives rise to new problems and difficulties, but it also shows the way to overcome them. I have a partiality for the literary aspects of education, and I admire the classics, but I am quite sure that some elementary scientific training in physics and chemistry, and especially biology, as also in the application of science, is essential for all boys and girls. Only thus can they understand and fit into the modern world and develop, to some extent at least, the scientific temper. There is something very wonderful about the high achievements of science and modern technology, which no doubt will be bettered in the near future, in the superb ingenuity of scientific instruments, in the amazingly delicate and yet powerful machines, in all that has flowed from the adventurous inquiries of science and its applications, in the glimpses into the fascinating workshop and processes of nature, in the fine sweep of science, through its myriad workers, in the realms of thought and practice, and, above all, in the fact that all this has come out of the mind of man. End of Part 7, titled, The Congress and Industry. Big Industry versus Cottage Industry, of Chapter 8. Part 8, Government Checks Industrial Growth. War production is diversion from normal production. Heavy industry was represented in India by the Tata Iron and Steel Works at Jamshedpur. There was nothing else of the kind, and the other engineering workshops were really jobbing shops. Even the development of Tatas had been slow because of government policy. During World War I, when there was a shortage of locomotives and railway carriages and wagons, Tatas decided to make locomotives, and, I think, even imported machinery for the purpose. But when the war ended, the Government of India and the Railway Board, which is a department of the central government, decided to continue their patronage of British locomotives. There is obviously no private market for locomotives, as the railways were either controlled by government or owned by British companies, and so, Tatas had to give up the idea of making locomotives. The three fundamental requirements of India, if she is to develop industrially and otherwise, are a heavy engineering and machine-making industry, scientific research institutes, and electric power. These must be the foundations of all planning, and the National Planning Committee laid the greatest emphasis on them. We lacked all three, and bottlenecks in industrial expansion were always occurring. A forward policy could have rapidly removed these bottlenecks, but the government's policy was the reverse of forward and was obviously one of preventing the development of heavy industry in India. Even when World War II started, the necessary machinery was not allowed to be imported. Later shipping difficulties were pleaded. There was neither lack of capital nor skilled personnel in India, only machinery was lacking, and industrialists were clamoring for it. If opportunities had been given for the importation of machinery, not only would the economic position of India have been infinitely better, but the whole aspect of the war in the Far Eastern theatres might have changed. Many of the essential articles, which had to be brought over, usually by air and at great cost and under considerable difficulties, could have been manufactured in India. India would have really become an arsenal for China and the East, and her industrial progress might have matched that of Canada or Australia. But imperative as the needs of the war situation were, the future needs of British industry were always kept in view, and it was considered undesirable to develop any industries in India which might compete with British industries in the post-war years. This was no secret policy, public expression was given to it in British journals, and there was continuous reference to it and protests against it in India. Jamshedji Tata, the far-sighted founder of Tata Steel, had vision enough to start the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore. This research institute was one of the very few of its kind in India, the others were some government institutions with limited objectives. The vast field of scientific and industrial research, which has thousands of institutes, academies, and special stations in the USA and the Soviet Union, was thus almost wholly neglected in India, except for the Bangalore Institute and some work done in the universities. An effort was made, sometime after World War II started, to encourage research, and though limited in scope, it has produced good results. While shipbuilding and locomotive manufacture were discouraged and prevented, an effort to build up an automobile industry was also scotched. Some years before World War II, preparations were started for this and everything was worked out in cooperation with a famous American firm of automobile manufacturers. A number of assembly plants had already been functioning in India. It was now proposed to manufacture all the parts in India with Indian capital and management and Indian personnel. By arrangement with the American corporation, their patents could be used and their skilled and technical supervision was available for the initial period. The provincial government of Bombay, which was then functioning under a Congress ministry, promised assistance in various ways. The planning committee was especially interested in this project. Everything in fact had been fixed up and all that remained was to import the machinery. The Secretary of State for India, however, did not approve and gave his fiat against the importation of the machinery. According to him, any attempt to set up this industry now would divert both labor and machinery, which are more urgently needed for the war. This was in the early months of the war, during the so-called phony period. It was pointed out that plenty of labor, even skilled labor, was available and in fact was idle. War necessity was also a curious argument, for that necessity itself demanded motor transport. But the Secretary of State for India, the final authority, sitting in London, was not moved by these arguments. It was reported also that a rival and powerful automobile corporation in America did not approve of the starting of an automobile industry in India under someone else's auspices. Transport became one of the major problems of the war in India. There was the lack of motor trucks, of petroleum, of locomotives and railway wagons, even of coal. Almost all these difficulties would have been much easier of solution if the pre-war proposals on behalf of India had not been turned down. Locomotives, railway cars, motor trucks, as well as armored vehicles would have been manufactured in India. Power alcohol would have helped greatly in easing the strain caused by scarcity of petroleum. As for coal, there was no scarcity in India, there were huge reserves but only very little was produced for use. Coal production has actually gone down during the war years in spite of increased demand. Conditions in coal mines were so bad and wages so low that workers were not attracted. Ultimately, the bar on women working underground was removed as women were available at those wages. No attempt was made to overhaul the coal industry and improve conditions and wages so as to attract workers. Owing to lack of coal, the expansion of industry has suffered greatly and even existing factories have had to stop working. Some hundreds of locomotives and many thousands of railway cars were shipped from India to the Middle East, thus adding to the transport difficulties in India. Even the permanent way was uprooted in some places for transfer elsewhere. The casual way in which all this was done, without any regard to future consequences, was amazing. There was a complete lack of planning and foresight, and the partial solution of one problem led immediately to more serious problems. An attempt was made at the end of 1939 or the beginning of 1940 to start an aircraft manufacturing industry in India. Again, everything was fixed up with an American firm and urgent cables were sent to the Government of India and Army headquarters in India for their consent. There was no response. After repeated reminders, a reply was forthcoming disapproving of the scheme. Why make aeroplanes in India when you could buy them in England and America? In pre-war days, a large number of medicines and drugs and vaccines used to come to India from Germany. War stopped this. It was immediately suggested that some of the more essential vaccines and medicines might be made in India. This could easily be done in some of the government institutes. The government of India did not approve and pointed out that everything that was necessary could now be obtained through imperial chemical industries. When it was suggested that the same thing could be made in India at much less cost, and utilized for army as well as general public use without any private interest, high authority was indignant at the intrusion of such base considerations in matters of state policy. Government, it was said, was not a commercial institution. Government was not a commercial institution, but it was very much interested in commercial institutions, and one of these was Imperial Chemicals. This huge combine was given many facilities. Even without such facilities, it had such enormous resources that no Indian firm, except to some extent, Tatas, could possibly compete with it. Apart from these facilities, it had powerful support both in India and England. A few months after leaving the Viceroyalty of India, Lord Linlithgow appeared in a new role as a Director of Imperial Chemicals. This demonstrates the very close connection between big business in England and the Government of India, and how this connection must necessarily affect policy. Lord Linlithgow may have been a substantial shareholder in Imperial Chemicals even when he was Viceroy of India. In any event, he has now placed the prestige of his Indian connection and his special knowledge derived as Viceroy at the disposal of Imperial Chemicals. Lord Linlithgow declared as Viceroy in December 1942, "We have achieved immense things in the field of supply. India has made a contribution of outstanding importance and value. For the first 6 months of the war, the value of contracts placed was approximately 29 crores. For the next months from April to October 1942, it was 137 crores. Over the whole period to the end of October 1942, it was no less than 428 crores, and these figures exclude the value of work done in the ordnance factories, which is in itself very considerable." Footnote: the figures are in rupees. A crore is 10 millions. End of footnote. This is perfectly true, and India's contribution to the war effort has grown tremendously since this was said. One would imagine that this represents a vast increase in industrial activity and a much larger index of production. Yet, surprisingly, there has not been much change. The index of India's industrial activity in 1938-39 was 111.1, taking 1935 as 100. In 1939-40 it was 114.0. In 1940-41 it varied between 112.1 to 127.0. In March 1942, it was 118.9. It fell in April 1942 to 109.2, and then gradually rose to 116.2 in July 1942. These figures are not complete as they do not include munitions and some chemical industries. Nevertheless, they are important and significant. The amazing fact emerges that the total industrial activity of India in July 1942 was, apart from munitions, etc., only slightly in excess of the pre-war period. There was a brief spurt in December 1941 when the index figure went up to 127.0 and then declined. And yet, the value of government contracts placed with industries was progressively increasing. For the 6 months, October to March 1939-40, these contracts amounted to 290 million rupees, according to Lord Linlithgow, and for the 6 months April to October 1942, they were for 1,370 million rupees. All these tremendous war orders thus do not represent any increase in the total industrial activity, but indicate its large-scale diversion from normal production to production for specialized war purposes. For the moment they supplied war needs, but at the cost of a terrific lowering of production for civilian needs. This inevitably had far-reaching consequences. While sterling balances in favor of India grew in London, and money accumulated in the hands of a few persons in India, the country as a whole was starved of essential needs, vast and ever-increasing quantities of paper money circulated, and prices went up and sometimes reached fantastic figures. Already by the middle of 1942, a food crisis was evident. In the autumn of 1943, famine killed its millions in Bengal and other parts of India. The burden of the war and of the official policy pursued in its connection fell on scores of millions in India who were least capable of shouldering it, and crushed out of existence vast numbers of people who died by the cruelest of deaths, slow starvation. The figures I have given end with 1942, I have no later ones. Probably many changes have taken place since then and the index of India's industrial activity may be higher now. Footnote: it is not so. The Calcutta Journal, Capital, of March 9, 1944, gives the following figures for the index of industrial activity in India. 1935-36 equals 100, 1938-39, 111.1. 1939-40, 114.0. 1940-41, 117.3. 1941-42, 122.7. 1942-43, 108.8. 1943-44, 108.0, approximately. 1944, January, 111.7. These do not include armament production. Thus, after more than 4 years of war, industrial activity as a whole in India was actually somewhat lower than in the pre-war period. End of footnote. But the picture they reveal has not changed in any fundamental aspect. The same processes are at work, the same crises follow one after the other, the same patchwork and temporary remedies are applied, the same lack of any planned and comprehensive outlook is evident, the same partiality for the present and future of British industry prevails, and meanwhile people continue to die from lack of food and from epidemics. It is true that some of the existing industries, notably the textile, the iron and steel, and the jute industries, have prospered exceedingly. The number of millionaires among industrial magnates, war contractors, hoarders, and profiteers has grown, and large sums have accumulated in the hands of small upper strata of India's people, in spite of a heavy super tax. But labor generally has not profited, and Mr. N. M. Joshi, the labor leader, declared in the Central Assembly that labor conditions in India had become worse during the war. Landowners and middle farmers, especially in the Punjab and Sindh, have prospered, but the great majority of the agricultural population have been hard hit by war conditions and have suffered greatly. Consumers generally have been progressively ground down by inflation and the rise in prices. In the middle of 1942, an American technical mission, the Grady Committee, came to India to inspect the existing industries and make suggestions for increased production. They were naturally concerned with production for war purposes only. Their report was never published, possibly because the government of India vetoed publication. A few of their recommendations were, however, announced. They suggested the production of power alcohol, the expansion of the steel industry, more electric power, greater production of aluminium and refined sulfur, and rationalization in various industries. They also recommended the institution of high-powered control of production, independent of established government agencies, on the American model. Evidently the Grady Committee was not filled with admiration for the leisurely, casual, and inefficient methods of the government of India, on which even total war had produced little impression. They were struck, however, by the efficiency and organization of the Tata Steel Works, a vast organization run entirely by Indians. It was further stated in the preliminary report of the Grady Committee that the mission has been impressed with the good quality and excellent potentiality of Indian labor. The Indian is skillful with his hands, and given satisfactory working conditions and security of employment, is dependable and industrious. Footnote, commenting on the shelving of the Grady Committee's report, Commerce, Bombay, November 28, 1942, wrote, "The fact remains that powerful interests are operating abroad for the purpose of throttling further industrialization of this country, so that in the post-war world there would not be any dangerous competition to the West from the East." End of footnote. During the last 2 or 3 years the chemical industry has grown in India, shipbuilding has made some advance, and an infant aircraft industry has been started. All war industries, including jute and textile mills, have made vast profits, in spite of the super tax, and a great deal of capital has accumulated. The government of India had put a ban on capital issues for fresh industrial undertakings. Recently, there has been some relaxation in this respect, though nothing definite may be done till after the war. Even this little relaxation has led to a burst of energy from big business and huge industrial schemes are taking shape. India, whose growth has so long been arrested, appears to be on the verge of large-scale industrialization. End of Part 8, titled, Government Checks Industrial Growth, War Production is Diversion from Normal Production, of Chapter 8. This concludes the 8th chapter, titled, The Last Phase, 2.